Good morning, everybody. Welcome to PF International, Trent Valley Kart Club in Lincolnshire for event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's the second day of our double header, second day of action for the IAME X30 categories, Honda Cadet, and we also welcome the MightE classes, the Bambinos and the Cadets in racing form here today for their O-Plate and Cadet Cup respectively. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is of course Henry Burdett. Henry, it's a little bit cooler here today. For the drivers out on the track, we've also got an aircon unit in the box, which is giving us some nice breeze today. I think the drivers are going to be liking this here today.
I think they will. I would like to say, I hope they'll get this right. Günaydın, merhaba ve hoş geldiniz PF International A. That is, good morning, hello, and welcome to PF International in Turkish. I can see on the live chat already, we have many people from Turkey. So whether you are in Istanbul or Ankara or Gaziantep or Izmir or Konya or Bursa, welcome to the Wera Tools British Karting Championship. The first time that your hero Zain Sofuoglu has raced in the official Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship. What are you watching? People from around the world. This is the home of British karting. 1400 metres. The host of the 2017 and 2024 FIA World Karting Championship. It is the granddaddy of all tracks in the UK. So, I can see you asking, when is the first Zain race? Well, Zain's race is the first race number 1 of the day. But Andrew Mather, we have plenty more than just one driver. He may be a Turkish superstar, but we have 150 others who are here as well, all superstars in their own right. And the weather, there is some cloud today, which will help keep temperatures down a little bit.
It will indeed. We'll get warm towards the end of the day, but more comfortably into the mid-20s today, as opposed to into the 30s that we had previously in the weekend. We're not alone, myself and Henry. We are, of course, joined by our pit reporter down there out on the circuit.
She's more than a pit reporter.
She's more than a pit reporter. She is the fantastic Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, over to you. What can you see out there?
Eyes and ears down in the paddock once more this weekend then, of course, for your second day of racing. Double header set up for our IAME and Honda classes. And for the first time this weekend, we're going to shortly be seeing our MightE classes. Your drivers here this weekend who is supporting the sustainable racing. Looking forward to seeing how all of those drivers get on. Here at PF then, yesterday's racing was busy. It was full on, especially your senior X30s, your junior X30s. They really did put on some show. Your drivers then that took those wins, can they make it double wins this weekend? We saw at GYG, it is doable. George Edgar did it, but can somebody else replicate that this weekend here at PFI? Cooler temperatures today compared to Friday's practice and yesterday's racing. Cloud cover is out, so maybe actually the track conditions won't be as difficult to deal with as they were previously during this weekend. We'll be keeping you up to date with that paddock journalism, but for now we'll head back up to Henry and Andrew.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for that report out there on the circuit. As we said before, it's going to be a really busy day for everybody out there. I think it's probably our busiest day in the championship so far.
Yes, indeed.
21 races in total, 7 categories out there across the various competitions here today.
Now, whether you're watching this on the Alpha Live YouTube channel or the Karting UK YouTube channel, please keep your comments coming in. We've got the all the live chat here in on this. At the moment, you can see it there. It's covered in Turkish flags, which is good to see. But we have drivers here from Lithuania, from Holland, from the Netherlands, from Finland, a lot of drivers from around the world as well. well as drivers in the British Isles. So please, get your support in. We've already got viewers, obviously, from all over Turkey, from Spain watching, as usual. This is the 6th event of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship. For the IAME Water Swift Restricted, and for the junior and senior X30s, it is the sixth round. The MightE Bambinos, they're competing for the O plate. Now, for those of you that are new to British karting, that is the British Open Championship. It's open to anyone. The MightE cadets are here for the PF Cup, but I think we're going to be starting the first race very soon. I think we're going to show you the driver that you've all been waiting to see. Well, not everybody. We've got Maltese drivers here from Singapore, from Bahrain. But there is Zain Sofawoglu. Why is he at the front of the grid? Well, it's because he qualified P2. And again, yes, I know that some of you who have and I've been following the MightE Bambino Championship this year, so I know that a lot of these young drivers are familiar. We have got 15 of them. The starting lineup will show you, but some of these names will be very familiar to you, even though they're competing in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Championship for the first time on your screens this week.
Bit of news from the warm-up session earlier on this morning. Felix Tandy, the E-plate holder, was fastest. Felix, the son of Le Mans 24-hour winner and winner of many another great race, Nick Tandy. So he was a tenth and a half quicker than Heath Smith, Nico Radulowski, and Arthur Thompson, all in the top 5, completed by Teddy Smith. That wasn't a competitive session, though. That was just the warm-up earlier on this morning. And as you say, Henry, the grid for these 2 heats in the early part of the day set by the timed qualifying yesterday. If you missed any of that action, don't go now because we're about to start racing, but you can watch all of the action back from yesterday at your leisure, including the MightE Bambino qualifying. That is, of course, all on both the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel. Please press that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. I can hear the klaxon in my ear, which means we're not too far away from the start of proceedings in a racing capacity here at PF International for Fun Day Sunday for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Say hello to everyone tuning in from Turkey. Hello as well to Brian Jones, who's cheering on Jack Harper in the MightE categories. And Dawson Jones as well. Sam Tester as well, one of our drivers from Malta. We are ready then. Let's get going then. The first race of the day is Heat 1 for MightE Bambino. Let's kick things off then with Heat 1 for MightE Bambino. Who is going to be on the front of the grid? It's going to be Teddy Smith from timed qualifying yesterday. Zain Sofawoglu alongside on the front row. Luca Pede and Logan Edwards go from row number 2. It's Felix Tandy, fastest in warm-up this morning alongside Nico Radulowski. Jack Harper and Heath Smith, they go from row 4.
On row number 5, we have Elliot Hitch and Oakley Howlett. Briella Stevens and Arthur Thompson are next. The final drivers, Frank Pearson, Ocean Owen, and the Maltese driver, Sam Tester. So we've got England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Malta and Turkey represented. At the end of today, one of these drivers will become the British Open champion, the O-plate winner for this class. That means that in any MightE Bambino race anywhere in the United Kingdom for the next 12 months, they can run the 0. they'll be the only driver able to run the 0 plate. In British karting, you have seeded numbers 1 to 10. You have the E plate, which oh, there we've done it again. Felix Tandy, pound of the pot. Felix Tandy won the E plate. He's the English champion. The O plate is the British Open champion. It is open to anyone, just like the British Open Golf or any other major sporting event. There is the number 19 RCE, the Richardson Chassis Engineering kart of Teddy Smith. Directly behind him in the number 47 kart, Luca Peed, the son of former single-seater driver Ed Peed. You have Felix Tandy, third driver on the inside row, the son of Le Mans 24-hour racer, multiple sports car champion around the world, Nick Tandy. And of course then, in the turquoise blue number 54, you have Zain Sofawoglu, the son of Turkish superstar world superbike racer Kenan Sofawoglu. I know that Turkey they've got the World Superbikes at Donington Park. I'm glad you're watching the go-karting. Here we go. Race number 1 of the day is about to get underway.
7 minutes plus 1 lap then. First of 2 heats for our mighty Bambinos. 15 drivers ready to go. Here, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, waiting for those lights to go out. We are racing in the mighty Bambino O plate for 2025, and immediately it's a great start for both Teddy Smith and Zain Sofawoglu side by side as they run under the bridge for the first time. For those new to this circuit, we do have a crossover right up onto the top of this bridge now, and into the lead goes Zain Sofawoglu. So all of the fans tuning from Turkey are going to like the start, and this shot down towards hairpin number 1. Zain Sofawoglu in the lead of the race, heading towards the first hairpin. Nick Tandy's son there, Felix Tandy's had a good start. That's a pound in the pot for me now. That's 1-1 up to 4th place. You'll note his livery, the black and green of our Wera Tools partners. He is the Wera Tools Alliance Academy backed driver in this field. But also really good to see, Henry, all 15 drivers have made it to the grid. All 15 drivers have had a very good start. They all continue to run.
Yes, and already we've had our second lead change. Pole sitter Teddy Smith back into top spot. Sofawoglu slips back to P4. It's now a Richardson Chassis Engineering 1-2. The number 21 driver, Logan Edwards, now moves into P2. Felix Tandy, the E-plate holder, is third. Then a gap back to Sofawoglu, who is being pushed along by Luca Peed. Nico Wesolowski is P6. Heath Smith, who is currently leading the British Championship in MightE Bambinos. That runs at a different championship. It runs under the Kart Championship, but it is an official Motorsport UK British title. Smith, Sofawoglu and Tandy and Arthur Rhodes, who's not here this weekend, they're front runners in that championship. Earlier this year, Zain became the first Turkish driver to stand on a podium at a British Championship karting event, a Motorsport UK official class, and the chopping and changing is going on. Now we go into the Terry Fullerton S's. New leader, Zain Sofawoglu. There's Felix Tandy being helped along, I think that's by the number 27 of Nico Wesolowski. And this is going to be a slipstream battle all the way home. Hello to Cross-Eyed Lion, Dirk from Germany. Dirk, let me know, are you coming to Kart Masters again? You know, you wanted some encouragement last time. It's shaping up to be a fantastic Kart Masters. So many international entries. We've even got announcers coming over from the USA to make it even special, alongside Andrew Mather and myself. That's going to be in 2 weeks' time, Dirk. I hope you've got your plane ticket booked.
It's just heard in my ear. I think we've got 350 people watching from
Is that
around
all?
the world. So
Right.
share the broadcast out with your friends and family. Let them know that we've got racing here today. A little bit of a further look down the field, Henry. Good start for Arthur Thompson in this race as Felix Tandy has a little look down the inside into hairpin one. Answer Fwaglu has made the move, and Logan Edwards has got through as well. Still very early stages, though, in this race. 3.5 minutes to go. But as I say, we should note Arthur Thompson, kart number 48, up 4 places into the top 10. Also moving up the order, Frank Pearson in the number 10 is up 1 into 12th. And Sam Tester as well from Malta, who started at the back of this field, is making some progress, has gained 2 places, is up to 13th.
But look at the amount of drivers still in the lead battle. I think, Ocean Owen has dropped off to the back, and Briella Stevens, but we still have 13 of our 15 starters pretty much all together. Here they come. Well, there's now a group of 6 that have separated themselves. Tandy, Smith, Sofwoglu, Edwards, Heath Smith and Veselovsky. Then the gap back to Thompson in 7th, but then there's a huge gaggle behind him. Harper, Hitch, Peed, Pearson and Oakley Howlett side by side onto the bridge for 2nd, and Teddy Smith hangs on. Sofawoglu looks to the inside now with help from behind, and RCE have got 6 drivers in this race. Teddy Smith in the number 19 getting pushed back by 2 of his teammates, Logan Edwards and Heath Smith.
Good racing here in the Mighty Bambino category. I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how the drivers are keeping it on the road, looking very quick at the moment. It's very consistent pace as well. We're into the 1 minute 21s, which is similar to what we saw in timed qualifying. I think we've even gone quicker than we did in timed qualifying yesterday. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Remember, for those new to karting, when that timer in the top left-hand corner hits 0 minutes and 0 seconds, the next time the pack comes round, that's when the last lap board will be out. So I reckon we're going to have 2 more laps on time and then the +1. So 3 laps remaining if the pace is kept up here by Tandy, Sofwoglu, Edwards and Heath Smith there. That's your breakaway top 4 at the moment. So although Nico Wesolowski put a 1:20.87 in that time around and is going to rejoin this battle for the race lead. A little bit further down the order, Oakley Howlett's moving through, has got past Frank Pearson for 11th place, and Sofwoglu goes for the race lead. The door was open there into hairpin 1, and Sofwoglu is going to be your new race leader by the time they get to hairpin number 2. Tandy slots into 2nd place. Edwards still there in 3rd as they head once again, Henry, towards the Fullerton S's.
Yes, indeed. Through the Fullerton S's, 6 of them in a line. Great news. Dirk from Germany is coming to Kartmasters, Cross-Eyed Lion. We'll make sure that we get you on a paddock show, Dirk. Travelling as a spectator from Germany to the UK for Kartmasters here in 2 weeks. Love that. I will make sure that you have a really good special weekend in our paddock, Dirk. Meanwhile, we've got a special race brewing out on the circuit, Andrew. You can see there, here comes Sofawoglu with help from behind. Sofawoglu and Tandy. I think that we're going to be calling the names Sofawoglu, Tandy, Edwards, Smith together for the next 10 years in karting as they go up through the ranks. They've been fantastic rivals in the British Championship this year. Now they're on the Wera Tools Motorsport UK stage with Alpha Live, and they are doing a fantastic job. Sofawoglu has got to defend, however. The clock strikes 0. Next time around, we'll get the last lap board. What a move from Logan Edwards.
Brilliant stuff from Logan Edwards. Started this race on the 2nd row of the grid, but the door's going to be open there once again through hairpin number 2. So Sofawoglu goes back through. Heath Smith has cleverly worked away up to 2nd place now. Tandy on the outside there as they run through into the Fullerton S's for the penultimate time. There's still a lot of racing to go here. It's a long, long circuit at PF International. So Fwoglu defensive to the inside. Heath Smith trying to find a route down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. Not able to do so this time around. Tandy back into second place. This is a fantastic start to the mighty Bambino O-Plate for 2025. One more lap to go, Henry. So Fwoglu will see the last lap board first.
Yep, here we go. 1,400 metres remain. 6 drivers for the win. Sofawoglu and Tandy, second generation superstars. Smith, Edwards, Wesolowski and Teddy Smith. Oh, Tandy to the inside, wheel to wheel as they go across the bridge. That looks like it's going to be Heath Smith doing the crossover down the hill. Oh, Sofawoglu is going to get swamped now. He's back to P5. But watch on the outside line. How many will Teddy Smith get? The answer's none.
Bit of a wide moment there for Tandy, but Tandy gathered it up on the exit of hairpin number 1. This is another opportunity for the field to make overtakes. Number 19 to Teddy Smith trying to go around the outside there. Tandy now knows has got to go defensive through the next sequence of corners, through the Fullerton S's. Heath Smith still there in second place. Tandy gets down to the low side, blocks any kind of move for Heath Smith there into the Mike Wilson complex. Felix is checking over his shoulder, seeing is there going to be a run to the line here that makes him the first winner of the day. 2 more corners to go. Look how close it is as they come out of the final turn to the line. Felix Tandy, the E-plate holder, starts this O-plate meeting with a win in Heat 1. Felix Tandy wins by 0.05 of a second from Logan Edwards. Heath Smith in third. Zane Sofawoglu in fourth place. Sofawoglu, good points there for M Sport Karting. Fifth for Nico Wesolowski. And there's been a change. You can
see that results changed. They were so close across the line, Andrew.
I think a little bit of a jig of the timing there actually means that Heath Smith got over the line in second place. So it's Tandy, Smith, Edwards, Sofawoglu, Wesolowski, Teddy Smith 6th, Arthur Thompson was 7th, up 5 in that race. Elliot Hitch 8th, Luca Peed and Jack Harper completing the top 10. Oakley Howlett, Frank Pearson, Briella Stevens, Sam Tester and Ocean Owen bring us to a close. And I'm very glad to report all 15 drivers who started the race finished that race. A really, really good way to start the day, Henry.
And that was just Heat 1. Just Heat 1. And we'll wait now to see. There is Felix Tandy. This is the weigh bridge. This is making sure that every driver is on weight. They meet the minimum weight requirement. And there's the Borusan Automotive Motorsport backed driver. I've been watching some Turkish karting on YouTube. The HK Sport channel on YouTube, the Turkish Championship on there. Now we have a look as the rest of the field cross the line. I do like that graphics kit on Arthur Thompson's kart. Very, very nice indeed. Yes. Excellent opening race, Andrew Mather. Please, if you want to know the timetable for the day, you can go to the timetable that is on the motorsport-timing.co.uk. That is the timetable. The next time the mighty Bambino's out, I can hear we're doing our call to Turkey here.
So it's, I say, for time zones, we're going to do it in the UK, but we'll tell you what the time is now in the UK, so you can do the math. So it's 10:30 now.
In the UK.
In the UK. The next time we'll see the mighty Bambinos is 12:15. So an hour and 45 minutes till we see the Bambinos again. We're not quite done with them, though. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland for one of our Parc Ferme reports.
Well, that was a good start to our electric racing then. And Felix Tandy is your first mighty winner of this weekend, Felix. Looked like you were having fun out there. It was a busy race. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was a lot of fighting. So I was having to defend about everywhere.
Felix, good to speak to you and good luck for your next heat. Let's catch up with those highlights then and see that fighting and see where Felix was having to defend.
Well, yes, here's your highlights package. We're going to have trouble to squeeze all the highlights in because we had 3 different leaders. Zane Sofawoglu from the start. Then it was our pole sitter, Teddy Smith. Logan Edwards getting involved and Felix Tandy working his way up as well. Good opportunistic move there from Sofawoglu, who retook the lead at the Fullerton S's. Of course, the Terry Fullerton named by Ayrton Senna as his greatest ever rival. But it's Tandy and Sofawoglu who battled for the race lead. And again, the great respect between the drivers, leaving each other just enough racing room. But, of course, you know, the slipstreaming battle eventually came down. There was another move from Sofawoglu. Tandy looking across, and again, this is flat out, side by side, slipstreaming with each other. And I have to say, credit to Laura out there, our roaming camera woman. She is producing some of the great low-down shots of the day. As you can see, this is alternative angles to what you saw during the race themselves, a multi-camera replay. But of course, whilst Turkey now goes and waits and watches the next bunch of racing, let's bring you some of the sponsors that make this coverage possible.
Front of the grid then, and right behind me is Ansel Murray, a driver that's competed in the championship before but not in the electric racing. So let's throw up because the MightE cadets are up next.
They are indeed. Thank you, Nicole. The first of their 2 heats. 7 minutes plus 1 lap will be the order of things for the MightE cadets. And this is a newer category, isn't it, Henry?
Yes, indeed. And I wanted to say that, okay, we've got second-generation superstars in this race as well. But yes, so it's the same MightE power unit, obviously with a bit more power to go a little bit quicker in the cadet-sized chassis. Now, this is the PF Cup. This class is working towards official Motorsport UK approval for the rest of the, not for next year and beyond. Some very interesting stories in this race, the background of this. William Crombie, we talked about William at length yesterday, but we have got now, we in this Freddie Dye, Alanya Moore on the live chat. The son of James Dye, a Triumph Triple Champion winner. That would be bikes, yes? A Triumph Triple Cylinder bike champion. So let's have a look. There's a look into the eyes of Ansel Murray. It's MightE Cadet. It's up next.
So into heat number 1 then for MightE Cadet for their cup race. And it's Terence Mackay on pole position with Ansel Murray alongside on the front row. Harry Stinson from Northern Ireland starts on row 2, is joined by Noah Wicklow, who's having a go in the electric class here this weekend. Will Beattie and William Crombie form up the 3rd row of the grid. It's then Logan Jackson and Junie Wright on row 4.
Row number 5, Alfie Hennell and Ted Fry. Jax Wong from Hong Kong and Jacob Amos round out row number 6. Zach Parr and Freddie Dye on row 7. Chase Walmington on row number 8. The only driver here on a Sodi Kart chassis. I like this. The new generation of parents are getting in. So already we know a lot about these drivers, the RCE drivers, through their RCE media pack. But we're getting more and more emails about about driver profiles into the commentary box here. So, for example, Chase Wilmington he gave up football to do some karting.
He did.
And he's got a sponsor from Michigan, USA. Metalcraft Technologies, based in Michigan, an area of the USA that I know very well. Which is good to see. And I haven't seen a paddock. The only thing that they've let themselves down on, the Wilmingtons, is the fact that the paddock show, we have a thing in the UK called the paddock show pooches. And Chase has got 2 dogs here, neither of which presented themselves to us on the paddock show last night. Maybe next time.
Indeed, I say Chase here was sleeping out the trailer with his dad and the 2 dogs, and he's got a younger brother as well who's maybe going to be joining the MightE Bambino grid in the not too distant future.
Good.
The British South African family. So we'll be telling you many of the stories across the course of this race for these 15 drivers. Green flag in the air from Dan Ashton in his darts shirt. Darts nicknames in the chat, please. Away we go for heat number 1 in MightE Cadet. And it's a quick start as well for Mackay and for Murray. Ansel Murray, very experienced driver. We talked yesterday about how much history his family from India have in sports.
We didn't check out his granddad. His granddad played cricket for India. And we didn't check out his test match batting average. We'll have to consult. What's the cricket sort of the history book of cricket with all the stats in it?
The Wisden.
The Wisden, yes. We'll get the Wisden out. We'll get our Aggers and our test match special gate hat on later on to find out about Ansel Murray's granddad. And I just found out Pam Wilmington, who I'm assuming is Miss Chase's mum, great name for a dog. Their dog's called Barry.
Excellent.
Love that. All right, Barry, how you doing, son? You all right? Here we go.
6 minutes of this race to go. It's been a steady start for the MightE Cadets. Let's count them through at the end of lap 1. It's RCE as a team in the lead of this one in the hands of Ansel Murray. TJ Mackay is holding second place at the moment. Harry Stinson there in third. William Crombie fourth. Noah Wicklow currently in the top 5 as Stinson has a go for second place and has got it. So good work there from Harry Stinson. Up and round the bowl. William Crombie's on the move there. Mackay not too happy about things off of the bridge there, but look at Ansel Murray starting to break away there in the lead. Yes,
now Ansel's one of the drivers that regular viewers of the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Championship will be familiar with. Racing in Micromax, I believe. Yep. He races in. Several other of these drivers race in other classes, but are trying this as part of the MightE Cadets sort of graduation from guest category into fully blown, fully approved Motorsport UK category, which I think is probably on the cards in the next year or two. I am absolutely sure, because the only Motorsport UK Bambino class, official class next year, will be the MightE Bambinos. But yeah, Ansel Murray, and it is harder than you think. Going from an internal combustion engine, like a Rotax engine or an IAME engine, to an electric powertrain. Obviously, the power delivery is much different, but the weight and the lap times are very, very similar. So, at the end, when the stopwatch stops, the lap times are similar. You just get around the circuit in a somewhat different fashion.
Into hairpin number 1 there, and through into a good battle here. This is the likes of Mackay and Wicklow. Fans of William Crombie, don't worry, I think his transponder's just having a little bit of a wobble, so he's still there, high up the order.
Now, I would say Terence Mackay, we mentioned this yesterday. He's Irishman. but likes to go by the name by TJ.
Yes.
Sounds like the hero of a 1980s American cop show. You know, so we need, he needs like a theme tune. He needs like a fancy, needs like a fancy sort of livery on a graphic for himself. You know, we talk about TJ Mackay,
and of course,
crime fighter by night, go-kart racer by day. Yes,
you could almost have like
he can't drive a Tesla. I refuse. No.
I was going to
cop
suggest
drives
a
Tesla.
little electric speaker to act as ballast that plays the theme tune as he goes
yes.
down the circuit.
I think that's an excellent idea. Freddie Dye is. Freddie Dye, he's moved
places.
up to 10th position at the moment. Chase Warmington up to 14th place. The whole field separated by less than 9 seconds at the moment. There is William Crombie chasing Ansel Murray, both with the RCE team, although Murray with a white crash helmet, Crombie with a green crash helmet. And then you've got, now, is that the official sort of MightE livery that several of the other, because of course a lot of these are prepared in-house. There are several teams that have got involved. MJR Racing running Noah Wicklow, RCE we've talked about already. But then there are privateer drivers, and obviously it will grow. But as this class is being, MightE are doing, and it's Harry Stinson's dad. He's the managing director. Is Johnny Stinson. They're obviously, the company are working very hard. They need to get powertrains out there in go-karts. The good news is there's 7 different types of chassis being run, which shows how adaptable these cars are.
Now, I want to have a little first Alpha Live camera challenge of the day after this moment here, as Stinson goes down the inside of Crombie. They get a little bit compromised, and that's a lovely move from Mackay up to P2.
You can lean over and shout at your rivals in these classes. You go, "Oi! Not now! Get in behind me!" You don't have to signal. You can literally talk to your rival.
I would like to find the number 12 Kart, which is at the front of the second group that's having a really good battle with Logan Jackson in the number 12, Alfie Hennell in this battle for 8th place. We've had some lovely bits of information come in.
Yes, there he is.
From parents, from guardians, from team members. So thank you to Nicola Jackson for sending this in to give us a bit of an introduction to Logan as a driver. We talked yesterday a lot about the accessibility of this format from a parent's perspective, maybe not as mechanically minded or experienced as others. I love this story with Logan Jackson. Logan is 12 years old. He's from Macclesfield up in Cheshire. Was diagnosed with autism and ADHD at the age of 5. What Nicholas sent is that the electric karting's been great for him because it's not got the noise.
Yes.
And that really helps the accessibility for people diagnosed with autism and ADHD to get on circuit. I think that's absolutely fantastic.
That's very true. I mean, when I worked with Bobby Thompson, the British Touring Car Championship, and there was a young lad with severe autism, but he was a massive touring car fan. And we brought him into the garage, and he had his headphones on, and of course, he loved it until we started the engine up. And then it was game over. So the fact that it is quiet and peaceful, drivers can concentrate. So again, another area where electric karting is more accessible for not only families but for drivers that may have certain conditions where the noise isn't something that they cope with very well. It's a bit of a challenge. I've got to, but now also is a bit of a problem is the fact that Logan is he's certainly not shy about defending his position. However, as we watch him battle with, is that Jack Swong or Junior Wright? Jack Swong was the driver.
Alfie Hennell. Hennell's transponders had a bit of a moment.
Back at the front.
Very
this is
good racing. Really good racing here. Crombie holding on to second place now. Ansel Murray still in the lead of this race. Mackay there in third. Stinson fourth, and Noah Wicklow still not too far behind.
Yes, don't call him Wilco. Don't call him Wilco. He'll get upset.
And we could well have another. We had 6 karts in the battle for the lead as Crombie goes down the inside of Murray. William Crombie, who another driver who has raced many years in the Bambino categories, and I say it's very young age for the Bambino drivers. One of the big advantages for them is that by the time they get to a cadet age, they've already raced for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, indeed. Now, let's have a little look. There is now Murray. He, as he starts the final lap after leading most of the race, now has to attack. He has to attack his teammates. Wheel to wheel, 2 RCE karts side by side onto the bridge. Murray will not have the line. Oh, Crombie sticks it in there, going through turn number 4. Good brave move there from Crombie, and that has forced Murray back to third. But look at the outside. The driver with the black nose cone, the third of the RCE chassis, Noah Wicklow, now comes into play. And it doesn't it doesn't matter what power unit you put in these go-karts. They got the racing bit right. You know, you get the racing bit right, and then everything else will fall into place afterwards. And just because it's a guest class doesn't mean that the race directors and the officials around the circuit are keenly watching. So this result will be provisional, but it's going to be, who's that coming out? It's the number 70 of TJ Mackay. No, it's the 78, sorry, of Harry Stinson. Well done, Henry. Get the name right to start with. Harry Stinson takes the win from William Crombie, Noah Wicklow, Ansel Murray, and then TJ Mackay. Will Beattie, 6th, 1.09 seconds, separating the top 6. So the MightE, so Johnny Stinson, you've got the racing right. You've got the powertrain that allows the racing to be excellent. And then everything else falls into place. If you haven't got the on-track product right, it doesn't matter what else goes wrong, but they've got it right, which is great to see.
Really good stuff there from the MightE cadets. Stinson from Crombie, from Wicklow, Murray, Mackay, Beattie, your top 6. Junior Wright, Alfie Hennell, Logan Jackson and Jax Wong, all in the top 10. Jacob Emmis came home in 11th, the driver from Brentwood in Essex. Freddie Dye up 2 spots to 12th. Zachary Parr finishes that first race of the MightE Cadet Day in 13th. Chase Wilmington, P14. Ted Fry coming home P50.
Jacob Amis from Brentwood Karting.
Yes.
Brentwood Karting. A lot of good drivers come out of Brentwood Karting. I was at Campios for the Sony World Series International Finals. You had Jude Puddyfoot, the Duck, from Brentwood. Quack, quack. And they call him the Duck. Roman Curtis, Jackpot, Jack Williamson, all from Brentwood Karting, doing very well in rental kart racing at the unofficial rental kart sort of world championships. Yeah, so good place. And lovely people that run the place as well.
I'd say I've had the pleasure of coming across a lot of the Brentwood team in Club 100. A lot of them come through into that part of the world. It's a hotbed of talent. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, where our talented drivers have come in, and we've got Nicole Sutherland down there to meet them.
Harry Stinson takes your first MightE Cadet win, and I've got Harry to jump out of the kart straight away to catch up with him. Harry, good race between you and the other drivers. It got a bit busy at like that midpoint in the race. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it's a tough grid. Everyone's very aggressive, and I just managed to squeeze through. And I took first place.
And Harry, I can see by your helmet, you've already got the MightE logo on there, which shows you've raced in this before. You've got probably big interest. Can you tell me a bit about your MightE racing before this weekend?
Yeah, well, I'm the tester for the MightE karts, and I do it over in Ireland, and I just help develop the karts and stuff for MightE.
And this weekend at PF then, Harry, what have you thought of the track so far? What's it like compared to when you drive the MightE over in Ireland?
Yeah, it's a great track. There's plenty of grip, and I love this track.
Well, Harry, well done on that heat win. We'll head up to the best bits of that race then and see how Harry pulled it off.
We will indeed. So your highlights from race number 17 of the weekend, the first heat for the MightE Cadet in their cup race here today. Very good start for Ansel Murray, led in the early stages. William Crombie holding in second place. But such is the beauty of PF International with its long straights. Many of the drivers really happy to be racing here this weekend. The privilege of racing at PFI in cadet racing, you never can really break away from the rest of the field. This was a moment between Stinson and Crombie into hairpin number 2. TJ Mackay having a good race as well across the course of those 7 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, and what, of course, with the electric power unit, the worrying thing is, at this circuit, will you be able to slipstream and draft and will it race like an internal combustion kart race? And yes, it does. The same issues apply. The same things you have to deal with as drivers, the race management, working together. And that was the rather, aggressive move there from Stinson, but it also got a little bit lively further back. But yeah, they race just like the other classes. So the drivers still have to do that. If Carlsberg did Sundays, what a better place in the world, to have a sit on the bank, in your hat, watch your grandchild, I'm assuming, race around, the Lincolnshire countryside.
Brilliant.
I love that. It almost brings a lump to your throat to watch that. If I get that far in life, and my grandchild, if I'm lucky enough to have them, competes in the sport, that's what I would be spending my Sundays. Beautiful, beautiful image. Not quite as beautiful. Yeah, they are the honourable little oiks. No, they're not honourable little oiks at all. They're the water swift contenders. Some of them. There we go. Some aura farming going on there. Excellent work. Excellent work.
I've learnt a lot about aura farming this week.
It's
you always learn something each weekend when you come to a racetrack. And
yes.
Keep an eye on the socials on the Rear Tools British Kart Championships platforms. There's some bits coming regards that trend at the moment. There's Luke Narroway on the grid, a little bit higher up the order than yesterday. So for all of these drivers, they raced yesterday. They had a championship round. It's their 5th of the year. What I like about these double headers for the IAME X30 categories, it gives everybody a little bit of a chance to go again and put right any wrongs that happened on Saturday. Because the driver that I think we're going to do an onboard lap with him now, he had a very wrong day yesterday to start with, came good at the final. So Chester Fawkes, this is how far, he didn't get this far in Heat 1. He got as far as there in Heat 2, started last in the final, but this is coming out of the pits, under the bridge. I think he's following the number 182 car of Henry Clark. So, into turn 3 now, you can see the difference in temperatures, the difference in the colour of the sky, down the hill. The grip level is really, really insane. But again, just sit on the rear bumper. You've got to lift off a bit earlier, get on the power earlier to work with the driver in front of you. Into hairpin number 2. These laps were from the free practice sessions on Friday, during FP3 actually, when they had the brand new tyres on for the first time session of the day. This is a really tricky part of the course. Through the Fullerton S's, you've got to carry as much speed as possible into this corner, Bobby Game corner. Then immediately you're into the Mike Wilson complex. Little bit of a slide there for Fawkes on those new tyres, just bringing them up to temperature. Round the final chicane, again carrying as much speed as possible out of that final corner. I love going and standing down at that final corner, just on the inside. Using the curve. The canopy, you can feel the raw sound as well as they're going over the curbs. It's a really, really good place to stand. Obviously, for our spectators, can't go there because it's inside the hot area. But no, really good lap there from Chester Fawkes. As we say, Water Swift out for their first heat of the day in the not too distant future. We'll take a short break here on your broadcast and be back for more very soon.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to live pictures here at PF International for the second day of racing at Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you today with Nicole Sutherland down in the pits and Parc Ferme. We're getting ready for race number 18 of the weekend. First heat of a new round for IAME Water Swift. So their 6th round of the British Kart Championship season starts for them here. And once again, a very, very competitive grid. There's yesterday's winner, Austin Ozzy Gibson in the number 5 kart. Did mean that Gibson has moved up in the championship standings. Austin Newstead is still your championship leader overnight. Colby Patterson second, George Clark, Ozzy Gibson as mentioned, and George House all in the top 5. With a circuit that many of the drivers know very, very well, this is going to be a key day. There is George House, who's been leading in the IAME Euro Series X30 Mini category as well so far this year. Ethan Owen in the 127 had a bit of a tough day yesterday, but again, these double headers give drivers the chance to bounce back. Keep an eye on this driver here, Mason Brooks.
Yes.
Won one of the rounds here last year in this category, so we know he's got the credentials to get a good result here today. There's Johnston Stewart in the 173. Brother and sister duo Johnston and Andy both in this race. In fact, I think Andy Stewart is just a little bit further, 2 rows back on the grid here. There's
yes,
Andy.
she is.
There she is there, both racing out of Northern Ireland. 33 drivers in total for this one today. No Harry Williams. Unfortunately, we were hoping to see the O-plate holder racing this weekend, but
not
has been a
medically
withdrawal.
cleared.
Yes.
Not medically cleared to race. I was looking back there. Ilias Sami. He didn't go out in warm-up. I'm hoping that Ilias is there. He didn't go out in qualifying, rather. There's a couple of handshakes. All brand new tyre. Well, they were brand new for qualifying this morning. The Comet tyre that all these drivers use, and of course you could see the different teams in the background. You could see Stuart Lyons, who runs the TCR UK Championship, championship that ex-Kart Masters champion Finn Leslie. Now TCR UK, they have a junior graduate scholarship drive that Finn Leslie, I believe, got and has done very, very well in his graduation to touring cars. There is Ida O'Brien, the privateer driver, with the KL Grice engines, and again, it's the different engine builders that we've got here. We've got obviously S-Sport, we've got Shocks. I see Johnny McDonald this morning with lots Grice engines, a load of different engine tuners as well as teams and chassis. We're going to see who comes out on top very shortly.
Here we go then for round number 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for IAME Water Swift, and a bit of a different look to the front of the field. It's an OMS Racing lockout. Oscar Kenny on pole position. Knight measures alongside on that front row. Third in the final yesterday, Austin Newstead starts in that same spot. Is joined by Alfie Davidson, who won here last year in Water Swift Restrict on his way to that title. Mason Hibbert and Chester Borks, they're on row number 3. Christian Kobe and Colby Patterson, they go from row 4.
Row number 5, Ozzie Gibson and Jensen Ackerman, Daniel Ferguson for the BMR team, and Evolve Motorsports, Luca Narroway on row 6. George House and the Roots, I hope is on fire today. James Roots qualifying better than he did yesterday. George Clark and Charlie Clough are next.
Ethan Owen and Henry Clark are starting this race from row number 9. Mason Brooks and Alessandro Salas are wrapping out the top 20. Johnston Stewart and Danny Dempsey go from row 11. Nathaniel Hodges did a lot of overtaking yesterday. He's joined on row 12 by Margaris Kovetskis. Running through the rest of the order, Andy Stewart and Orion Meta on row 13. Joseph Davis and Ethan Robinson on row 14. Sophie Campbell and Jack Harney complete the top 30. Ada O'Brien and Ruben Sagu on the penultimate row of the grid. Ilyas Sami, it does not look like is taking the start, has not tripped through on our timing as out on circuits. I do hope that Ilyas is okay. That's a developing story for us here in the box. So real shame, because he's been making very good progress in recent weeks and months.
Right, new team boss, OMS, Danny Curl. He's got his drivers up front. Now the next thing is how to keep them up front in a high-speed game of tactical chess. You know, the easy bit is done. Now the hard bit, how to manage a race where you control things from the start. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and already a good start from the inside of row 2. Austin Newstead, the 1-1-2, don't get, and they've clattered into him from behind, and I'm looking up there, one cart has been overturned, but the driver is getting out. And there are other drivers helping him. The marshals are already there. 2 carts, in fact, rolling. Both drivers up and out and walking away. Unaided, not limping, walking away. So we'll get name checks on them next time by. There's a full course caution.
So Jensen Ackerman was the initial spinner. Also not through sector number 1 yet. Andy Stewart, Joseph Davis, Ethan Robinson, Jack Harney and Ruben Sagu also delayed, but now running again. Danny Dempsey was involved. Mason Brooks also got caught out a little bit higher up. So yeah, I think initially, of course, it was Ackerman spinning. We saw that. And then from Mason Brooks backwards, everybody was just trying to avoid the accident. That is good to see.
There we go.
Ethan Robinson just sitting down there on the grass. Looks okay.
Do you know what? Look what I like. The marshalling team here. Now they're the paramedics. The marshalling team sitting with the drivers, chatting to them because it's
a
okay.
lot of adrenaline will be flowing.
The shocks. The marshals doing an excellent job. Just sitting there. Hey, how's it going? Hey, that was a fun one, wasn't it? Just to make sure that the driver knows. Yeah, the drivers know. Hey, what day is it? Where are? They'll ask you. Okay, everything all right? Yeah. They'll get little bits of information out of the driver to ascertain whether there's any potential concussion, potential sort of shock factor. That's really, really good. That's some of the marshalling training that you get, when you become a Motorsport UK official.
Another little note there, really good work by the marshals. Jack Harney's helmet very much looked like it had done the job, but initially just been checked over, making sure, seeing if there's any damage to it that might need to be looked at by the technical team later on. We're under slow procedure, sorry Henry, but with Oscar Kenny in the lead of this race, this is one way for the OMS team to hold the front positions for a moment. So what we will do in this period, we will wait to see whether we go static yellows through the final couple of corners. That's not going to happen yet. There's a quite clearly waved yellow flag right in front of us here in the commentary box over start line, so we'll have at least one more lap of slow procedure. This is similar to those in British karting who've maybe not had a chance to watch as much European racing. This is effectively what's replaced Battenberg flags. So this is an alignment with what we've been seeing in the FIA Championships for a while, in IAME Euro Series as well. So we will wait to see The waved yellow flags go to a static position through the last sector, which I think is going to happen on this lap. Not quite here. This is, of course, sector number 1. Keep an eye on whether we do go static yellows from the Fullerton S's outwards. That is the signal to the drivers to say, get ready, get in line, let's have a fair start. Let's not have what happened at the Silverstone Grand Prix last week. With a bit of a near miss. Let's have a good clean run to the green flag. So yes, we are now static yellows through the final sector. So it's over to Oscar Kenny to unlike his namesake. Sorry, I'm having a real Piastri bash at the moment. Get it right here. Through the final couple of corners. This looks pretty good. It's not breaking away. Green flag, back to racing. Oscar Kenny will lead from night measures. Mason Hibbert in third, Austin Newstead fourth. The race is back underway. Effectively, Henry, becomes a 4-minute sprint.
Yeah, and Teddy Roberts asking, is everyone okay? Yes, is the answer. Everyone is absolutely fine. And here comes the Fusion freight train. Night measures has taken the lead, and Oscar Kenny finds himself down in 4th or 5th position, now trying to regain that plot spot and go back to P3. I keep them when I see Night Measure, I think of Night Moves, that Bob Seger record. For those record, oh dear, show my age there. Into second position, Mason Hibbert, Mason's grandparents watching from Cape Verde like they were yesterday. And Mason is having a storming start. Kenny is still there in third. Then it's the number 5 kart of Gibson, followed by Christian Kobe.
Good for Mason Hibbert in terms of form on a Sunday. 7 days ago, he was the winner of the Trent Valley Kart Club round here. It was very different conditions, of course, very wet conditions 7 days ago. A lot of the drivers in this category in particular used that event. Some of them are TVKC regulars, but a lot of them use it as a bit of a pre-round. Gibson down the inside. That's lovely stuff from Austin Gibson. That puts Gibson up to third place, who really looks to be getting a bit of momentum going, as is Chester Forks, up 22 positions in the final yesterday. There he is in the blue and black Argenti liveried machine. But he's also now with OMS Racing. That's a change mid-season. It's the change at the front of the field. Hibbert down the inside of night measures. Beautiful stuff there. Gibson is through as well. Here comes the Fusion train. Christian Kobe also now on the move up to P3, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Look at this train coming down into Bobby Game Corner. Kobe had a rough day yesterday. For those who haven't watched the paddock show yet, you'll see Austin Newstead, who is currently running P6. He took on the Wera Tools tyre challenge and then decided to show Christian Kobe how it was done. It was great to see during the paddock show last night. Newstead, well, he knows how to keep the tyres bolted on the kart. He knows how to wheel it as well. New fastest lap, 102.94 for driver number 4, the baby-faced assassin, Austin Newstead. The lead group, with the back of this lead group, you've got Luca Narroway and Daniel Ferguson. The top 10, nose to tail, with 90 seconds to go. And now it's a Fusion 1, 2, 3. And Ozzie Gibson takes the lead away from Mason Hibbert.
Good stuff there from Gibson a little bit further down the field. Great progress for Margaris Kovetskis on the Apollo kart. Seb Algieri on the tools for him, up 11 places, up to 13th place. I love to see that, a new chassis. It's going to be a bit of a development work for that Apollo chassis.
It's a Zip Apollo.
It's a Zip Apollo. It's still within its homologation, but I do know that a lot of work for the next generation Zip Apollo is being done with Kovetskis, who's come up through the ranks of the Motorsport UK karting pathway. So keep an eye on that 152, brilliantly liveried as well. Yes. Not just because it's red, white and black, but it's on the move.
It's got a Sheffield
P14.
United livery, but I also believe that it's, I think the livery is a Danger UK graphics. Now, earlier in the year, Margaris Kovetskis, he had the Danger graphics. I believe, even though he's changed, I hope the Apollo is still a Danger. High voltage. That's my singing for the morning. Not done, but that's the first little sing-song out the way. Yes.
On the playlist. Plus 5 second penalty for George House. It's been a really tough weekend in race trim for George House. But we know his tenacity. We know his ability to come back strong after difficulties in a race weekend. So don't ever count George House out. But he is he's at the front of the next big group in 11th place at the moment. This group 10 drivers covered by 2 seconds. They will see the final lap board now. Ozzy Gibson was in this position yesterday in the final. Can he start his 6th round of the season with a heat win? Remember, championship points will come later on today.
Getting shuffled wide, sorry Andrew. He went for the move, and look at the Fusion freight train, you know. Oh, they've done this for so long. It's you know, it's a beautiful thing to see if you're a Fusion fan and a Fusion team boss. Drivers working together. Didn't always work together very nicely yesterday. Here comes Chester Fawkes. Now, even though Chester Fawkes is in a different livery, he's part of the Argenti driver development program. He is an OMS driver. So, 3 wide thing, and look at the Apollo, the Zip Apollo. There's Daniel Ferguson also getting involved. The BMR restart kart.
Very good stuff there from Daniel Ferguson, who had podiums here last year. But from yesterday to today, this is good stuff from Austin Gibson. As long as he can get out of the final corner, he's going to take the first win of the day in Water Swift. Gibson, maximum score through this first heat. Mason Hibbert second, and Austin Newstead again. This is what I'm really liking to see from Austin Newstead this year. He didn't quite have it in 2024. The consistency's there now. He's getting, okay, can't always win. Oh, is that Joseph Davis is out of the race on the last lap. But a very good result there for Fusion Motorsport. A top 4 lockout with Christian Kobe. Chester Fawkes, that's what Chester can do. P5, that is a much better start to his round here today versus 24 hours ago. Daniel Ferguson, P6. Knight Measures, Alfie Davidson, Luca Narroway and Oscar Kenny all in the top 10 there. George House P11, but as we say, has got a +5 second penalty, which unfortunately is going to drop George down, I reckon, to around 19th place. George Clark will inherit 11th place as a result of that. Margaris Kovetskis was your biggest mover, the Lithuanian driver, up to P13, 11 places gained on the road, and he will pick up another one as a result of House's penalty. Charlie Clough, P14, ahead of Mason Brooks. Great recovery there from Mason Brooks. He was involved in the first corner incident, so to get back into the top 15, that's tremendous from Mason. Colby Patterson, P16. That's not a good start for the driver currently second in the championship.
And he, where did he start, Colby Patterson? That's a great. We didn't mention it. Yeah, so obviously he was delayed at the start a little bit, but didn't feature at all. You know, that is a shame. But looking further down the order, apart from the driver, Joseph Davies, we lost on the last lap. Obviously, Ethan Robinson and Jack Harney. There's Ash Whiteman. Bringing the number 181 kart of Jack Harney back, and also the 123, the DMS, the Daily Motorsport kart. There is the DMS kart behind. The main thing is drivers walking with the driver. Okay, you know, they've given their mechanics something to do, but yeah, A-OK.
Credit to the chassis manufacturers.
Yes.
Credit to the marshalling and safety team here at TVKC.
Absolutely.
Credit to the teams and the mechanics as well for how well they bolt these drivers together. We saw there were a lot more than 2 drivers involved in that incident, but we only had 2 retirements.
And
so
everyone else,
very good to see.
Everyone else got back and finished. That's the main thing, because there was a lot of concern on the live chat, which is good to see. You know, asking who rolled and are they okay, which is great to see. We don't tend to show replays of bad accidents. We don't do clickbait here at Alpha Live. We are professional. Nicole Sutherland. Speaking of professional, Nicole Sutherland is down in the pit lane to chat to some of the drivers. Oh, T4.
Austin, I think you've started today then how you left yesterday with another win. What was it like out there? Looks pretty busy.
Yeah, it's very busy. Everyone's just scrapping hard. We just got to keep our cool when we lose a few positions and then come back at the end, so yeah.
And the scrapping out there, you know, all the fighting that's going on. Do you actually think on a Sunday, even though it's a double header and technically the format is identical, do you actually think that you see more of that on Sunday's racing compared to a Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was basically warm-up for this day. Because this year's now double headers, last year it wasn't. I think it's a lot better, 2 chances of winning now.
Well, 2 chances on the winning, and it looks like after that heat win, you're on the right path. Well done, Austin. We'll head back up then, because we've got more races coming up next.
On to Senior X30 then for the start of their 6th round of the season. And like yesterday, Gus Lawrence will start the heats from pole position. Freddie Lloyd alongside on the front row of the grid, Zach Green, and the winner from yesterday, Harrison Mackie, form at row 2. Tristan Powell continuing to show his level of performance is joined on row 3 by one of our international wildcards this weekend. Otto Pikkanen of Finland starts P6. Morgan Moore, back in racing trim today, is joined by his compatriot Jack Buckley. That's row 4.
Morgan Moore took his tyres at a park firmly yesterday, and that was a no-no. Harry Cottrell and Harrison Whitcomb on row number 10. Roxanne Latinga and Aaron Brown are on row number 6. William Antrobus and Lewis Bird. Great to see Lewis back today. Hope everything's okay. Reese Newburn and Sam Branston on row number 8.
Joey Brown and Nigel Tillett go from 9. CJ Bennett and Theo Lestrange on an all-Irish row 10. Laith Khan had a big crash on Friday, has got a row 11 start for this one alongside Sam Lewis. João Castro, good qualifying there from João on row number 12, is joined by Thomas Gray. Rest of the field, Liam Carabello on debut and Dylan Patel row 13. Oliver Harris and Jack Nettleship, the rocket ship, will go from row 14. Luca Mann and Harrison Morrow on row 15. Michael Gray and Gabriel Stilp down on row 16.
Issues.
Mo Hilal will complete the 33 strong field. Oh, now it's not 33. I think we're missing Tristan Powell. The 388 is not showing as out on track on our screens, and I cannot see, although it might just be my eyes, the 388 out there. We're racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very boisterous start into the first couple of corners. The seniors had their elbows out yesterday. Something tells me Sunday is going to be pretty similar. Good start for one of the Croc promotion carts. It's Otto Pikkanen, is up to P4 already. Very strong driver in the IAME Euro Series. Why is he here? He's here having a go before Kart Masters in a few weeks' time. He's dealing with another driver who we've seen a lot of in the IAME Euro Series. Harrison Mackie down the inside, takes P4 back. But it's Lawrence from Green, from Lloyd. What happened there?
That was Pikkanen picking the wrong moment to attack there in the number 6-5. No, that was Roxanne Latinga in the second of the Croc, another one of the Croc carts. I did see Gabriel Stilp's car outside the Motorsport UK awning this morning. Obviously an issue. I was there with Tristan Powell. I'm not quite sure what was going on there either. Spoke to Mark Litchfield. They have been working very, very hard. New workshop now, new dyno room for the MTL team. The results are paying off. There's Harrison Whitaker making a move. I'm glad to see that they all took heed from yesterday's racing. I thought, a nice calm start to the morning. Nicole has some information maybe about why we haven't got Tristan Powell on the track.
Right then, boys, not sure how much you've discussed about Gabe Stilp yet. It's a 12th place gain so far within this race, but the reason why he's starting so far down the order, he failed to get off the grid during qualifying. He didn't miss the gate, he was in his grid spot, but technical gremlins meant he couldn't put in a lap.
Thank you, Nicole. We hadn't discussed that, but thanks to our eyes on the ground, Nicole Sutherland. Great work there. Thank you, Nicole. Now Stilp will be on a mish.
Zach Green going for the race lead. Gus Lawrence compliant there, so new race leader at the start of lap number 3. And here goes Lloyd. This is where the championship battle really is at the moment. Mackie's going to have a go as well. They're all ganging up on Gus Lawrence on his home turf. And here comes Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore is going to have the bit between his teeth here today to put right what went wrong yesterday. He's having a good fight with another a driver who's very familiar with. Morgan Moore's been doing some good racing out in Europe the last couple of years. Back here in British form, fighting with Otto Pikkanen there for P5. Harry Cottrell having a great run as well here, Henry. I've been very impressed with the S8 racing team this weekend. They were very quick in free practice on Friday. It is another team that are very familiar with the circuit. They've got one of the garages here in the paddock, but that TB kart
the
that's
Mean
being
Green
developed
machine
is starting to run very quickly indeed. Keep an eye on him there in 7th place.
Yep, the Mean Green for TB kart. And there is going through the Lewis Bird, again, good to see the number 5 kart on track today. Yeah, we mentioned Morgan Moore. Obviously, there are the rules in the Motorsport UK Wera Tours British Championship. Your race tyres we call them Parc Fermé tyres. That means that whenever you leave Parc Fermé, you have to take your tyres off. They're put on a spike and you collect them before the next race. In all the rush yesterday, Morgan's dad just sort of wandered out of the gate with the tyres still on. He quickly turned around and came back in. Unfortunately, you know, that's a no-no. And again, the officials' hands are tied at that point. Morgan took it, you know, and it's happened to other drivers before, you know, and the best mechanics are just, you know, sometimes you just forget. So, yeah.
I wonder with the heat as well yesterday, it's so tough on everybody that, yeah, those mistakes can be made. But
I'm told that Morgan was still smiling. He's always smiling. Morgan Moore. Oh, dear. That is a big one. That is number 618. That's Mohammed Hilal for the OMS team, who has, and there is... issues
Dylan Patel and Luca Mann are out of this race.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's Gary Walker, one of the technical scrutineers here. Now, Mo Hilal walking away. He's one of 2 drivers from Bahrain. Again, Rashid Al-Mamari, one of the best Bahraini drivers of the last 10 years, is here coaching and working with them. They're here, again, to prepare for Kart Masters. So we're going to have a huge international event. I hope Mo is okay. And there is a rather frustrated looking, I mean, he's so frustrated he's even getting his own kart trolley, is Dylan Patel.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a difficult run for Dylan Patel so far this season. Change of leader. Freddie Lloyd has got down the inside of Zach Green going into the banking, round up onto the bridge. A brilliant move through the pole there. Freddie Lloyd, who took a brilliant double victory at GYG the last time out in this championship. He knows he's going to have a really, really strong challenge here from Green, from Lawrence, who's back up to 3rd place. Mackie has to go down the inside. Oh, that is a very bold move from Harrison Mackie, but he's not afraid to pull those off, and he made it work. Through has gone Morgan Moore as well into P4. This is looking like a good performance at the moment for the premium karting team. They are running 1 and 4 until that moment there.
Morgan Moore, 5-second penalty, but at least he's on track, which is more than what can be said for the driver that is currently with Nicole Sutherland down in pit lane.
Retirements then for Patel and Mann. For Patel, it's front end damage, and for Luca Mann, that back bumper has actually fallen off.
2 drivers retire at the same time, one with no back bumper and one with front end damage. I've never been accused of being the sharpest knife in the drawer, but there may be a correlation there between the two. Thank you very much, Nicole, once again. And back at the front, Morgan Moore with a 5-second penalty now loses a place to, who was that going past Morgan Moore? Was that Harrison Mackie? Yes. Third. So Freddie Lloyd leads for premium karting. Zach Green for the Jamie Green Racing team 2nd. Then this scrap for 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road. Mackie, Moore and reigning champion Gus Lawrence. Then a little gap back to Jack Buckley. Aaron Brown is next, the only driver that builds and tunes his own engine. Excellent engine tuner there, you know, bit of mayo as well, tuner and mayo in the Aaron Brown kart there. Otto Pikkanen into the top 10, and then, well, he was the flying mullet until he had a haircut, and now he's just William Antrobus. He's 10th, however.
Gabriel Stilp gained 20 places, just to mention that for a moment. We'll be back with this, though, because Morgan Moore got down the inside of Lawrence there. Oh, that is fantastic from Jack Buckley. Yes. This is more like it from the Mick Barrett Racing boys. They had a difficult day yesterday. We'll wait to see what they can do in the junior category coming up soon. Warning for the number 5 of Lewis Bird, but that was beautiful from Jack Buckley. Read it perfectly, knew there was going to be a cutback out of hairpin number 2, and is now going to go on the attack potentially for 3rd place in this race. 2 more laps to go. 5-second penalty for the 3:42 of Gabriel Stilp, so that will undo some of the work that Gabriel has done so far in this race. Keeping an eye on those just outside the top 10. Joey Brown's having a decent run in that kind of purplish helmet, as here's a change for the lead once again. Zach Green down the inside of Freddie Lloyd. Takes it through hairpin number 1, but it's not going to be done there.
The crossover. Green and Lloyd once again. Lloyd looking back to the inside. Green makes the move. Ooh, now it's the double defensive move there that I don't like. I gotta say, well, I don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's just it's not. It's been written into the rules this year. As they continue to lead. However, the more they battle, the closer that Harrison Mackie and the flying Jack Buckley will get. Now, it's been a bad lap for Harry Cottrell. I was about to say the mean green TV machine of Harry Cottrell, the S8 racing driver. He was 7th, and now he's fallen quite a ways back from this league group, but the pace is obviously there for S8 racing. Looking further back, Harrison Whitcomb only in 13th position at the moment. So the driver that could have left the last round. Oh, no.
Castro, a lot of damage there.
Oh, dear. The Praga chassis has that's taken a go-kart across the front of it. The main thing is Joao is okay. Probably a bit upset, but physically fine.
Final lap board has been shown then. Zach Green is going to bring this one home for a race victory. Not part of the championship battle yet, but this is good stuff from Zach Green. He takes heat 1 here today for round number 6. Lloyd 2nd, Mackie 3rd. Buckley and Lawrence complete the top 5. Morgan Moore on his first racing appearance of the weekend, P6. Aaron Brown, Otto Plikkonen, William Androbus and Joey Brown all in the top 10, but a bit of a topsy-turvy race there for many a driver. Harry Cottrell had the technical flag at the end there. Excellent sunglasses indeed.
Yes.
For Zach Green. He'll be happy with that one, as will the whole Jamie Green racing effort. Gabriel Still, P11, but should note does have a +5 second penalty. These results are, of course, provisional at this stage. Harrison Whitcomb, we should mention, he's actually championship leader overnight due to result changes off the back of the final yesterday. So it's going to be a battle for Whitcomb to keep hold of that championship lead. He was 12th. Harry Cottrell, Archie Tillett and CJ Bennett all in the top 15. Lewis Bird, good to see him racing here today, P16.
Yes.
Sam Branston, Sam Lewis, Leith Khan and Roxanne Lantinga all in the top 20. Difficult race there for Lantinga, down 9. Theo Lestrange, P21. Jack Nettleship gained 6th to 22nd ahead of Liam Karabelov. 24th for Oliver Harris. Harrison Morrow up 5 for the Class and Motorsport crew. Reece Newburn has had a tough weekend so far, P26 in that one ahead of Thomas Gray and Michael Gray. 4 retirements and a non-starter in that race. Joao Castro, Luca Mann, Dylan Patel and Mo Hilal all did not see the finish. Tristan Powell did not take the start. Yeah,
I will try and find out what has happened to Tristan Powell, why he wasn't out there. James Fitzhugh, the producer, was saying that, of course, you know, the reason Zach Green had those glasses, it don't matter, no one's going to see the photo anyway. Possibly tyre issue. We'll have a chat now. There is oh dear, that is maybe why Harry Cottrell slowed down in the closing stages. But as we look at the karts coming in, let's throw to a quick commercial break.
Time for Junior X30, their first race of the day, and it's once again a Fusion Motorsport lockout on the front row. Riley Cranham alongside the driver who took his maiden victory in the British Kart Championships yesterday in any category. Aaron Richardson starts second on the grid. Mayan Patel was a star yesterday. He's on row 2, joined by a resurgent Isaac Sayer. P4. George Edgar won here 7 days ago in the club meeting. Can he do so again here this weekend? It's fifth on the grid alongside Archie Rogers-Tyler. Finley Lyons and Tyke Buckley form up row 4.
Charlie Wolfitz with the new Henry Gregory Uncle Tyrone racing team. Archie Owen on row 5. Maisie Creed, a fantastic weekend for Maisie so far. And Sukmani Kira share row number 6. Max Ewell and Jarlath Sayer, Max Endicott and Jack McLaughlin are on row 7 and 8.
Alfie Brown and Harley Musk go from row 9. Rocky Lee and Shenton will have his overtaking shoes alongside Aaron Meta on row number 10. Zach McDonald, strong yesterday, is on row 11. He's joined by Rory Armstrong on a rare X30 outing. Jacob Backler and Kian Bernard on row 12.
Oliver Meek and Oliver Vo are next. Aryan Nayar and John Foley Jr. row 13. Rashid Hilal from Bahrain. Nat Stappen starting at the back of the field. Couple little bits of Archie Rogers-Tyler turned 12 2 days ago, so he's put it P6 in Kart 287. He has just turned 12 as the lights go out and we are off and racing.
Good start for the Fusions through the first couple of corners. Go the field. It's a good start as well for Mayan Patel, who is immediately up to second place. Isaac Sayer had a difficult day yesterday. We're looking for at least a top 5, I would imagine, in this race. Down the hill towards hairpin 1 for the first time. It's Riley Cranham in his familiar position in 2025 at the front of the field. Already British Open champion. He's been having a very, very strong season, both nationally and on the continent.
Yes.
And he's looking for another big haul of points here.
Now, it'd be interesting to watch Mayan Patel. We know the speed is there. Now it's a question of patience. Don't just, sit. You will get overtaken. That's undoubtedly. Don't then go back in too soon. Wait. Let the race come to you sometime. Watch to see how things develop. Yeah, he's got his head down, chasing after race leader Riley Cranham at the moment. Cranham is excellent. He has got that, for want of a better term, he's got that killer instinct on the opening lap. We saw it yesterday with Archie Owen. We saw it with Sukmani Kira. We saw it with Aaron Richardson. Richardson coming back very strongly and being aggressive in the closing stages, but on the opening lap, Cranham is excellent. And now it's a case of, okay, everyone else stay calm, now start moving up the order. There's Finley Lyons. Now, Finley Lyons driving for the, it's the premium karting team he's with.
He's switched now, he's into the team BMR.
But
awning, but it's still with the Argenti sticker kit.
So the Argenti Motorsport sticker kit, that's just a sticker kit. That's showing the drivers as part of the Argenti driver development program. Finley Lyons, Chester Fawkes, Harrison Whitcomb and
Bodie
Batch. Now, the Argenti Motorsport aren't here as a team. They have just placed their 4 drivers, part of their academy, with different teams. A lot of them are with premium karting, but then... no! There we talked about patience, and that was impatient from both of them, and it's cost Mayan Patel and it's cost Aaron Richardson an awful lot, and they were both very, very, very lucky there. They've got to thank the very quick reactions from a lot of the drivers following them for that. I'm wondering if we could possibly see that again. It was rear wheel to rear wheel contact, and it spat them both broadside across the circuit. And we talk about these young drivers being superstars. Well, they've got superstar athlete reaction times, and that is what prevented a major incident. Let's have a look, Andrew.
Yeah, so I think they're just going to both, Richardson moving over a little bit there, and the contact comes at that point. Patel, I think, will feel. Oh my goodness me! Look at the JGR of Isaac Say, and there was a close moment just behind as well, just in front of Findlay Lines, as you say, Henry. Great reactions from everybody involved there. I never like to see, particularly on that part of a circuit, a kart turned round and be facing front fairing back up the track.
Yes, because it acts as a launch pad.
Yeah, so that could have been a lot worse. But thankfully it wasn't. Back at the front of the field. In fact, Mayan Patel didn't really actually lose that much time at all in all of that, did he? Because he's there again in second place. He's got a bit of Comet tyre mark on his front fairing now, as a bit of a wound, but he's still running in second place. George Edgar third. So we said this in the senior race. MBR machines looking more on it. Not quite at that point. That's Charlie Wolfett. And this is what we get to see. It's the new Greg's on Legs machine. Up now in P3. What a fantastic job by Henry Gregory there on the spanners.
It was Charlie Wolfett who had the moment. I think he clipped the Aaron Richardson kart, and it has had an issue. Half of his rear bumper is, well, of course, if Greg's on Legs does want to put those bright green end caps on the end of the bumper, it does mean it's very easy to spot when said bumper decides to fall or come a bit loose. But that was only because Wolfett, Gold Chain Charlie, had to take some evasive action. I am disappointed it's not officially called Uncle Tyrone Motorsport. We'll have to wait and see what progresses. But yeah, Greg's on Legs and Wolfett will still race for the MLC Motorsport team in other categories. And we have an announcement to make about MLC Motorsport in a little bit that's quite important. Because some ne'er-do-well, wrong-em and word that I can't use on air, broke into their truck last night. So we'll get the details of what has been pinched and how the karting community can make sure that that it never hits the track. Whether it gets given back to Lee Murray and the MLC team is one thing, but we want to make sure that it never, ever, ever hits a go-kart circuit.
Indeed. There is a slow kart. It's Richardson.
Yes.
Richardson out of the race.
Yes.
Well, at least he'll be able to save his tyres a little bit, but that's a real bounce back down to earth after his victory in the final yesterday.
Flat tyre?
Flat right, rear right.
Yeah.
I don't know if Nicole's down there can get a little bit of a closer look for us. Back at the front of the field, though. It's the resumption of the battle from yesterday. Cranham and Patel 1.5 seconds clear of Charlie Wolfett with 2 minutes to go. Archie Owens having a strong run here as well. The Welshman up to 4th place. Findlay Lines running in the top 5. And Ty Buckley's the fastest driver on circuit now. So credit to the Mick Barrett Racing team. They have found some pace in race trim overnight. Buckley at the moment's running in 6th place. Very strong driver in the top 5 in the IAME Warrior Finals, effectively the global finals. They are the global finals for IAME X30 races, so we know that Buckley is a very, very strong driver indeed. Yeah,
just noticing there that Lucas Blanford watching, commenting in. Lucas is a very, very good driver. Hope that Lucas's dad, Adi Blanford, who's undergone surgery for prostate cancer, hope he's doing well, and yes, he'll be back at a circuit. I think he was allowed to come back to a circuit, to watch, but good luck to Adi in his recovery, and hello to Lucas watching on. New move into the top 10. Nicole has some information for us regarding what we saw earlier on. Nicole, what have you got for us?
A retirement then for Richardson, and it's all because of a rear puncture on the driver's right-hand side.
Yeah, rear right-hand side correctly pointed out there, Nicole, not the rear left. Someone went straight on there. Someone went for a bit of an altered. Oh, it's Wolfett. Yeah, it's Wolfett
with a broken rear bumper. Gold Chain Charlie will have to, he's fast. That's the good thing is that when you set up a new team, it's like it takes time to get all the pieces of the puzzle together. Well, Charlie is coming back to the pit lane now. Okay, 10 seconds left on the clock. They will cross the line now. We haven't had the last lap board. This is where patience comes into it now for Mayan Patel. This is what Mark Litchfield is trying to work on now with Mayan. When to pick your moment, not to do anything silly. He's had one very, very lucky escape so far in that incident with Richardson. Now, can he pick a moment? Can he find a little glimmer of light in the Cranham defence? We'll have to see. Here comes Gold Chain Charlie into the pit lane.
And was that slight little bit of hopping as well? Maybe might be a bit of damage to the axle. I couldn't quite say whether that was the rear bumper was already coming, deranged. Was it what came off there?
I saw something come off there
just
as
come
well.
off of Riley Cranham's O-plate cart, or were our eyes deceiving us there?
Let's have a little look. Well, we give our camera crew plenty of challenges. It's now over to producer James Fitching for a bit of a challenge to try and see what that was. Owens, Lines, Buckley, and Max Endicott up into P6. Haven't mentioned Max in kart 288 much. He's done a sterling job, has Max, and he is there into P6. But we've got 2/3 of a lap to go. Now this is Patel's chance to try and start working over Cranham. Side by side.
Bit of a rub there between the rear tyres. Cranham's having to work really hard here. This is not usual in 2025. Cranham looking a little bit tight perhaps on this final lap of the circuit. He's having to use all of his skill, and look at Archie Owen, Finley Lines and Ty Buckley closing in as well into the complex for the final time. Can Riley Cranham hold on for what could be a key victory? His closest adversary in the title picture is out of this one. Heat 1 goes to Riley Cranham. Thumbs up to Mayan Patel there. Another really good drive from Patel in P2. Archie Owen up 7. What happened there on the last corner?
Sorry, somebody backs it hard into the tyres. Coming out of the final corner. It's a 6-7-2. It's Maisie Creed. One of the wild cards. And Maisie, she was doing so well yesterday. Now, let's have a little look back at what potentially came off Riley Cranham's kart.
So say whether it's Cranham's kart, it might have been Patel's kart. Let's get our eyes out on stock.
It's something off the... Is it a piece of tape or one of the brackets off the exhaust? I think it was off the exhaust section of the Riley Cranham kart that fell off. It looked like it was a curved piece of silver. That was... but we'll see what happens. Let's look down there. Max Ewell 7th, Sukmani Kira 8th, Rocco Leon Shenton. Again,
really good drive.
Rocco's little sister is here. Baby, mum and baby sister are here watching. The last time I saw Rocco at Wilton Mill earlier this year, there was a really little baby. Now she's still a baby, but she's a bit bigger. Watching Rocco, who came up to finish 9th overall. Archie Rogers-Tyler, again, youngest driver in the field, turned 12 on Friday, qualified great, but did go backwards in the race, but that's okay. We'll start again 6th in the next one. Learn, Archie. You've got Oakley Pryor to teach you. All joking aside, Oakley's a top driver, top coach. He'll be able to sort of gain you, help you.
Bits of further news down the field. Jacob Backler up 13 places, as Dirk pointed out there. Cross-side line was your biggest mover in that race, up 13 spots. George Edgar 11th ahead of Jarlath Sayer, Alfie Brown, Jack McLaughlin, Oliver Meek and Oliver Vaux, both up 10 positions apiece. Good to see Oliver Vaux continuing to progress. Another driver had a little bit of an off on Friday and has been recovering well.
Question for the viewers: where's the Nat Johnson fan club? Nat Stappen. Did you ban just because he messed up qualifying or didn't go out and started last? The Nat Johnson fan club's abandoned him. I think that's terrible. Where is the Nat Johnson fan club on the live chat? Nat Stappen started 30th and finished
P20 up 10 spots. A decent bit of progress there. Also, Orion Meta up to 17th. Harley Musk. Zach McDonald all in the top 20. Kian Bernard, another driver. So we saw him last weekend in the other categories at Lark Hall. Another one wildcarding this weekend, preparing for Kart Masters, P21. Rory Armstrong, John Foley Jr., Aaron Nair and Archie Rogers-Tyler all in the top 25.
And getting news that Tristan Powell took his tyres out of Park Ferme.
Multiple reports of that one. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Riley, good heat win there for you. Busy race, but controlled well. What's it like?
It was a nice calm race. It was a good last lap battle with Mayan.
And the battle with Mayan, then, were you actually quite confident that you had it held, that it was yours for the taking?
I mean, it could go either of our ways. He's obviously a really good racer, so I didn't mind if I came first or second.
We've not actually seen Mayan too much in the mix so far this year. We didn't see him too much at the front end at GYG, but here at PF, you know, he looks quick. Is he in your head at all going forward through the weekend?
No, not at all. Obviously, he's really quick and he's going to be one of the main people to fight in the final with. So I'm just going to keep calm.
Riley, good to speak to you then. More racing coming up next. Let's see who we've got.
Time for our youngest drivers in the IAME categories to head out on track. It's the first heat of this 6th round for IAME Water Swift Restricted, and it's the usual faces at the front of the field. Albie J. Stubbs on pole position is joined by Harry Chapman. Bodie Batch there as well on row 2. Logan Hodgetts, great qualifying there onto row number 2. Ollie West and Jaden McElhenney go from row 3. On 4, Dimitar Uzanov and Corey Lyons.
Will we see Ollie West's lucky new race suit? He said he might keep it for the final. On row number 5, Toby Biggs and Lewis Williams-Mabs. Then Arthur Bowers and Patrick Wood, with Freddie Baker, Benjamin Schliever, Reggie Peters and Frank Morris. Harry Murphy at the back of the grid. Frank Morris has raised over £2,000 at fullback for, I think it is a defibrillator up there. I will catch up with that. His dad sent me a message, and Frank has been working very hard. We'll catch up a little bit. Yeah, there's a. I'll come back to that later.
We'll come back to that one.
But there is a GoFundMe page, and he's raised over £2,000 at fullback to donate the defibrillator. The driver that needed the defibrillator didn't have one. Is a recent cardiac event is fine. We'll carry on.
Here we go then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Is not going to happen yet.
Well, in that case,
again.
Shall I talk a little bit about... So Frank Morris, he's starting this one on the outside of row 8, kart number 55. His sister designs his graphics kit. So there is a GoFundMe page. The driver had a cardiac event, is recovering in Nottingham Queen's Hospital. But there's Frank, over £2,000 raised. Now, how do I share
You
this
send it
GoFund?
to me.
I will send the link to the GoFund page, because again, this is for Fullbeck Kart Club, the track that is literally 100 yards over the hedge. I'll send the link to you, Andrew. And
I'll send it to Motorsport Magpie David Whitehouse.
Okay, yes. And then we'll put the link up there. But it's it's great work. Frank Morris, fantastic work that the family, Frank and his dad Sam, are doing. So we'll get through that. So I'll send that to you, Andrew Mather. Talk about the racing, boys and girls. I'll do some technology, and Andrew will do some commentating. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
8 minutes on the clock for this one. This is should be a good race here with the 17 drivers on the grid. Remember, this is their 6th round of the season. What are we going to see in the sunshine here at PF International? Out of the final corner to the line, looking for a nice clean start. Nigel Edwards gets us underway, our race director. We are racing once more, and a really good start for Albie J. Stubbs. It was the number 74 of Logan Hodgetts trying to duck and weave through, but has actually lost a couple of positions in the early stages, as has Harry Chapman. Where has Harry Chapman fallen down to? Round 9th, maybe 10th or worse.
Yeah.
Really not a good start for Chapman there.
Logan Hodgetts from the outside of the second row. I hope he didn't break out of the tram lines too soon, but for a driver still on black plates, that is fantastic. Dimitar Uzanov to the outside, first Slim Shady of the day for Uzanov, round the outside. And yes, even though he said he'd keep it for the final, number 24, Ollie West, he's got his new Evolve race suit on early doors. He said, because it's white, he wants to try and keep it clean because his mum and dad don't like doing the washing. Understandably, he really threw his mum and dad under the bus. But it's good to see there. But Uzanov with the first round the outside of the day. Dimitar, he's working with Jason Dredge. A very, very talented, very experienced pair of hands. Jason has his own little team, his own team, JPD UK, but of course this weekend he is with the Jade Racing team. So he's with, the Allen family, Scott Allen, Ross Allen, Mark Allen, who run that. And again, Dimitar, only been racing 16 months. So, we've got a lot of raw speed and we've got a whole host of grit and determination. Another round the outside. 2 Slim Shadies in a single race by a same driver, same corner, and they both worked. Now, it's a question of just calming down a little bit, because again, you don't want to dip your hand into the luck bank at the same corner too many times in the first race, because the other drivers will be wary of it. Bodie Batch now leads from Uzanov, from Stubbs, from West, then Biggs, McElhenney, the recovering Chapman in kart 32 is the last kart in the lead group. Then there's a gap back to Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers, he's tiny. If you have a look at the pedal extensions on Arthur Bowers' kart, as now Uzanov takes the lead. Well, Dimitar Uzanov in that red and white Birol ART chassis for the Jade Racing team, he has picked them up and put them down, at the start of this race. Ollie West now makes a move, back to P4, side by side with the 46 kart of Toby Biggs. Now Chapman coming back into play. Well, Dimitar Uzanov there, the black crash helmet, that, Now, I'm interested, so the Dimitar Uzanov, I think, and I stand to be corrected, I believe he's from Bulgarian heritage, possibly, which is why we have the Bulgarian national colours, which is why we have that white and the blue and the red on there. I think that, if he carries on doing this, Daddy Uzanov might have to invest in an even more flashy race suit, maybe reflecting, his family heritage, which is always good to see. As we watch the DAP kart of Lewis Williams Mabs just flashed across the screen, that like maroon and gold livery DAP, there he is. But at the front now, Uzanov's got to the front. It's a case of now, other drivers are going to come back at him. Albie Stubbs being the first of them. Don't panic, don't lose your head. Now, it's one of the things that Jason is trying to work on him. It's now that little bit of race smarts.
Ollie West up to third place with a recovering Harry Chapman, who is now the fastest driver out on circuit. Immediately behind him, Ollie West, who was voted by you, the kind British karting public, your driver of the day back at the Warden Law.
It's not me called him earlier, you called him the Great and Washed earlier. Don't joke.
But Ollie West continuing to build. It's a solid weekend for him at Warden Law to start the season. This is going to be a scene I think we will see more and more over the season. That number 24 Evolve machine with that teal green sticker job there, up into the top 3 now, continuing to impress. Harry Chapman down the inside, up round the bowl, has taken that third place away, but West just settles in behind. Bodie Batch still in 5th, and then the first of those DMS machines. Now, can they do on a Sunday what they haven't done so far this season, Henry, and get a podium?
Yes.
They are very good at it on a Saturday. They've got 3 in a row so far this season. McElhenney second yesterday. It was a little bit of a close moment there through hairpin number 2. Stubbs holds on to the lead. Here comes West down the inside of Chapman once again. That's a brave one into the Fullerton S's, but he's made it work. Brilliant stuff from Ollie West.
Yeah, I'm giving it to you with both barrels of this race. I'm sorry, mate. But are you insinuating, Andrew Mather, that the Irish team perform better on Saturday than they do on Sundays? What are you insinuating about what they get up to on a Saturday night?
Nothing.
You're not. We're not trying to create stereotypes here.
No, absolutely not. It's just the racing look of the Irish has been in on the Saturday and not so far on a Sunday.
Exactly, the luck of the Irish. Well, Katie Taylor started things off well for them on Saturday morning, and it's carried on in the karting today, as there is, and I've got to say, I'll speak again, the blue, the Modena, the Lambo
lovely.
Formula One blue of Shane Daly's team. Excellent indeed. There's Bodie Batch now in 4th. So the order, 2 minutes to go. Stubbs, Usinov, West, Batch, McElhenney, Chapman, Biggs, That's the lead group of 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, you can see the heat haze shimmering. Laura's been given her the thumbs up to get artistic on us, and it's working. It's working. Yes, art.
A century of seconds to go then in this one, and then that +1 lap, so plenty of time for things to change in this race. Bodie Batch there just at the back of this group in 4th place. McElhenney now ahead of Chapman. Toby Biggs having a good race here. Henry is in 7th place in the number 46 kart for Excel Motorsport. A little bit further back as well. Benjamin Schliver at the moment is your biggest mover in this race, up 6 places for the driver in the number 78, one of our youngest drivers in this category. He's continued to impress us here. He's Batch down the inside of Ollie West. Lovely stuff from Bodie Batch there, up to 3rd place. Is it going to be another Excel Motorsport charge to the finish of this race? At the moment, they've got Dimitar Uzunov breaking up the 1-2. Not anymore, because West responds. Great stuff from Ollie West again, down into hairpin 1. The Evolve Motorsport team are going to be very pleased with that one. Yeah, and the hard-working marshals, Team TVKC, watch on, waiting to get on track and aid a drive at a moment's notice. The good thing is that despite all the chopping and changing for 3rd position, the 2 leaders haven't really been able to break away, as McElhenney just gets it a little bit wrong going into the Mike Wilson complex. Now, Benjamin Schliver, he's just dropped behind Patrick Wood. Wood on the Alonso kart. He is now side by side with Schliver. They're the first 2 karts out of the lead group. You can see Schliver now back in front. He's in that bright green SFR livery. Just coming on the screen there. Chapman now back at West. And now the clock striking 0. This is where anyone from 3rd on back needs to work really hard, or else it's going to be a head-to-head fight between Stubbs and Usmanov. Usmanov has shown good patience. Chapman and West have a little bit of territorial dispute now. Now, Batch is close enough to take advantage of anything that happens. We've seen it several times this weekend, Andrew, and that's coming into this next corner, the Bobby Game corner. 2 drivers battle going in. The driver in 3rd simply says, "Thank you very much," and takes it. In fact, Dimitar Uzunov was one of those drivers yesterday at this stage of proceedings for round number 5. Time is up. The last lap board is going to be out. There's a warning flag out for the number 75 of Jaden McElhenney. Just a warning flag at this moment. No additional time to be dealt with. Biggs has got through past Ollie West for P6, but we're on the final lap now for heat number 1. Uzunov's having a go up, and here's Batch on the inside. Batch nearly had the route down the inside. It's still very close between Uzunov and Stubbs. Uzunov has got through. Batch into 2nd place. Chapman's now back in play with McElhenney as well down the long run to hairpin 1. Can they make it through hairpin 1? Through goes Uzunov again. Takes the race lead from Batch, but that got a little bit close over the bridge. Yep. I mean, the question is, I think Uzunov was on the inside. Had he made the move? And because certainly he had 2 wheels off the ground. And McElhenney on the anchors. That's going to cost him big time. Is he going to lose out? But it's going to be Uzunov. Dimitar Uzunov leading them out to the final corner. Bodie Batch in the Excel Motorsport Alonso Argenti graphics kit will not make the run. Uzunov wins under investigation, though, as you can see that. And Sam Fugit and Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who are helping to run Albi this weekend. Sam, his usual mechanic, and Teddy, the driver coach this weekend. Super Ted. Well, let's see what happens with LBJ Stubbs in 3rd place. So that under investigation notice means that the race officials will be looking at most likely that final run through the last couple of corners. Uzunov wins it then on the road from Bodie Batch by 1/10.5. LBJ Stubbs P3. Harry Chapman a solid result there, P4. Jaden McElhenney in the top 5 again. Ollie West P6. Toby Biggs 7th. Patrick Wood up 4 places to 8th spot. 9th for Benjamin Schliver, up 5. Corey Lyons, the 2nd of the DMS drivers, in the top 10. Good results there for the Irish drivers. Freddie Baker P11, Logan Hodgetts P12, but we'll have another opportunity from the front of the grid off the back of the TQ later on for heat number 2. Louis Williams, Mabs 13th. Frank Morris up 2 spots to 14th. Arthur Bowers, Reggie Peters and Harry Murphy bring us to 17th position. We will see IAME Water Swift restricted once again later on this afternoon. But we're going to move on from the X30 categories because Honda Cadet are out next. So race number 22 of the weekend is the first heat of a brand new round for Honda Cadet. This is the first double header that they've had so far this season. Elliot Bork is on pole position, a brilliant TQ earlier on today. He's joined by the O-plate holder Ronnie Jones. Luke McGall on good form this week and last weekend at Lark Hall is on row 2, joined by Riley Blakemore. Archie Loveridge won the final yesterday, starts on row 3 for this one alongside Harry Grant. Edward Rye and Archie Cannon start on row 4. It's Shailen Srikantan and Reggie Duffy completing the top 10 ahead of Luca Bikoki and Jayan Prakash on row 6. Oliver Ratton and Jerry Duffy go from row 7. Luke Jardine and Jack Cope start on row 8. Kyle Kerr, first of the Boom Racing boys, is on row 9 alongside Sam Dixon. The second of the Boom Racing boys, Aidan Donnelly, starts on row 10. So it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap and a standing start, of course, for Honda Cadet. The championship positions heading into this race. Obviously, they had a round yesterday for round 3. This is a brand new one for the story of their Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Loveridge has won every single final so far this year. He hasn't had everything his own way through those finals, but he is your championship leader on 384 points. Ronnie Jones for MJR Racing is second on 362. Luke McGall, one of the privateer runners, is on 355 and a share of third place with Archie Cannon, the S-plate holder, the reigning Scottish champion. Elliot Bork and Riley Blakemore, 5th and 6th. And then a bit of a drop down to the next group of drivers, a gap of 20 points behind Blakemore, to find Harry Grant P7, Jayan Prakash P8, Shailen Srikantan and Carl Kerr completing the top 10 in the standings as we head into round 4 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in Honda Cadet. We are ready to go racing here at PF International. The lights are on, the lights are off, and we are racing once again down towards the first couple of corners. It's a very good start for Elliot Bork, who will lead under the bridge for the first time in this one. Ronnie Jones has slotted into second position. Good start as well for the number 68 of Riley Blakemore, who broke his duck of missing out on a podium so far this season. He's well deserving of it. He's up to third place immediately, and here goes a move. Ronnie Jones down the inside with a bit of an assist from Blakemore. They take first and second places. Bork down to third. It's been a good start as well for the likes of Luke McGall there, 4th, and Harry Grant as well. Harry Grant and his dad Zolly on the new Wera Tools that he won as part of the Excellence Award initiative back at Lark Hall is up into the top 5, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Now, down towards the back of the field, you've got Kyle Kerr and Aidan Donnelly. They're the Boom Racing teammates, which is its team name they came up with. They were working on a cool handshake. They were going to debut this morning because teammates, they need like a cool handshake. They're working on that down towards the back of the field, but they are both hoping for a top 10 as we complete lap number 1. The quiz question, we asked Edward Rye what the MS stands for, what the MS kart. He's the only driver here on an MS kart. It's a chassis that is comes from the Czech Republic. Jack Dex will probably know, but he's not here. So Dave Bewley is here, however, a doyen of karting journalism for many, 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 many years. I wonder what the MS in MS kart stands for. Motory Slovak or something like that, possibly. Who knows? Please, if you know what MS kart stands for, then please let us know. Otherwise, we'll just have to consult the oracle that is Dave Bewley. It was great to see him here as a spectator watching, I think his godson is George Edgar. but they're connected to the Edgar family. So they're watching George. Jess Edgar racing as well, you know, this weekend, cars and karts. And I saw Teddy Wilson this morning. There we are, the reflection from the panorama room here at the, that was our room, sorry, the panorama room there. It's great to see that. But yeah, Teddy Wilson here doing some driver coaching as well. He won the Fun Cup yesterday, which you can watch back on Alpha Live later on as well. Meanwhile, back to the go-karting on track. Ronnie Jones leads Blakemore, then it's Bork, McGall and Harry Grant with the MS kart. Well, we don't know what it stands for, MS. We do know it's BF, blinking fast, because he's just set, James Fitzhugh has a quick coronary next to me, don't worry, Edward Rice sets a new fastest lap of the race.
1 minute 6.52 for Rye last time around. Into the Mike Wilson complex then. Ronnie Jones steadily leading this race. If you're new to Honda Cadet racing, we're into one of those classic Honda Cadet formations now, where it's not about going for the move yet. It's about keeping yourself in play for the last minute and a half and that plus one lap. Luke McGall has just set the fastest lap of the race, so there is some good speed in this front group of 4 drivers. Then it's Grant and Rye. They're working together as well, trying to get back onto the back of this initial breakaway. Further down the field, some movement. Jayan Prakash up to P9. That's a gain of 3 for another of the Ambition Motorsport drivers, as Bork has a look down the inside of Blakemore. Didn't quite fully commit to that one, and they've lost a little bit of time as a result of that. McGall's going to be down the inside now for P3. Can understand why Elliott went for the move there, trying to move himself a little bit up the pecking order, but that was not quite the right tactical play for me, Henry.
No, it wasn't, because what they're allowing, and you'll see the driver with a white nose cone and then the turquoise blue, dark blue and white graphics kit of Ambition Motorsport. Archie Lovebridge, yesterday's winner, championship leader. He wasn't in this lead group. Now he is, because they've been slumming each other down. There is the 73, Grant and Rye pushing each other along. And, well, the pressure is back on. Grant in 5th, Rye in 6th, and Lovebridge in 7th. If the top 4 run single file, it'll be harder for Lovebridge to catch them. He's the danger man in the championship, is Archie Lovebridge. As you can see, the rest of the field heading out of the bridge, down through turn 4 and towards hairpin number 1. Archie Cannon he was in 8th place. I think he's just lost it. The more these 4 drivers work together, the harder it is for Lovebridge. Already, Lovebridge has picked off Edward Rye. Tim Bullard. Thank you. Milan Simak, MS Karts. Didn't even have to consult. So thank you, Tim. Your knowledge exceeds mine and anyone else's. Congratulations. You are the winner of, well, my eternal gratitude. How's that, Tim? Milak Simak, MS Kart.
2 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Jones still your race leader. Archie Lovebridge now the fastest driver on circuit. That's a useful bit of speed now for that second chase group, who I think have dropped Edward Rye from it. Shailen Srikantan is having a good race, is up to P number 8. Carl Kerr has got a plus 5 second penalty.
Shows he's trying.
Shows he's trying.
Yeah,
that's a good point. But at the moment that would drop Carl Kerr to 19th place in this one. Less than 2 minutes to go. This top 4, they've got to stay organised. Don't check over your shoulders, because you'll see the sight of Archie Lovebridge trying to close in here. Archie Lovebridge, who was in this very position, 5th place in the latter stages of the final yesterday. He still won it. That's what Honda Cadet racing is all about. You'll notice as well on the covers of the power units that, of course, Lovebridge is one of 3 drivers running a Motorsport UK pooled engine. This is an initiative to make sure that at this level things are run fairly, things are run safely. The top 3 drivers in the championship all run one of the engines selected by the technical team from the pool of around 6 engines. And they're still very, very good engines, because right at the front of the order is one of those 3. Ronnie Jones leading this race, as he has done from the early stages, Henry.
And, of course, one of those pooled engines that Archie Lovebridge was using yesterday won. You know, so but again, it's still very, very even. You know, there's, I wouldn't say you've got RPM, you have got Tornado power units, you've got Venom racing engines, engine builders. You know, here and obviously the pooled engines. Yeah, obviously all very, very competitive. I know why Edward Rye dropped back. He was trying to Wikipedia while he's driving. Don't text and drive, boys and girls, because it can lose you places in your go-kart race. And you can see Rye is without the tow, and Harry Grant is now the next driver under pressure. Grant and Rye were working together. Loveridge has caught and passed them. Rye out of the picture now, and Harry Grant there, he's just out of slipstream range, so we're down to 5 with 10 seconds to go. Grant trying to stay in, but with 5 karts working together, the slipstream effect here, it's worth a good half a second a lap. So Grant has now been dispatched. Rye is about to fall back into the clutches of the chasing group, now led by Shailin Shrikanthan. Shailin Shrikanthan in another of the MJR karts, and Shrikanthan has got Cannon, Prakash, Duffy. We've got a new race leader though, Andrew Mather.
And I love that from Riley Blakemore, who points at the inside, not to the driver ahead, but to the person behind, to Luke McGall, to say, I'm going for this. You can help us out by giving us a little bit of an assist into hairpin 1. That was good teamwork. They're not teammates, but that was good teamwork between Riley Blakemore and Luke McGall. Luke McGall has been very good these past couple of weekends at making the moves at the right time. He hasn't always had the best of luck to get the positions at the very end of the races. Could that luck change today? Through the final couple of corners on the penultimate lap. The last lap board will be out now. There's a bit of a gap between McGall and Jones. I would say, though, they've got to keep pushing on, Blakemore and McGall. It's still too early to fight on this near 1.4 kilometre circuit, but they are going to fight. McGall has a little look down the inside into the ball. Doesn't work. Blakemore's going to try and break away.
Loveridge.
And look who's moving up the order. Loveridge up to P3, like he did yesterday in the final. Could this be another miraculous result for the championship leader? Into hairpin 1 they go. Blakemore still leading this one. It's out of the race. It's Jack Cope. The number 85 will not see the checkered flag in this particular heat. But Blakemore looking to tick these corners off now through the Fullerton S's next. Luke McGall may have to deal with a very quick finish for Archie Loveridge. Elliot Bork is back up to P4, has got ahead of Ronnie Jones. But look at how much McGall has closed up there on the initial stages of the Mike Wilson complex. 2 more corners to go for Riley Blakemore to take this heat. The run to the line, the checkered flag is out, and Blakemore wins by half a tenth ahead of McGall.
Excellent.
Loveridge 3rd, Bork 4th with Jones in the top 5. Once again, Henry Burdett, Honda Cadet delivers.
Yes, 9/10 of a second separate the top 5. Good race from Archie Loveridge. Fighting his way into contention there. He was 7th and nowhere in the early stages, but he plugged away and got there. Shailin Shrikanthan in 8th. He just failed to catch Edward Rye, but again, solid results for Edward Rye in the Milan Simac kart. Archie Cannon, Jay and Prakash, the top 10. I mean, Andrew, we have compliments about lots of things, but we have Alpha Live royalty.
Oh, we do.
On the live chat. You know, Chris Simpson. He's senior Chris Simpson, the senior cameraman from who is not on duty this weekend. Him and his baps are elsewhere, but is complimenting. Yeah, good camera. Now, Chris Simpson is normally stationed above Bobby Game corner, and you know, if you want a tight camera angle, then speak to Chris about that. If you want to see the whites of their eyes, Chris Simpson is your man.
Not just top cameraman, but now from here in the autumn, a world championship.
Karting cameraman, yes, and owner of a very, very good Wayland Yutani T-shirt. Andrew Mather's brain is going to. Do you know what the Wayland Yutani Corporation is, Andrew?
Enlighten me.
Oh well, no, I mean I will. Do you, the viewers, know what the Wayland-Yutani Corporation is? If you do, Chris, behave yourself now. No giving it away. I want to know, what is the Wayland-Yutani Corporation?
There's another question, though.
Correct.
This is for Chris in the chat.
Oh,
What's in the baps today?
Oh, what are in the baps today?
A bit of ham, bit of cheese.
Oh, ham, cheese and mustard. Ham, cheese and Dijon mustard.
At Croft, what could be better?
Oh, at Croft.
I'll tell you what could be better, being here at PFI.
Well, yes, Chris, with your baps.
There we go. That's everybody raced with one of their heats. We're not quite ready for a lunch break here, though, at PF International. We've got a bit more from the MightEs coming up after this. All right, time for Mighty Bambino. Heat number 2 for them. Teddy Smith is on pole position once again with Zayn Tafwaglu alongside on the front row. Luca Pede and Logan Edwards, they go from row number 2 with Felix Tandy and Nico Razlovsky on row number 3. Jack Harper and Heath Smith, they go from row 4.
Yes, Tunayadin. Now, good afternoon to everyone from Turkey. Elliot Hitch and Oakley Howlett. Briella Stevens and Arthur Thompson. Then it's Frank Pearson, Ocean Owen, and from Malta, Sam Tester. Now, the only thing I know in Malta is salsette, which is sausage. Don't ask me why, but I know that salsette is sausage in Maltese. Yes, yeah, good night. So, Tunayadin. Merhaba Vihos Goydeniz, PF International A. Hello and welcome to PF International Circuit to everyone from Turkey. Now, this is heat number 2. At the end of this race, Andrew, we combine the points that each driver has scored in their heats, and that sets the starting grid for the final later today. And the final is where you will find the winner of the British Open Championship, the one-off event. No one is getting the answer of the Wayland-Yutani Corporation.
But Chris Simpson has answered the standard ham and cheese.
Standard ham and cheese.
If you're joining us from Turkey and thinking, what is going on here? This is pretty standard. For,
this is
British cars.
This is standard. This is our live Vera Tools British Championship. We talk about what camera crew have got in their sandwiches, because you want to know. We want to know. We want to make sure that all the crew, whatever they are well fed.
7 minutes plus 1 lap, then green flag in the air from Dan Ashton. The lights are on and they're off, and we're racing once again in Mighty Bambino. Who's going to lead through the first couple of corners here in heat number 2? It looks like it's going to be Teddy Smith, with a good start for Luca Pede as well there into second place. Zayn Tafwaglu is having a go down the inside to retake that second place. We saw a very close race earlier on this morning, Henry. Expecting more of the same here.
Absolutely. Ed Pede. Oh, there's a pound in the pot. Luca Pede in third position in that number 47 kart. I don't think that Teddy Smith will enjoy much of that gap, because the rest of the field will start closing in. Tafwaglu in the 54, Pede in the 47, Logan Edwards, then Felix Tandy. You've got Heath Smith and Nico Wesolowski, all in the lead group as they come through the Fullerton S's for the first time. Ezra has commented so many times on Zayn Tafwaglu's racing. He's already a number 2 fan Only Motorsport Magpie, I think, is the #1 fan on the live chat. But the more comments you keep coming in, the better. Haven't seen many Maltese flags as well. I mean, plenty of Turkish flags, but we've got England, we've got Wales, we've got Malta, we have got Northern Ireland. You know, let's get the flags out. We want to see the national support as they all line up in a single file. Yes, mercy sakes alive. Looks like we've got us a convoy. Oh, and it's a convoy now led by Zain Sofuoglu, new leader. As I said, and Luca Pede almost gets caught up and sideways there.
5 minutes to go then. This is all in the balance for who's going to take pole position in the final later on today. Sofuoglu leads from Smith, Tandy up to P3. Now, at the moment, Felix Tandy would be on pole position for the final later on today. And definitely will be on pole position for the final if he keeps making moves like that. Really good from Felix up to second place now. Pretty much the entire field going through the Fullerton S. There's a couple of drivers developing with speed as well. As here goes the E-plate down the inside. This is for the race lead. Through as well goes Teddy Smith. No big worries, I'd say, though, for Zain Sofuoglu at the moment. We saw a lot of this in heat #1. As long as you keep in this front group, like we were talking about with Honda Cadet a few moments ago, you're still looking good for points at the end.
Well, Elliot Mason will be happy among many people who are here supporting Felix Tandy as well. And he has the race lead. Now, the two RCE karts directly behind Sofuoglu, Edwards and Heath Smith. We've got Teddy Smith in the number 19 running in second, Heath Smith in the number 3 kart in fifth. They're side by side for P2. Sofuoglu has a look going onto the bridge, not happening. And the lead group is still Briella Stevens has had to retire, I believe. But basically most of the field, Sam Tester and Oisin Owen, well, I know why, because the Welshman and the Maltese driver have dropped back because nobody's putting the Welsh flag and the Maltese flag in the live chat. I blame the viewers. You know, they should blame the viewers. Simple. I'm only joking. But here we go. Tandy leading from Sofuoglu, from Edwards, and then the two Smiths. Nicole Sutherland is chatting to someone down in pit lane. Who have you got for us now, Nicole?
Down on the mechanics grandstand then, and I'm with Teddy Smith's dad and mechanic Brendan. Brendan, this weekend Teddy's had good pace. It was a pole in quali. What have you been telling him? Are you enjoying the event?
Oh, we're loving it here. It's just teaching him, because he's so young, just to teach him to run with the front boys, just enjoy it. The toe here is massive in these electric MightE Bambinos. And just trying to teach him how to keep in line with his other teammates, just to push to the front and then to put it on pole, just like proud dad moment, definitely.
A lot to be proud about so far this weekend, but the goal with Teddy, what do you think is achievable?
I'd like to say he could get a trophy. I'd love a trophy for him. He just keeps saying to me he wants a Micromax. He's only 6 and he already wants to go up to the next stage, but little steps and let's just see how we go.
Let's see how we go. Thank you, Brendan. We'll go back to the racing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Don't worry, there's not really been any position changes in recent times, apart from one right at the front of the field. Zain Sofuoglu is back into the lead of this race with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. The numbers starting to drop a little bit in terms of this first main group, Henry.
And I did notice while we were interviewing Teddy Smith's dad, he had a nice bit of Teddy Smith merchandise there. There's something that's good. I enjoy that. A lot of these parents and families, they understand each of these drivers is a brand. A driver's got to get their brand out there. As side by side, there's Briella Stevens out of the race. Sadly, Briella, she'll be going out in the final. Wheel to wheel over the curb as we head through the Fullerton S's. Look at them, 2, 4, 6. All in one big gaggle. Watch the undercut from number 27 as Tandy now goes around the outside. Nico Veselovsky thought about the undercut there as we head down the hill. 1 minute to go. Sofuoglu and Edwards. Teddy Smith. Felix Tandy, Heath Smith now passes Tandy. These drivers are 6 and 7 years old. Oisin Owen, Nicola Chafer has put the Welsh flag up there. Oisin Owen has responded by...
setting a 1:23.2
by having a spin.
Best.
Whoops, sorry.
35 seconds remaining on the clock. Now, this is changing things in terms of the intermediate classification, and as soon as I say that, Logan Edwards is going to go down the inside and change things again. We're going to see potentially a new leader in the intermediate classification at the end of this lap. We're going to have 2 more laps after this one. Out of the final corner, your new race leader is Logan Edwards, and I reckon we're going to see Edwards shoot up to the top of the league table. Yes, we are. So Logan Edwards now with first and third as potential results here has a 1-point lead over Felix Tandy. Nearly said it again. Up to third place goes Felix Tandy. So that would now be a tie. This is where we would then go back to the qualifying results as a tiebreaker. But this is Mighty Bambino. Plenty could change and will change between now and the end of the race. Tandy back down the inside, going for second place. Good speed round the outside there for Teddy Smith. Good attempt to hold on to that position, but through goes the E-plate. Sofwoglu still there as well, P4, Henry. This is, again, a properly good finish to this race for Mighty Bambino.
Make that P3 for Sofwoglu. Of course, we can see the point standings on the live timing screen. You could also see the current point standings and the grid positions for the finals as they change lap after lap as the drivers' positions change on circuit. That is motorsport-timing.co.uk. As things stand at the start of this lap, it was Edwards and Tandy on the front row of the grid for the final. 1 lap to go. There are your championship standings. It's now Tandy who would start on pole position for the final, with Edwards alongside him on row 1. Heath Smith would start second, and Zayn Sofwoglu would start 4th. But if Sofwoglu can move up and pass Tandy, that would put Edwards back onto pole position and possibly put Sofwoglu on the inside of the second row. Thank you to Ian Rogers and to James Fitzhugh for getting that organised. There's the move from Sofwoglu.
Really good stuff there from the Turkish driver. It was bowled down the inside, got the grip on the front axle, made the apex of the corner. Still not done though. Logan Edwards leads us into the Fullerton S's for the final time with pole position on the line here in the Mighty Bambino O-Plate Heat Races. Into Bobby Game corner now. Tandy's down the inside of Sofwoglu. Back up to second place. Here comes Heath Smith as well. And look at the number 19 of Teddy Smith firing it in there. Sofwoglu unfortunately shuffled down to around 5th place through the final couple of corners. Can Logan Edwards hold on here to take heat number 2? Can Nick Tandy hold on to second and take pole for the final? Sofwoglu's been shuffled down. It's very close on the line, and it's Edwards by 0.03 of a second. I reckon that is the closest finish that we've seen in any category so far here this weekend at PFI. Edwards from Tandy, that will be your front row for the final later on this afternoon, but they'll be the other way round. Tandy will start on pole, Edwards will be P2, Heath Smith 3rd, Teddy Smith 4th, Elliot Hitch is 5th on our screens ahead of Nico Veslovsky. Arthur Thompson got a feel for Zayn Sofwoglu.
Yeah, he got pushed a little bit wide. I've got to say, well done. Elliot Hitch came out. He went into the final corner, 7th. Wesolowski and Sofwoglu, they pushed each other wide and slowed them both down. It allowed Hitch to get them on the drag race to the line. It does mean that Wesolowski will now start 5th in the final. As things stand, Sofwoglu would start on the outside of row 3 in the main event, the MightE Bambinos. Now, as you look down there, Arthur Thompson, excellent in 7th. Luca Peed, Oakley Howlett, Jack Harper, Frank Pearson, Sam Tester, Oisin Owens, sadly, Brianna Stevens didn't finish. Now, can we tell Turkey what time the main event is this afternoon. I mean, you should be watching the rest of the race in Turkey. All of it. But in case you have to go watch some World Superbikes, come back to the Alpha Live channel, the Karting UK channel at...
I'm going to say come back at 2:25 UK time. UK time.
2:25
that will give you a good
UK.
amount of, because we will have what we'll have for the finals that we didn't have for the heats. We'll have Nicole on the pre-grid. We'll have the walkouts. We'll have all the build-up to the final. So tune back in from 2:25 if you have to go somewhere else. We hope you don't have to go anywhere. And stick with us because we've got the Paddock Show coming up and more racing from Mighty Cadet and a whole load of heats before we get to those finals for the X30 and Honda Cadet categories. But you have to leave us.
Yes, we have to.
You're all right. You're excused.
Just for a little bit.
2:25 UK time, just so basically 2 hours time, because we've just gone up to 12:30 here in the UK. Race starts is at 2:40.
Well, no, that 2:25.
2:25. Come back and we'll get you all the action from the Mighty Bambinos. Excellent. What's next, Henry?
Some Mighty Cadet racing. Second heat for the MightE Cadets. Before that, what's next? You know, it's Nicole Sutherland.
Nicole.
Of course.
Down in Parc Fermé then with our race winner, Logan. Logan, that was a good race. There was some good racing going on between you and the other drivers. What was it like?
It was very harsh driving and I didn't know who was going to win, but it just came out how it came out.
Logan, good to hear from you. We'll see if you can get some more race wins in later on. Let's throw to some highlights then to see how Logan pulled that one off.
Yes, indeed. It was a good start there. Luca Pede is second position. He qualified well in the number 47 car, but if you have a look here, he gets a little bit sideways, saves it very well, but then started to tumble down the order ever so slightly. It was Tandy, Sofawoglu, Edwards, Smith and Smith that were all involved. But of course, in Bambino racing, and that was so tight there, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. As we watch there's Logan Edwards into the Bobby Game corner and the Mike Wilson complex. A really good battle between the top 6-7 drivers throughout the race, Andrew.
Yeah, no, it's been a real highlight of the day so far, these Mighty Bambino races. Definitely whets the appetite for the final later on this afternoon in a couple of hours' time. That was a great move from Sofawoglu. Really brave down the inside to take second place away from Felix Tandy. Tandy would fight back, though, into Bobby Game corner. Retook second place. That was a crucial move in the end for his quest for pole position. Good drives as well from Teddy and Heath Smith, and very close on the line there as well, with a win for Logan Edwards by 0.03 of a second. More to come from the Mighty categories.
Yes.
Cadet will be up next after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Here we go then for the second heat of Mighty Cadet, the last race before the lunch break. TJ Mackay is on pole position. Alongside on the front row is Ansel Murray for this one. Harry Stinson and Noah Wicklow start on row number 2. It's Will Beattie and William Crombie going from row 3, with Logan Jackson and Junior Wright on row 4.
Alfie Hennell and Ted Fry are on row number 5. Jack Swan, driver from Hong Kong, and Jacob Amis on row number 6. Zachary Parr and Freddie Dye, with Chase Warmington, the Anglo-South African driver, rounding out the 15-strong field. Now, it appears as though nobody in the Alpha Live and Karting UK universe who are watching is au fait with the Wayland Yutani Corporation that Chris Simpson owns, a fantastic T-shirt. The Wayland Yutani. Now, Andrew Mather, this is a bit of a sensitive issue for you.
It is a bit of a sensitive issue.
Right, well, let's get to this now. The Wayland Yutani Corporation were the company that sent the Nostromo off to outer galaxies, and of course the Nostromo was the spaceship that encountered Alien, Ripley and Alien, all that. But of course you've never seen that, have you,
I don't like
Andrew?
that film.
No, you haven't. And why? Pray? Well, we're going to start in a minute, but of course, you know, your parents are here.
They are here.
Mr. and Mrs. Mather, you raised a good son. You taught him to support the best football team in Sheffield, the one that play in red and white. However,
and then we went on a ride in Florida called the Great Movie Ride. It was the first ever ride I went on.
Well, age
young.
At young.
And the alien scene terrified the heck out of me. Thanks, Mum and Dad. Right, let's get going.
Let's go
Cadet,
racing.
Heat number 2.
Mentally scarred he is, has been for life. Never seen Alien. Here we go, back to action. And it's Ansel Murray trying to go around the outside of Terence Mackay, TJ Mackay on row number 1. Ansel Murray does have it, and I think that is moving up into P2, Harry Stinson.
Really good start then for the Mighty Cadets in their second heat. Same story for these drivers. Results from this one combined with the results from the first race, all to set the grid for the final later on today. Stinson has that lead in the FIC at the moment, but as we've just seen with the Bambinos, a lot can change in 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So Ansel Murray leads this one in the early stages into the Fullerton S's for the first time. Good bit of battling there involving the number 12 of Logan Jackson.
Brandon Hartley wants us to give a big shout out to all the MightE Cadet drivers. He's normally one of them, but he's not here. He's going to go to, well, we'll see you at Wilton. You can watch Wilton Mills Super 1 on Alpha Live. But obviously this is the main event. This is the premium championship. Good to see here Tav Kirk, who runs the corporate side of things, the operations here at PF International Circuit. Tav and his team are responsible for why the circuit looks so pristine all the time, working closely in conjunction with Trent Valley Kart Club. So Tav here with his family, really good to see. As well as we're looking at the on-track action. Why is Pam Wilmington is shouting at the TV? Where is Chase? Chase has gained 2 places,
two
Pam.
spots, yeah.
I can almost hear Barry the dog. Barry and Mia are the 2 dogs. Barry and Mia barking from the motorhome. But here we go as we look at Ansel Murray. Leading from Harry Stinson, TJ Mackay, there's William Crombie, the number 15, in 4th position. Or is that, no, 3rd position. It is 3rd position because he has pushed he has removed TJ Mackay from 3rd position with the fastest lap of the race. Noah Wicklow is next. Then a gap back to this battle. Will Beattie, Junior Wright, Logan Jackson, Freddie Dye, and the rest. What have we learned about Zachary Parr, who is currently 13th?
Yeah, he's just gained that position in the number 14 machine in a close battle with the 99. A big thanks to a number of the parents who've, I think my email's been passed around the Mighty Cadet paddock.
Well, good.
Which is absolutely fine.
Good.
To get this information in. So yeah, Zachary Parr, the number 14. I think he's just coming into hairpin number 2 now. And out of it. It's from Somerset, very strong part of the world in terms of motorsport heritage. A certain J. Button was from that part of the world.
Is it Froome or Street?
Froome. Another driver who started indoor. I'm quite liking how many of the drivers, particularly in this category, have been doing indoor racing. Where there is a bit of a transition there as well. A lot of your team sport karting centres are electric based now.
Yes.
So has been racing up through the Arrive and Drive electric karting scene. Introduced to Mighty Cadet at the start of the year. Is one of the drivers really thankful for the opportunity to race at the, and I quote, the prestigious PFI circuit.
Tav Cook is listening. Someone has called your circuit prestigious. Tav, there we are. Excellent. He's not listening. No, he's not. No, he's looking at his phone. But there we are.
3 minutes of this race to go. Still at the front of the order. Ansel Murray, very experienced driver, is Ansel with the RCE team. And he's doing a good job at the front of the field.
But it's not over now. I've impressed. William Crombie has moved in to 2nd position. Unfortunately, Andrew Mather has now put up something on the screen there. It's a picture of a Ford Sierra Cosworth.
I love that. Sorry,
Ford Sierra Cosworth, 2 wheels off the air going through a curb at Knockhill Racetrack. Oh dear. If you're old enough to remember the British Touring Car Championship when the Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworths were prevalent, then you're all right by me.
That is from Ronnie Amos, Jacob Amos's dad, and that's him having a go with some Time Attack. Sorry, I've got massively distracted by that.
Completely.
There's also, I should say, on our screens, there's also a picture of Jacob similarly riding over the curbs.
AMD tuning. Now, they used to run a Golf in the British Touring Car Championship. Yes. So pedigree there from the Amos family. Now what was that? The driver of the red race suit, there he is, kicking the NASA panel of the kart. As long as he was kicking the NASA panel, not the nose cone, that's all right. He did have his leg up there. Obviously, the NASA panel had maybe moved slightly. That would be Terence Mackay, TJ Mackay, as we watch now. Murray, Crombie, Stinson, Mackay, and Wicklow at the back of the lead group. Then a big gap back to Will Beattie in 6th. Another big gap then. Great battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th as we've got a new race leader. The new race leader is William Crombie. I was going to say Jack Swan, Logan Jackson, Alfie Hennell, Freddie Dye, Junior Wright, and Jacob Amos are all battling for 7th place. And then a little bit further back, you've got a 3-kart battle for 13th. between Zachary Parr, Chase Wilmington and Ted Fry.
Now that move for William Crombie, I reckon, is going to change things in the order for the standings in the final intermediate classification. Crombie started this lap with 4 points. That should drop to 2 if he can hold onto this. Oh dear!
No, the
number 17 of Freddie Dye, who's having a really good race, was up 4 places in this one, is down stranded at hairpin number 1. Is climbing out of the kart now. Is being helped by one of our great members of the Orange Army here at PF International, and great work once again. That's going to be clear by the time the drivers get round for their penultimate lap. Crombie confirmed on the old lap chart as your new race leader and now leader in the FIC, but for how much longer? Because Ansel Murray's got down the inside. They're side by side as they're running onto the bridge. Brilliant determination there from Ansel Murray, but it's not done yet because Crombie's done the switchback off of the bridge. He's got the inside line into hairpin 1 and help in the shape of 2 drivers behind. One of them is Stinton, I think the other is McKay. Once again, we're having a grandstand finish here in MightE, Henry, and it's going to decide who'll be on pole for the final.
Yes, it could all boil down. The clock has struck 0. Ansel Murray side by side with the number 70 kart of TJ Mackay for second. That allows Crombie to escape a little bit. Stinson has a stab at Murray as well, going into Bobby Game corner. Wicklow in the number 53 kart sits the back of this lead quintet. They will get the last lap board next time around. Will Beattie in 6th position is just hoping and praying they slow each other down by about 3 seconds. That will bring him into play. But we've now got about 1,200, make that 1,100 meters remaining. Can Crombie hold on? Mackay, Murray, Stinson and Wicklow in that order, all waiting to pounce.
Brilliant stuff here from the MightE cadets, running down to hairpin 1 for the last time. Murray having a check to the inside, going for second place. Oh, that got a little bit tight with Mackay and Stinson. That could be the moment that gives William Crombie the race win. Oh, all crossed up there.
Now
was
that
the
is
number 70 for TJ Mackay. It's still not done between Mackay and Stinson. Noah Wicklow trying to get involved there as well in the number 53, but Crombie is gone. The driver from York has just got to get through the final couple of corners, will take this race win, and it will give William Crombie pole position for the final later on today. What a job this morning and in the early afternoon by William Crombie. Crombie takes the second heat, finishes with second and first as the heat results. That converts through to 2 intermediate points. A 1 point lead over Harry Stinson is enough to give him pole position. Crombie wins from Murray. Stinson's third there, as we say, means that Stinson will be on the front row for the final later on this afternoon. TJ Mackay 4th, 5th for Noah Wicklow, 6th Will Beattie, Jack Swong, Logan Jackson, Junior Wright and Alfie Hennell completes the top 10 in that race results. Jacob Amos up 1 spot at the end there, finishes P11 ahead of Zachary Parr, Chase Wilmington and Ted Fry. 1 retirement from that race with a little problem down at hairpin 1. Was Freddie Dye.
Yes.
Just a quicker rundown as well, what the grid, at least provisionally right now, will look like for the final. Crombie and Stinson, as mentioned, on the front row. Murray and Wicklow, row 2. Mackay and Beattie, row 3. Wright and Jackson, row 4. Wong and Hennell on row 5. Big thanks to Ian Rogers and the whole motorsports-timing.uk team for all of that lovely, lovely data to us here in the box.
Now, I'm sure that Nicole Sutherland is down in the pit area waiting. We are going to have a lunch break here at the circuit, but for your viewing pleasure, we have the Paddock Show filmed yesterday. That's coming up. Then we'll be back for the second round of heats in the IAME, the Water Swift and X30 classes, and all the main events. Thank you for all the comments coming in. Please keep them coming in. We really do enjoy it. What I'm going to go and have a ham sandwich, not a ham bat because Chris Simpson's not here. You're going to watch the the Paddock Show and listen to another Nicole Sutherland interview, while you, Andrew Mather, are going to watch the first 30 minutes of Alien, because remember, in space, no one can hear you scream.
So we're done with the first group of races here today. Before we head to the lunch break, I think we can head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Like we just saw, then our next race winner was Will. Will, good racing out there for you, but it actually looks difficult in the MightE to pull away. It looks like actually everybody kind of gets backed up into each other.
Yeah.
And the racing there out, then you don't only race in electric karting, you've raced in IAME as well. How do the two compare?
A lot different. The MightE's just got completely different torque.
And then the racing going into this afternoon, what are you thinking? What's the game plan, Will?
Just send it.
Just send it. I like it. Nice to hear from you, Will. Good on a race win then. Let's head up to some highlights. Let's see the best bits of this MightE cadet race.
Let's do so indeed before we head to the Paddock Show. This was the early stages of the race. Ansel Murray at the front of the field. A couple of drivers having some problems over the bridge
sideways
there.
moment there. I mean, if we look there, what William Crombie just said, he said, I'm going to send it. Well, there's send number 1 to take 3rd position. We're going to see maybe send number 2 coming in shortly. He'd already made, not just yet, I think send number 2, and that gives you an idea. That great ground shot there, he's made send number 2, and now this is send number 3, which is going to happen for the win. But it gives you an idea of just how fast these karts are. That ground shot there, yeah, Laura has been, her creative side has been unleashed this morning. There was send number 3 from William Crombie, and it wasn't done and dusted just yet. The Ansel Murray had a little go, but Crombie managing to hold off, help from behind. He did regain the lead, but then he did have to stick his elbows out ever so slightly. But it was on the last lap, coming out of the second hairpin, there was just a little bit of, drivers tripping over each other behind Crombie, which gave him the gap that you see there that he was able to transfer. This was the moment, really, that the race went to Crombie as they came in. Murray just getting clipped from behind, slowed them all down and allowed Crombie to escape. Many sends from William Crombie, and he says there's plenty more to come later on.
Absolutely. Just I was having a look at some of the lap times from that race as well. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. I wonder, with the temperatures being a bit lower, there's an effect on this, a positive effect. 1 minute 5.5 was the best lap time in that one. That was only 0.2 slower than what we saw in IAME Waterswift Restricted.
So
they've very much got a parity there.
Yes, and the electrics are quicker in this weather than they were yesterday. Closer. Right then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear from some of our sponsors. Then you will see me and Nicole on the Paddock Show. If you want to see a fat Welshman play table tennis, then I'd advise you to stay watching. No, not Nicole. Nicole's not fat or Welsh. It's me. I was making fun of myself. Anyway, cheerio. I've gone all nervous. It's been so long since I've done a paddock show. What do we do?
Have you got stage fright?
Stage fright, I know. What's going on? Am I looking all right? Looking okay?
Wait, let me fix your hair.
Which hair?
There you
that
go.
one there. There we go. Perfect. Right, we're back. It's the paddock show, event 6 of the 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Karting Championship. Nicole Sutherland, we're here at the home of British Karting, PF International, and it's been a very good day of racing.
Oh, and the weather as well. This is not the weather we had last week at Larkle.
Wouldn't know. I was elsewhere. Sorry, we're both globe-trotting around the place, all over the place, but we're the home of British Karting. We're back, really, we're the best domestic championship anywhere in the world.
Anybody has won at this circuit, I would say.
Absolutely,
Henry,
yep.
International Circuit. We hosted the FIA World Championships
twice
here last year and in 2017. Home of champions, the home of future champions as well.
Yes, now, let's take you on a guide round the paddock. We've had a full day's racing today. We've had finals for Waterswift Restricted, Waterswift Junior X30, Senior X30 and Honda Cadet. We've had qualifying sessions for the MightE Bambino O-Plate and the MightE Cadet Cup. But first order of business, there's a Wera Tools tyre challenge to do, and we have got, now, Laura's just been run over by Arthur Bowers. So, we have a time. Hello, Arthur. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, right, okay. Now, we thought, who can we get to try and beat Archie Loveridge's time of 5 minutes, 14 seconds? We need somebody with a killer instinct. We need somebody who's quick in a go-kart.
So Henry.
So not me. We found the baby-faced assassin themselves, Austin Newstead. Austin, firstly, you've been told what to do. It's quite simple. Take these 2 tyres off using your...
Ratchet.
Your Wera Tools ratchet.
Wera Tools ratchet.
That's better. So, you're going to take these 2 tyres off using...
The Wera Tools ratchet.
Excellent. And then, you're going to put these 2 wet tyres on and do them up with your...
Wera Tools ratchet.
Excellent, there we go, now we're getting it. Okay, now there is, Nicole, would you care to do the honours?
Absolutely.
Here is the digital display, which in the sun is really easy to see. Laura, can you see it? You can, Laura. Okay, there we go. Right, so now, drivers, should we give him a countdown? Yes? So we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. And now you can cheer him on. While he's doing this... Come on, Austin, let's have a look. Right, you're Boom Racing. What's your name?
Aidan.
Aidan Donnelly?
Yeah.
So you're racing Honda Cadet. What do you think? How fast could you do this?
God knows.
Yeah, I've done that, but it won't come on.
Austin's got to learn how to do it. How do we think? Arthur, you've been wanting to do this. What do you think, Arthur?
Good.
Good. Okay, you were a lot louder before the microphone came on. Give him some cheering.
It's the other way, Dave.
Huh?
It is.
Right, so here we go. Once you get into the swing of things, Austin, it'll be just fine. You've got plenty of time. Is he allowed help? I'm new to this competition.
No, it has to be totally independent. No help.
Totally on it by himself.
Come on, I'm not losing.
No, he's not losing. He's doing a great job. It's under pressure. You got to be...
It's the wrong way.
Oh, we got to... Maybe... Can you not hold the tyre?
Right.
Can you hold... let me hold the tyre. There we go. Right. It's righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. How's that?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, dear. Going well, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look. We're going to do that. Andrew Mather did him up really, really tight. There we go. Now we're off to the races. Right, now we're off and running. We just needed a little bit of stability on the old rear axle there. Right, so we're 1 now down, and we're going to try this again. Oh, there we go. So, Nicole, let's talk about the racing today. While Austin's doing this, Austin, he's won a go-kart race earlier on today, didn't he?
Yes, very good racing from our minis, Austin.
Yes,
took the win.
Yeah.
Took heat wins. Not unstoppable at every point, but strong performance throughout the entire thing. Strong performances from other drivers as well. Alfie Davidson, come over.
Yeah, Alfie Davidson.
We're going to pull you over.
Strong performances from not just the Fusion team, but also from XL and from OMS as well. Colby Patterson is here watching as well. Aaron Richardson is there from the juniors, but you take it away.
Alfie, today for Fusion, you know, maybe not the result you would have wanted, but
well done,
happy
we're a wheel
overall.
Off.
Tell us about the day.
Well, it was alright. First heat was not very good at all. And then second heat, obviously, Gibson got to me, pushed me, and then we had a bit of a battle. And then on the final, first lap we were doing well, and then everyone done me, and then just got stuck on the outside, and everyone passed me, and then tried to come back through, but coming back through, and then gone to the outside again, and then get just like on the outside, get caught up, and someone rode over the top of me. But not a very good day overall. But tomorrow we'll go for it.
Tomorrow we go again. So, teammate of Austin Newstead obviously took the win in the final, but what do you think of his performance so far in the tyre change challenge?
Pretty good.
We'll also speak to Jarlath Sayre. Jarlath, we're going to focus on your shoes. Because they are some of the best shoes I've ever seen. And so you've got new shoes and you've got a new haircut. It's going well then?
Yeah, it is.
And the racing aspect, how's that going?
It's going quite well actually. I had a terrible quali, but the heats and that final was quite good. So
we've not actually seen you in the championship this year. You've been off in Europe doing different things, but you've come to the X30 paddock. Is it nice to be back?
Yeah, it's really nice to be back, see some familiar faces, and yeah.
Well, then, Jarlath, we'll go again tomorrow. But for now, let's see how Austin Newstead is getting on.
I mean, we're about 3 minutes 45. We've completed the whole left-hand side of the kart. Head of steam up now. Looking at that, Noah Wolf, 4 minutes 51 seconds. Oliver Stewart, 5 minutes 1 sec. I mean, I'm not being funny. I can't see the clock. We're at 4 minutes 4:05. Now, if it wasn't with a little bit of a slow start, Austin Newstead, like he is on the track, the baby-faced assassin, is now we're cooking on gas. Right, there we go. Concentrate. We'll give an interview afterwards, but this is, you know, it's very tense. Well, this is more competitive than the Wimbledon women's final earlier on. Well, it was 6-love, 6-love. It was like Swiatek was playing me. Same score. Here we go. What's the time saying? We're at 4 minutes 37, 4 minutes 38. We got 4 minute 51 to beat. Might come second. So Oliver Stewart in second place. His position is looking a little bit thing. Don't drop your nuts now. The juniors have arrived. Oh, dearie me. Here we go. We're at 5 minutes. So once you've finished, Archie, you've got to smack that yellow button there. There we go. Oh, Archie Loveridge is watching on. Archie's the fastest sort of cadet driver. Let's have a look. Are we not done it? Not yet. Honest driver. And zoom. There we go. 5 minutes 17.68 seconds. 5 minutes 17. Just, hey, considering you took about a minute to get going, that was very good. Well done.
Okay.
Do you have a bigger respect for your mechanic now?
A bit.
A bit. Okay, we'll talk about your day. How was your day? Because there's been some fantastic racing.
Yeah, quali was all right, P3, and then first heat was really good off the start. I kept it all the way, and then second heat again was really good. And final just got a bit unlucky, couldn't keep out at the front, but I still managed to get a podium in P3.
Well done. Now, let's have a look on the scoreboard here. Ansel Murray, 3 minutes 14 seconds. I know, but he works really hard in the RC workshop. Ansel, Piers Pryor, our TV presenter, Piers Pryor. There we go. Noah Wolf, second. Piers, you've been beaten by a 9-year-old. Just. Oliver Stewart, 5 minutes 1. Archie Loveridge and Logan Rolfe, 6 minutes. Well, if you met Logan, that's an achievement for Logan. Right. There we go. So, tomorrow. What's going to happen?
Pardon?
What's going to happen tomorrow?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're going to think about winning, maybe?
Yep, I'm going to win the final, that's for sure.
Excellent, well done. There we go. Nicole, you've got many other drivers around.
Let's pick one. Who are we going to pick? Toby. Yeah, because you said no, you're coming over. Okay, he's walking away. Laura, we have to catch drivers refusing them. We've got Christian Kobe. Christian, you can come on,
Christian.
Over. Christian, today, where did you finish in the end?
6th on track, P16. Overall, pretty bad.
Because of penalties?
Yeah, I got a penalty. So
for what?
Hit a burst, but it was he completely missed the apex of the corner, and then I tried to go down the inside of him, and yeah, he didn't see me and turned across, so I got a penalty. It is what it is.
Well, it's racing.
Yeah, that is racing.
That is racing, Chris, but the good news is that Austin has said he's going to show you how to change tyres. Now, it's very simple. So, Austin, come here. Christian, come here. Right, we have one tool, one Wera tool. We have 4 tyres, and I've counted the amount of wheel nuts that are spare. Don't lose this. When you're done, put it back in there. And if you don't, I'll find you and administer some sort of physical violence against you. Is that clear? Excellent. Good luck.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
Right, we'll let them two carry on practicing, which is always great to see. Nicole and I will have a little wander around the paddock. Now, we're going to be doing the podium. Well, Andrew Mather's is going to be doing the podium here. We'll talk there. Here's Paddock's newest grandmother, Claire Endicott. There we go. Newest grandmother and newest grandfather, Adrian Endicott, one would assume, possibly. Hello, fathers of Max Endicott, who has had, again, Claire spoke very qualifying. It's your weekend can either carry on the way it's in or get very bad, and then you're digging yourself out of the hole for the rest of the day.
I used to find when I raced, qualifying, especially when you're in a big grid, it's the hardest bit of the weekend. There's so many different things go into it. It's not just about being quick, it's about getting that track position right. And you qualify poorly, especially at a circuit like this, in a big grid. If you're at the back, you end up staying at the back. It's so hard to pick off those positions. That's the bit that I think drivers actually get the most nervous about.
Yeah, I mean, we just passed the Jade racing team. Jade, so now, right, let's have a look at this. Nice, very nice race suit. This is Mr. Karbelev. Is it Karbelev?
It's Karabelov.
Karabelov, Mr. Karabelov. New name to the championship for me this year. Yeah. How's it going?
It's going good, I'm still in the learning curve, but it's going great. I just need to do a few adjustments. It's my first time on the track, actually, so it's pretty good. It's going well. Finished 14th, so it's going good.
Okay, so Nicole, ex-driver in the championship, first time here in the championship. Advice to a driver new in the championship in an uber competitive class. Like you were in Mini Max, Junior Max when you were first starting your first year. Yeah. What would you say to Mr. Karabelev? Karabelov, sorry.
Obviously, it's not just as simple as this, but you've got to get that qualifying bit right. That's really where your day starts. And then those race starts, especially at PF where it's so busy going off onto the bridge, really make sure you're in that right position, because I think you can quite easily pick off quite a few spaces at that race start. Today, we saw Roxanne Lantinger. By the end of the second corner, she had picked off 9 places. So it can be done. It's just about where you're putting the car at the start of those races. And be smart, look ahead, not just at the car ahead of you, but all of the others around, because it gets busy and it gets side by side.
Her invoice for driver coaching's in the post, by the way.
Don't take driver coaching from me.
Start coaching games. When we got to lap 2, that's when the problem started for Nicole. I'm only joking.
Thanks,
I'm
Henry.
only joking. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
No problems. Right, I'm going to move swiftly on. I'm being shouted at by a driver in...
Ollie Greenall. Yeah.
Ollie?
Yeah.
No, we haven't seen Ollie Greenall for ages. Right. Ollie Greenall, he's just hiding. We should go and find him, really. So, in the first 2 years of Modern Era, 2019 and 2020, Oliver Greenall was one of the most successful drivers, a double British champion. Oliver, we got to come and say hi to you. Firstly, I have to say, I am quite an emotional person. Yeah. When you, at this circuit, October 2020, you just won Junior X30, the very first thing you did was you took your helmet off and you said, I want to thank my rivals for and it almost, I was in the commentary box going, what have you been up to and what are you doing now?
I was coaching the Fusion cadets, so that's nice to give something back, but I wouldn't tell them to thank their rivals after. So, yeah. Well,
no, you did. It was a beautiful thing to see. Obviously, driving stopped completely now.
Yeah, no, I stopped 2022. Retired, well out of the game. Yeah.
Well out of the game, but it keeps dragging you back. It drags you back in, doesn't it?
No, I'm way too old for it now.
No, but Carter, being in the paddock.
2 seconds off.
No, you can't get away from it. That's the problem. No, I'm here for life now, not really. That's the problem.
Here for life. Yeah. You've got Mr. Davis and Mr. Sayer.
We've just heard you were driving around the other day 2 seconds off.
I had to go. First time back was last week. No, it was all right. End of the session I'd been good, but I could only manage 3 laps because of injuries and stuff.
Yeah, injuries and yeah. But hey, good to be back in the paddock. And again, if you've got to go back there, it was the IAME rounds 2020, the last round PFI. It's on the Alpha Live channel. And again, I've never seen anybody, because you won that championship on a tie break, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I think I won like half the races, but I didn't finish the other 2, so it was close. And then yeah, no, come down to last wire.
I think it was you and Bart Harrison, and you got out, Josh Rowledge, and you got out the kart and you thanked your rivals on camera before you even said, and it was very emotional.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a good day.
It was a good day. It was a good day.
Ollie, then, driver coach. For the drivers, main thing around this track, what are you actually telling them in the actual, racecraft bit of things, not just the pace?
Well, it's mainly track position for qualifying, get to the front, and then getting the racing, anything can happen. It's always sort of a bit of a scrap. So get to the front, try and control the race and see what they can do. Try and work together.
Yeah, I mean, and we did see sometimes that the boys and girls didn't quite play nice, did they?
Yeah, no, Gibbo done a good job today. He come away with a win. Noose won both the heats, so it was good. But we'll go again tomorrow. Anything can happen, so.
Go again tomorrow. Thank you very much. Good to see you again, Ollie Greenall. One of the stars of the early years of the modern era of the British Championship. He's right, though. Once you're in it for life. Whether you're behind a camera, behind the spanners, behind a microphone. Yeah. It's so hard to get out of this sport once you're in it.
I think as well, drivers, parents, everybody that's in the sport, you sacrifice so much from an early age. When you then get to that age where you have to start thinking more about your career, it's a bit like, well, what do I do now? All I've ever known is karting. So you find most people in the paddock, they've been here for years. They've been here for their whole lives because you start here and you naturally just want to stay here. Why would you want to give this up?
No, exactly. It's Mr. Rye, come and stand by here. We will talk about that. Of all the drivers, we will talk. Why would you want to give this up? Welcome back to the British Championship paddock, Edwards.
Thank you.
Honda Cadets doing a good job. Finished 7th in that final. Yes.
Yeah, well, could have been top 5 or more there. Just dropped off the pack from Luca. No, not Luke. I forgot.
The top 5. Yeah, Luke. Oh, hang on a sec. The trophy presentation is taking place now. You just missed out. You're the only driver here on an MS kart. You're a privateer as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how it goes. To me, the MS karts are underrated. They are really quick, but just not. I don't see many drivers up with them.
Well, I mean, there are in the road tax classes. Do you know what MS stands for?
Don't.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Find out. What does MS stand for? Who have we got here? Do you know? Who are your mates by here?
Sam Dixon and Jerry Duffy, is it?
Ah, well, tell you what, come in, we'll have a Honda Cadet moment, shall we? Sam, Jerry's one of 2 racing Duffys. Come all the way from Ireland to race, don't you?
No, I live in England, but I race under the Irish flag.
Ah, there we go. Well, that tricked me in. It's not easy to trick. It's not hard to trick me when you're as dumb as I am. Sam, how's your day been?
Quite good. First time at the British, top 10, so...
Well done. We're going to see you back?
Probably at Wilton, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Now, you drive privateer. You're racing for Ambition. Who do you race for?
Ambition and privateer.
Ambition, privateer. And yet you're all sort of wandering around together, having a laugh, enjoying yourself. That's the best thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. What are we hoping for tomorrow?
Another top 10, maybe top 5.
Top 10, top 5?
Top 8. I mean, I'd be happy top 8, but obviously aiming for first.
There we go. Now, why have we got a Red Bull T-shirt, a Lando Norris cap? What's going on there, boys?
I just wore a red.
Whoever's winning.
And I love Lando Norris, so yeah.
Whoever's winning, basically. Whoever's winning, that's terrible, isn't it? You can't be, you call it a fair weather fan. Whoever's top was supporting. Nicole Sutherland, you have more drivers to chat to.
More drivers, more Hondas. We've got Kyle and Luca. Kyle, come over. How was your day?
Good.
And your experience in the British Kart Championship, tell us a bit about yourself. Tell us about what you've raced before.
My name's Kyle, and all I've done for a year and a half is Honda Cadet.
The Honda Cadet grid then, it's busy, there's a lot of you this weekend. What have you thought of the racing? Have you been enjoying it? Have you had some good battles?
Yeah, really good battles, and it's really good fun because I'm used to like racing at other small places, and they've only got 4 or 5 cadets.
So those other small places, which tracks are you normally at?
Maybe like Crail or something.
So this track, when you go on to PF, you must feel like it's huge.
Yeah.
And Luca, how's your day been? Tell us about Honda Cadet, tell us about yourself.
I qualified okay, and then in Heat 1, I don't really remember what happened, but I had a bad Heat 1, that's all I remember.
Well, we'll forget about that bit. Maybe a good thing we don't remember.
Well, Heat 2, it was pretty good. I was in like a big battle for like the full race. Then on the last lap I got by. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Boys, tomorrow's results then for the finals. Kyle, where do you reckon you can finish?
I reckon I could finish maybe a top 10.
Top 10, and Luca?
Anything above like 14th.
Top 10, top 14. Okay, very specific with the top 14.
Yeah, he sprinted halfway across the paddock. Usain Bolt would have been proud. Just quickly, what does boom racing stand for?
We just made it up at Crail.
Just made it up at Crail. Big up to Crail. Well done.
It was ages ago though.
Have you got now? You got a cool team. Now you need like a cool welcome greeting, like some sort of hand gesture. You got to work on the shake, okay? Tomorrow, like the boom, 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 okay?
Okay.
We'll show you tomorrow. Good lads, good. Let's make our way off. The podium presentation is happening now. You can see Riley Blakemore heading towards the podium with Tim Parrott.
Whoa.
There's drivers. That's Charlie Wolfett and the ZH Racing.
Is that Harry Chapman?
Harry Chapman, I do believe. You never would have done any sort of foolishness like this back in the paddock when you were driving. No.
Moving on.
We wanted to get to MJR, Martin Jackson Racing, but we're going to we'll keep going down here because we're sort of en route. And a lot of people are at the presentation. Evolve Motorsport, Luca Narroway. Bad in qualifying, but struggling to get through the field, but he is fast.
Yep.
Mick
Ollie
Barrett,
West as well.
Ollie West with his new race suit, with his lucky race suit.
Yeah, new one. He put it on for the second heat. I don't know why he didn't have it on for the first heat.
What? Because he was waiting to save all his luck. There goes Bodie Batch down. Ollie West. Now, so there we go. Take it away. His new race suit finally brought him a bit of good luck.
Right, camera is there for you, Ollie. Ollie.
Wait, say
in
hello,
the
Laura.
final, the new suit. Did it give you some luck?
I don't know.
Well, you started. Where did you start for the final?
P12.
Where did you finish the final?
P5 by.
Doesn't matter. You finished P5.
On the road, P5. So therefore, do you think it gave you
7 on the road, but two.
Oh, so it was even better. We thought
I finished P7, but two
other people had penalties.
Yeah.
Right, so therefore, answer Nicole's question, did your new race suit in that final bring you good luck?
Yes.
There we are, we got there in the end. And you get to do it all tomorrow. Now, here's the secret, are you going to break out the new race suit all day or just for the final again?
Probably just for the final.
Just the final tactic.
Because it's white. We want to keep it white, don't we?
Well, there we go. There we go. Smart. Thinking of parents as well as the drive. Yeah. But
when they have to wash.
We hate it when they have to wash. That's enough. Thank you, Ollie. Lovely. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. West. There we go. We're going to go down here. We've got Mick Barrett Racing, a day of a lot of promise. Nat Johnson, George Edgar, Tide Buckley, all in with a chance, but the Fusion team today were just simply outstanding.
Yeah, obviously Fusion always have the pace, but they also have the numbers. So I think that's something to consider why we see them, dominate so much. Naturally, if you've got more drivers, you're going to end up with more at the front. Not to take away from the pace though, because Richardson, Cranham, they are some seriously fast drivers.
They are very much so, and of course, right, we'll have a little look. There's in the MBR tent, you can see plenty of wagons. Aaron Rogers, Tyler. You've got George Edgars. There's a lack of drivers here, but look at this. Here's something that you don't see very often, Nicole. Look at that, Team Boss. Mick Barrett, scrubbing, cleaning, making sure the carts are all pristine. We should really go and have a chat with him. And who is this? Over by there, come this way. We've got a haircut right here. Oakley Pryor. I was going to say, I know that there's an oil shortage in Saudi Arabia at the moment because he's put most of it on his cutback, on his slick back hair. Like my hair. I wish I had hair. No, Nicole, I blocked him in. You got to interview him because the last time that we interviewed you was at Warden Law when Nicole uttered the immortal words. It's great to watch you tugging round at the back, Oakley. How did the retirement go? Are you back racing now?
No. I'm retired again.
Retired again?
For how long this time?
Forever. Might make a return in winter, you never know, but...
In winter when it's colder and, you know... Why, you want to be in winter? It's the nice...
big, aren't I? It's summer, I'll go around very slowly, so...
I mean, I didn't say you were tugging around at the back. My colleague over there said you were tugging around at the back, so...
Well, it is the truth.
I mean, this is a podium finish in the 2019 Rotax Grand Finals, by the way, at Sarno. The hardest event to win in the world, really, because everyone's on equal equipment. But that was 7 years ago now.
It's a long time ago, yeah. Long time. I've changed.
The older you get, the faster you were. Isn't that right, Nicole? Right, who else have we got in here that we can maybe chat to? Talk about the team boss. Where's Michael Barrett Esquire? Well, no, he's saying no. He's saying no. Who have we got here? We got supporters. Archie. Aaron Rodgers.
It's not Aaron.
It's not Aaron. It's
Archie. Normally Rotax.
Yeah, we're just doing a bit more X30 at the moment, and whenever we can't, we're going to do a bit of Rotax. Just trying to get as much experience as we can doing both classes. So.
And the class today, you know, on the track, what have you felt like?
We felt good. We had a really good result with 8th or 7th, I think, in our second heat. But in the final, we had a bait steering column, and that definitely hindered us a bit. But we've learned loads today, and we were quite fast at points, so I'm quite happy with that.
Archie, and then having a mechanic that has got so much experience, you know, we just said Oakley was on the podium at the Rotax Grand Finals in 2019. Does you actually reckon that helps you get faster? Having a mechanic with experience, does it help you, you know, improve?
Yeah, we go through the GoPro quite a lot during practice days. Obviously, he can give you lots of useful tips. He's got lots of experience, so yeah, it definitely helps. He's really good on the spanners, so.
When he's driving around, do you then, like, do the roles reverse and you tell him where he's going wrong?
Sometimes. Once we did some on-track coaching, and he struggled to keep up, but...
Shade thrown. So, tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, when Archie crawls to a halt 20 yards outside there because, oh dear, did someone forget to put a wheel on? That's why. Anyway, thank you, Archie. Thank you, Mick Barrett Racing. The great thing about the summer is you can smell the cooking in the air.
George Edgar's gone.
George Edgar's disappeared. XL Motorsport, they have been... Oh.
I've got an idea.
You've got an idea. You've got a bad finger.
Ian, are we allowed to use your ping pong table briefly, please?
Excellent. I like where this is going.
Okay.
I like
Do you
where this
reckon
is
we
going.
can multitask?
I can barely speak English at the same time. However, now is that because Nicole hurt her finger today, but she's soldiering on like a soldier.
Yeah.
Right. What are we going to talk? Well, first of all, let's talk about the Senior X30 final while we're playing table tennis.
Talk. Table tennis, hold the mic.
I think we should try and do all three. It's going to go very well or very badly.
Right.
Senior X30 was a little bit on the fractious side, wasn't it? It was one of those races where I can't do one thing. Oh, at least I saved it from going under there. It was one of those races, yeah, Harrison Mackie won, but that was good. First serve. Oh, Laura, thank you, Laura. Right. Go on, you serve. You serve.
I'm the one with the broken finger.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Ready? Oh, there we go.
There we go. Harrison Mackie won. Gus Lawrence was second. So much contact during the race. So many drivers getting themselves out of contention. Uh-oh. Forrest Gump bit. Oh, no. Anyway, yeah, what did you think of that, Nicole?
I thought if you want to watch an entertaining race,
yes,
that is what you want to watch, because the changes for the lead, the contacts, but everybody managed to actually keep it on the tarmac. We only really saw kind of Fred Lloyd go off at the bottom sector once. It wasn't a big moment, but they all kept it, to the track, which was quite impressive because there were some big moments.
But I would say, it's a race where Gus Lawrence, it's a great Gus. Oh, he's got. Right. Enough of
I'm
that.
done.
We're done.
Put that back.
Senior X30 is a race. Why is Gus Lawrence a 3-time British champion? Because when things like that happen, Gus doesn't get involved. When sort of...
He got involved today, I would say.
Well, I mean, not really. Was he involved in any of the incidents, the accidents? I mean, he's probably down there now. We'll go and speak to...
Not the incidents as such, but it was busy between him, Fred and Harrison. He was all involved in there. He was very much a player in the game. Maybe not a player in the game of the contact.
No, and exactly, but that's the points being prizes. But
I think there maybe was a nose cone.
There was?
Potentially, provisionally, we'll have to look through the results. But that's a big story, I think, this year in the seniors, and it's going to play into the remainder of the races. It's going to play tomorrow.
I mean, Harrison Whittaker and Gabriel Still, both have got the speed to be champions, but they seem to, at the moment, they find themselves together. There's issues between them. I wonder if Gus is here, because not only is Gus racing in the UK, where is... we have Pod is here, Archie's here. I tell you what, Archie, come this way. Yes, well, you're a driver. We'll let Pod carry on doing his thing. But I mean, I don't know where Gus is. No, he's on the phone. He's on the phone. Right, he's on the phone. Right, we'll bring Archie Tillett.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures at PF International. Apologies, we weren't quite able to fit the end of the paddock show in on this occasion today, but don't worry, you can watch it back in full over on the Karting UK YouTube channel. A very interesting interview with Archie Tillett.
Yes.
Here's your grid for Heat 4 of the weekend, Heat 2 of Round 6. For Water Swift, Oscar Kenny and Knight Measures on the front row. Austin Newstead and Alfie Davidson go from row 2. It's Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes on row 3. Christian Kobe and Colby Patterson on row 4.
Row number 5, Austin Gibson and Jensen Ackerman, Daniel Ferguson and Luca Narroway on row 6, George House and James Roots. Row 7, George Clark and Charlie Clough. Row 8.
Row 9, Ethan Owen and Henry Clark. Mason Brooks and Alessandro Salas go from row 10. It's Johnston Stewart and Danny Dempsey on row 11. They're followed by Nathaniel Hodges and Margaret Kovetskis on row 12.
Andy Stewart and Orion Meta start on row number 13. Joseph Davis and Ethan Robinson on row number 14. Sophie Campbell and Jack Harney on row 15. And Ida O'Brien and Ruben Sagu round out the field. There is no Ilias Sami, sadly. But the two drivers that had the accident and rolled out of their karts in heat number 1 are both running back with us. So that's great, great news.
Top 10 going into this one in the intermediate classification. Gibson, Hibbert, Newstead, Kobe, Fawkes, Ferguson, Measures, Narroway, Kenny and Clark. And remember, another haul of championship points for the whole season will be awarded after this race, with the results from this and Heat 1 setting the grid for the final. Will we be lights out? Yes. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. The OMS drivers head into turn 1, but they don't keep the lead. Good start for Austin Newstead up to P2, so it's just the sole green and white machine at the front of the field now in the hands of Oscar Kenny. Onto the bridge for the first time. Much cleaner start that time around. Spoke too soon. Two of the Evolves in the middle of a really, really sizable incident coming off of the bridge. Well, they got under the bridge unscathed this time, but coming off of it, and who's that going slowly? It's one of the Fusions. It's the
number 146. Oh, it's Alfie Davidson again. It's just not been a great day. I'm imagining there's probably some sort of residual damage from that. Other drivers that were caught up and have been delayed. Well, a lot of drivers
James
have
Roots,
been delayed.
One of them, Luca Narroway. Those are the two Evolve Motorsport drivers in trouble. Ethan Owen has been delayed. Salas also delayed. A number of others as well at the end of the first lap then. Austin Newstead has taken the lead of this race from Oscar Kenny. Christian Kobe third, Austin Gibson fourth, and Knight Measures completing the top 5. Going down the order, sadly, Narroway, Roots, Salas, Sophie Campbell was involved in the early exchanges there coming off the bridge. Ada O'Brien also is in 30th place. Luca Narroway has still not completed a lap, so I think Luca Narroway is fully out of this race. James Roots does continue, but is in 31st position.
Yeah, so Hardy Mimasi and his dad are both here helping the Evolve team. And on one hand, you know, for several years, Hardy was the sole Evolve Motorsport driver that was there battling away in contention. Now at least the team, Chris Lamar's team, have grown, and there, unfortunately, is a sight that is Luca Narroway out of the race, looking, well, yep, just a sort of a residual shrug of the shoulders, damaged NASA panel and what have you, but he will have plenty of time. He'll be starting towards the back of the grid for the main event. If you have a little look in one of on the Alpha live chat, the fundraise that we mentioned to get a defibrillator at fullback that's been organised by Frank Morris. Yeah, there is a raffle that's being drawn at fullback on the 24th of August. Lots of prizes to help. He's already raised over £2,000 as Frank. Please look in the live chat, and there's a GoFundMe page as well.
Apologies, we've not been able to get the link in chat. Well, me and Henry, because they would never give us admin powers
No,
to put links in chat. That'd
dangerous.
Be a terrible idea. If you on your favourite search engine, GoFundMe Fullback Kart Club.
Yes.
It should come up there. Fundraiser by Sam Morris for the defibrillator over the road.
And I found out why Mason Hibbert was so quickly this morning. Well, it's his birthday. His birthday today. Mason Hibbert, this morning was great. Now, not so wonderful. He is...
I think we can throw down to Nicole Sutherland, who's got an update from Parc Fermé.
We've just seen damage to Luca Narroway's kart then. It's the front end that has pushed him out of the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. 4.25 minutes of this one to go. It's bubbling away quite nicely. Newstead leading from Christian Kobe. Spoke to Christian on Friday during the build-up show. He was very, very confident ahead of this weekend with the track conditions, with the hot temperatures. Yes, it's not as hot today. Air temperature 24 degrees Celsius.
Very, very pleasant today, I have to say.
Lovely conditions, but we've still got the track in that all of those bits of rubber have been pounded into the surface over the past 2.5 days. It's still a very grippy Euro-like surface. Top 5 have been covered by half a second at the end of that lap, including that driver there, Ozzie Gibson, winner of the final yesterday, as here goes Kenny down the inside. Oscar Kenny with a bold move there on Christian Kobe. It's going to open the door for Gibson as well. Chester Forks racing on as well, as a little bit on loan at the moment there in 6th place.
But,
well supported here at PFI.
Yeah, but if these 5 battle like they are doing, although OMS on OMS isn't a great start, I was going to say Chester Forks, even though he's in a different livery, he's in the Argenti livery, he's running with OMS Racing, and then you'd have 3 against 3 at the front. But of course now, as Kenny and Measures dispute 3rd position, Gibson slots in between. You've got Newstead and Gibson pulling away, Kobe in between the 2 OMS karts. That hasn't helped. But then Daniel Ferguson for the BMR Restart team is here as well. Now the leading XL driver is Mason Brooks in 9th. I've just seen XL, team founder, Kevin Day's son, Jamie Day, and Paul Hardy are over here as well. It's great to see Paul and Jamie in the British paddock, and of course Dan Hart running the XL team, in the UK, and Paul, they run a Formula 4 team as well now. And there is Johnston Stewart. So one of the XL karts, Paul's here, so he can get his hands dirty for once. It's been a while. Hope you know which end of a Wera tool to hold.
2 minutes to go in this one. Here's the battle for 6th place. Ferguson down the inside of Forks. Those two went toe-to-toe a lot last season, including Some trips to the podium for both Ferguson and Fawkes in the restricted category in 2024. They've got George Clark in the mix as well. George Clark has been on very good form recently. If you weren't with us yesterday or at GYG, George Clark, a driver who went into that weekend in North Wales without a record on the podium in this championship and got 2 in the space of 24 hours. It's been a very, very good bit of progress from George Clark in recent weeks, Henry.
Yes, my paddock spies may have misinformed me slightly.
Oh, okay.
Now, I believe it might not be Mason Hibbert's birthday. I believe it might be Mason Hibbert's mum's birthday.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's even more important.
Well, Mason Hibbert's mum's mum is in Cape Verde, so I wonder if she wants to, like, really, throw her daughter under the bus and say how old she is.
I'm staying away from that one, mate. 60 seconds to go. Newstead still leads from Gibson. Measures Kobe. What's this doing to the FIC? At the moment, Gibson would be on pole for the final. And remember, get another 65 championship points. This could really be a weekend where Austin Gibson starts to get a tilt for the title underway. The story kind of for all of these drivers, we're talking other categories about consistency. No one's had the best consistency so far. They've all had an off round here or there. We'll talk more about drop scores when we get to Kim Bolton, when we get later on in the season as well. But this could be a very, very strong tally for Gibson here this weekend, but he's still got a deal now with Measures and Kobe right on his rear bumper, and the driver directly ahead of him, Austin Newstead, who would also be on the front row for the final as things stand. Newstead defends down into hairpin 1. This will be the penultimate lap. It's round the outside. Looks Oscar Kenny's going to try and switch back here. This is all good news. This defensive by Newstead is going to bring Ferguson and Clark and Brooks and Patterson and Fawkes and Kvetskis as well. What a great job once again from Margaris Kvetskis on the Zip Apollo, the Lithuanian driver who took his first win in this championship in Honda Cadet last year. As off goes Brooks
on the
into
outside,
the wall.
That was big. Sorry, Andrew. You could just see Brooks on the outside. He wasn't cutting across, but there were 2 karts on the inside that just popped him into the air. And of course, even though this is teammates, this matters. The 4 of Newstead, the 5 of Gibson, whoever finishes in front of the other, they will take pole position for the final, but more importantly, they'll take maximum championship points from the heats. So championship-wise, this is also important. And it does mean that the 2 OMS drivers, Measures and Kenny, they're not out of this one yet. Measures to the inside. Good move. You could see there, Gibson tried to swing out wide to the undercut, and Measures went, well, thank you very much. The door opened for me. This now gives Newstead really the main chance to take pole position and maximum championship points. Oh, Gibson over the grass. He's going to come back on it. Oh, my goodness me. Great avoidance there from Night Measures. Gibson on the outside. He's going to get freight trained by Kenny, by Kobe, and also potentially by Colby Patterson. But undeniable, once again, the baby-faced assassin Austin Newstead takes the win.
And pole position for the final as well, because Gibson's a slight demise there at the end to 6th on the road means that Newstead tops the table with 3 intermediate points. Gibson on 6, Kobe on 7, Measures on 9. So that is another 65 championship point score. Newstead's 7th of the season. Austin Newstead really, really starting to build a bit of a charge here. Remember, he didn't have a good round 1, so he's not miles ahead in the championship. But this kind of form, Henry, apart from that round 1, he's never had a result lower than 7th. Now 7th, 1st and a 3rd yesterday. This is looking good.
When you count in dropped scores, of course, I can't remember quite how many drop scores you have to put in over the course of a season, but certainly he's dropping a 27th place, he's dropping a 13th place. He's keeping virtually a perfect championship tally. As you look down the order there, some of the others Mason Hibbert finishing 12th on either his or his mum's birthday, not quite sure which one. Chester Fawkes dropping to 10th, House 11th, Charlie Clough 13th, Henry Clark 14th, Alfie Davidson 15th, Ackerman, Joseph Davies, Nathaniel Hodges, star of the show yesterday, Andy Stewart, Jack Harney, your top 20. Now, very quickly, before we head down to Nicole Sutherland, if we are going to head down to Nicole Sutherland, a public service announcement. MLC Motorsport had their van broken into at their workshop 2 nights ago. I'm just bringing this up. Stolen, and this is important because the chassis will have certain chassis numbers. Some of the engine parts will have distinctive marks and numbers, probably from P1 Racing Engines and MLC Motorsport. So, 2 full-size Cosmic chassis, 1 mini Cosmic chassis, various wheels and tyres, Rotax carburetors, engines and exhausts. They will have distinctive one, probably P1 engines on them or MLC Motorsport engines. So please keep an eye out. If you get offered Rotax engines or a couple of Cosmic chassis, then they are stolen. Do not accept them. Please report them. Thank you. Nicole, happy. Back to you.
Margaret, that was a pretty special race for you, was it not?
Yes, one of my best results in IAME, so not too bad.
And the places gained, tell us how you managed to pull off that many in that short space of a time.
At the start, keeping it cautious, not trying to pick up any damage. And towards the end, I saw everyone was going to bunch up and just fight like crazy. So I was like, someone's going to go off, because they always do. So I just picked up the pieces, basically.
Well, great job out there, very impressive indeed. We'll throw back up then because we've got drivers going out on the track very soon.
We do indeed, and it'll be Senior X30 out on circuit next for their second heat. Gus Lawrence on pole position, joined by Freddie Lloyd alongside on the front row. Zach Green and Harrison Mackey go from row number 2. Green is your current FIC leader. Tristan Powell will not take part in this race. Sadly, made an error in terms of tyre usage, and Park Ferme is out of this round. Otto Pukinen will be alone on row 3, behind Morgan Moore and Jack Buckley on row 4.
Row number 5, Harry Cottrell. Can he get to the end of this race in the same pace that he starts with? Harrison Whitcomb, Roxanne Luttinger and Aaron Brown.
Next up on the 7th row of the grid, William Antrobus and Lewis Bird. Row 8, Rhys Newburn and Sam Branston. Row 9, Joey Brown and Archie Tillett. Completing the top 20, it's CJ Bennett and Theo Lestrange.
Behind the 2 Irishmen on row number 10, we have Laith Khan and Sam Lewis, Joao Castro with his repaired Praga, and Thomas Gray. Then we have Liam Karabelov, Dylan Patel. Behind Dylan Patel, Oliver Harris, Jack Nettleship, Luca Mann, Harrison Morrow, Michael Gray, Gabriel Stilp, and hopefully Mohammed Hilal, who also had a pretty big off in the first race.
Here we go then for another
Sam
8
Branston
minutes.
not out there by the
Sam
looks of
Branston
it.
also not out on circuit, so we're already down a couple. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start from both on the front row. Lloyd trying to hold it around the outside, but will drop down to third. Green is through behind Lawrence, so it's Gus Lawrence for the PF International karting team leading in the early stages of this one. Very spread out in the second half of the field.
Yeah, Archie
Round
Tillett,
the bowl,
very
Archie
wide.
Tillett falling down the order, but it's his teammate Lawrence leading this one from Green. Green knows, very simple situation. If he wins this race, he'll have pole position for the final, Henry, but we've got to keep an eye on many others in this race. There's problems towards the back of the field for one driver. It's an MDL pulling off the road at the back of the field.
Looking down, that possibly could be Laith Khan.
Yes, it is.
Out
it is indeed.
of the race. So MDL already down one driver, Tristan Powell, for the day, taking tyres out of Park Ferme. In this race, Laith Khan also out of action in the number 378 machine. Lawrence leads from green. Lloyd, Mackie, Whitcomb, Moore, and the rest. Harrison Mackie, I saw him, he was wearing a gold, a shiny gold fedora hat during the lunch break, which was, you know, brave, questionable, but brave. Into Harrison Whitcomb moves into P5. Now, Lawrence just defending a little bit. Lloyd passes Mackie for third place. Morgan Moore is now down to sixth behind Whitcomb. Otto Pikkanen on the Croc Kart, P7. And also Jack Buckley for the McBarrett Racing team. Very, very closely matched here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Still about 15 karts in line. William Antrobus there for Fusion. Also the mean green TB machine of S8 Racing. Oh my word. Zach Green just sends one. Gus Lawrence didn't want him to overtake, and Zach Green went, I just don't care.
Brilliant stuff there from Zach Green. That extends his lead in the points, the intermediate points for this stage of the round. Look at the train heading down to turn to hairpin 1 now. Lloyd half attack, half defence there. Keeps Mackie behind. The other Harrison Whitcomb, is there as well in 5th place. Harrison Whitcomb, who's been having a strong season, was a double round winner at Warden Law, of course, earlier on in the year, has been representing the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this season as well in the senior category. He's been having some success in whatever he's been racing so far in 2025. These are key positions, not just in terms of this race, Henry, not just in terms of where they're starting with the final, but championship points as well. Whitcomb, Lloyd, Lawrence, Mackie, they are my 4 championship contenders. They are the ones I feel will run all the way to the end. Every single time they race out on circuit, if they can get one up on one another, it's going to help them in that title bid. Whitcomb through to 4th.
Yeah, but of course they cannot get sidetracked by personal rivalries with other drivers. Who was that?
Pikkanen.
Otto Pikkanen, last the late breakers. If he'd braked a metre later, then he would have been sitting in Harrison Whitcomb's seat with him. So lucky for both of them there. One Fusion driver sort of handy here. That's Joey Brown making his way through with the dark crash helmet there. You're looking at the 321 Fusion kart. That, of course, is Harrison Mackie. Chasing Harrison Whitcomb now, but behind them, Brown and Antrobus 9th and 10th. CJ Bennett has made a good start, and another of the MDL Motorsport kart. CJ up from the 10th row of the grid into P11 at the moment. Sam Lewis, Harry Cottrell, Theo Lestrange, Rhys Newburn, Jack Nettleship. The rocket ship for Nettleship is doing quite well. And then it is Roxanne Lantinga.
Yeah, 12 positions gained for Nettleship, 10 for Sam Lewis as well. Evolved Motorsport, quite literally evolving here in this championship. They've done a lot of good work in the younger categories. Now stepping up and getting some attention in the senior X30 category. Can they break with Sam Lewis up into this top 10? 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Gus Lawrence feeling at the moment under pressure, of course. Behind is Freddie Lloyd, but it just looks to me that Gus Lawrence, so much experience around this circuit with the team as well, maybe starting to come on form, putting Zach Green under pressure. Where does he make the move? Has he got the pace to make the move with 3 minutes to go? If anyone knows what to do in terms of tyre pressures and elongation of pace into the race, it surely should be Gus Lawrence.
Yes.
But Freddie Lloyd doesn't think that. He's going to go down the inside and take second place from him.
Well, I think Freddie is probably listening to you as we speak, Andrew. You go, oh yeah, right. Yes, I got to go. And Freddie went.
He did.
I spoke to Freddie this morning. Yeah, he said he'd love to do Las Vegas Supernats. He said, yeah. He said he'd have his eye on that one. So he's not obviously concentrating just on karting now. Cars is no longer on the table. It's karting. And I said, well, you know, do you want to be a professional go-kart racer? Yeah, sounds all right. You know.
I love talking to Freddie. He's very to the point.
Fantastic.
He was another driver who, when the World Championships were here last September, he had a bit of what we call a wild card run. he impressed a lot of people over those 2 weeks, not just the World Championships weeks, but the Champions of the Future events, where he was only beaten by one driver, and that one driver was Joe Turney that week, and we know how good he is.
Oh, Lewis Bird out of the race. Well, you know, glad to see Lewis back today.
Yes.
In the number 5 karts. He's had a strong run of podiums, you know, towards the end of last year, beginning of this year. He's been there or thereabouts, not this weekend, although it's not over yet completely. It's going to be very difficult now for Lewis to take a podium here. We're looking at Freddie Lloyd, and of course Freddie, his older brother Alex Lloyd, was one of the first IAME Euro X30 champions. Won the Euro X30 Euro IAME series. Yes, I'm sure he was definitely a European X30 champion. Was Alex Lloyd before he sort of stepped aside to let younger brother Fred's have a go. And Fred's keeping the Lloyd name up at the front of British karting. Not the front of this race, it's Zach Green, a part of the Jamie Green Racing. Can we call it a dynasty now?
I think so.
I think we should probably call it a dynasty, you know, between Jamie, between Will, between Fred and Zach. Oh, and there's two teammates not playing nice together. That was the 357 of Antrobus, and probably, I would imagine, Joey Brown battling over 9th and 10th positions. Play nice, play nice. There is that Sam Lewis number 324 kart, the Evolve kart, going past Antrobus into what would be 10th position. With 13 seconds to go, Otto Pikkanen sets the fastest lap of the race in 6th place. We've still got Lloyd was thinking about it. Okay, 2 years ago, Freddie Lloyd would have gone for that move, and it would have ended badly. The sign of a maturation process, he did not go for the move then because it wasn't on. You know, something that didn't really bother Fred a couple of years ago. But now he realises, no, I shall wait. Racecraft and racing smarts, it's two different things. You know, racecraft is one thing, but, you know, nous, smarts, you know, that's a slightly different thing.
Time is up. Final lap board is going to be out in a moment for the finale of this one. Now, if Lloyd could find a way through, this, I reckon, would switch things in the FIC. Green right now has a 4-point lead, but it's a 4-point match at the front here. If Green drops to second, he'll go to 2. Lloyd would go from 4 to 2. We'd be back to the time qualifying, and Lloyd was a little bit quicker than Green earlier on this morning. This would count for championship points as well. Now, Zach Green was not at the first meeting, so hasn't got a full complement of scores at this stage. Into hairpin 1. That's one overtaking area gone through then for Zach Green. There's another one through hairpin number 2. Freddie Lloyd is not in striking distance yet. How can he find a bit of time through the Fullerton S's? It takes a big clout of curb on the entry into the Fullerton S's. Round Bobby game now. Just the Mike Wilson complex to go. Lloyd is closing all the time. Zach Green is a cool customer, though, at the front of this field. Out of the final corner. What a performance by Zach Green and Jamie Green Racing. Pole position for Green here at PF International. 2 from 2 for round 6. In Senior X30. Lloyd will resume that battle in the final from the outside of row number 1. Gus Lawrence, 3rd in that one, will share row 2 with Harrison Mackie. It'll be Mackie on the inside, though, for that one. Harrison Whitcomb up 5 spots to 5th. Otto Pikkanen showing some form there. Remember, this is a driver preparing for Kart Masters in a few weeks, in what will truly be an international race. Pikkanen's 6th. That's the best result he's had so far this weekend, if my memory serves me correctly, Henry.
It does serve you correctly. You're looking there, Morgan Moore, Jack Buckley, Joey Brown and CJ Bennett. Sam Lewis just missing out on a top 10, but beating William Antrobus. Harry Cottrell, 13th for S8 Racing. Another from 32nd to 14th for Gabriel Stilp. The question is, well, do you know, why didn't Freddie Lloyd make the move, or try to make the move? Because, quite simple, that driver there didn't let him. The move wasn't on. The move wasn't on, so Fast Fred's was like, okay, calculations in the old brain box. not a championship threat at the moment, but when dropped scores come in, he's already dropped his scores. So he said, right, not a championship threat at the moment, but I am ahead of who I need to be ahead of today. So Freddie Lloyd, there he is. He gains points in the championship on Lawrence and Mackie. That's key.
And Whitcomb as well, who leads the championship overnight. So you're absolutely right, Henry. That was smart racing from Freddie Lloyd. Maybe not the most spectacular racing. Don't worry, we'll have more of that later on in the final. What a weekend for Laith Khan. As I say, had a very sizable crash on Friday afternoon during free practice. Not a nice one indeed through the Mike Wilson complex. So full credit to him and the MDL team for getting that kart going again. But it's not their weekend.
He ended up resting against the pit building, is that right?
A little bit upside down.
A little bit upside down in pit entry. Right in front of a somewhat surprised Harrison Morrow. Anyway, well, enough of Harrison Morrow, well, sadly. But we have some more of Gabriel Stilp, please, with Nicole. Thank you.
Gabe, quali didn't go your way this morning. It was technical issues, but talk us about what happened then and what you've had to do since then to push your way through during the heats.
So in qualifying the start motor went, so it was a bit of a shame. I mean, we don't really have the pace to win, but I reckon through the heats we were just trying to fight our way through to the front with not much pace, but we're just trying our hardest, trying to find a bit more speed in us and the kart, and then just to try and be at the front for the final.
And when you're having to pick off that many places, how's the best way to go around it? You know, is it about getting that race start right, or is it taking your time and picking people off one by one? Talk us through it.
The race start is definitely a big thing. If you can get a good start off the line throughout the first lap, it definitely does help. But it's just, about trying to be smart about some of the people around you with less experience and just trying to get around them as fast as possible and without crashing or going off yourself.
Okay, good to hear from you. We'll see how it plays out in the final. Then we'll head back up then because we've got another race coming up in just a moment's time.
Junior X30 time for their second heat of the day. Let's take you through the 30 drivers due to go out on circuit. First up, Riley Cranham on pole position, joined by Aaron Richardson, his teammate on the front row. Mayan Patel's had a very impressive weekend. Starts on row 2 alongside Isaac Sayer of Singapore. George Edgar needs a good result here, needs to get a bit of momentum going before the final. He's alongside Archie Rogers-Tyler on row 3. Row 4, Findlay Lyons and Ty Buckley.
Row 5, Gold Chain Charlie himself, Charlie Wolfett for the Henry Gregory Motorsport team, and the Welshman Archie Owen. Maisie Creed, who's been superb this weekend, was out of luck at the last corner of the previous heat race. What can she do from 11th alongside Sukmani Kira?
Next up, it's Max Ewell and Jarlath Sayer on row 7. Max Endicott and Jack McLaughlin go from row 8. Alfie Brown and Harley Musk are in the midfield there on row 9. Rocker Lee and Shenton and Aaron Mehta wrap out the top 20.
Zach McDonald, Rory Armstrong, Jacob Bashler, Kian Bernard are next. Oliver Meek, Oliver Vo, Arya Neha and John Foley Jr. Rashid Hilal and Nat Stappen himself. The fan club are back in. I'm going to have to say it. Aaron Mehta looped his kart on the rolling lap, but has returned to the prepared surface.
Excellent. So,
here we go.
8 minutes plus 1 lap. Once again, the results from earlier. Cranham from Patel from Owen. What's going to happen in this one? Everybody running through the tram lines with the lights going out to indicate the start of this race. Through and under the bridge then for the start of this one. Patel has broken up to second place. George Edgar needs a good race, has had a good start, is up to third place, the gold medalist from the FIA Motorsport Games in 2024. He's got Aaron Richardson on his tail, who also needs a good result here after his retirement in the first heat. All of them running through hairpin number 1, looking pretty clean. That's good stuff from the juniors.
We've got cross-eyed lion. Dirk is he's got his eyes on Alfie Brown, P17, and Jacob Bashler starting P23. Well, we'll see if Dirk knows. Well, he's going to come and get a close eye view at Kartmasters. We have had a change up at the front. There's changes in the middle of the pack. Now, was that Jacob Bashler for the Jamie Green Racing Team making a position there? Out of the final corner we go. Max Endicott in the 288 BMR restart kart. Very, very quick in race number 1, starting down in 15th position, so he upset his mother with his qualifying result, but now he's unmessing his weekend up by having a strong race pace as Cranham, Patel, Richardson, Edgar, Sayer and Lines, your top 6 positions.
This is good stuff from the juniors so far. A lot of drivers, I think, are really raising their games this weekend to take the challenge to Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham did look head and shoulders in more ways than one above the field at the start of the season when we went to Wilton Mill for the O Plate, where he won that plate for the 2025 season. But the likes of Patel, Richardson, Edgar, they know they've got to do something special to stop this run that Riley Cranham has been on since the spring. 6 minutes to go. Cranham, Patel, Richardson, Edgar and Finley Lines now up to P5. Isaac Sayer is 6th as Richardson looks down the inside of Patel, trying to make it a fusion 1-2, and he's going to leave the door open for Edgar to go back down the inside. That's nice from George Edgar. Here comes Finley Lines in the bright yellow and green helmet. Richardson has got to defend his track position to hold on to P4. Charlie Wolford is in the mix here as well. No, it's not a JGR green and white. It's a Henry Gregory green and white looking for a strong result in this race. That's some good moves from Wolford up into the top 8.
I got to say, Henry Gregory's a good sport. Maybe for Kartmasters, we should have a design the new livery competition.
Just do the front fairing.
Beforehand, just do the front fairing, you know.
Front fairing's white at the minute.
Yeah, front fairing's white, you know. So we'll get something there to make that kart even more distinctive for Greg's on legs as the lead group of, well, down to...
Patel.
Now there's Patel for the race lead. Okay. Well, we spoke earlier. Mark Litchfield, Mayen's team boss, teaching Mayen about patience. Just calm down. We don't have to do it all in the first 2 laps. Well, we've waited until lap 4 before making a move. Cranham comes back at him, but Patel doesn't overly defend. Edgar now 3rd, Lines up to 4th. Richardson has slipped back to 5th position. Behind Richardson, only just behind Richardson, you've got Sayer, Wolfett, Ewell, and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Oh, over the grass! That's Riley Cranham over the grass. What precipitated that, I hear you ask? Maybe we'll check one of the multiple camera angles to see what happened, but yeah, certainly. And now it's all going a little bit pear-shaped in the pack. There's the number 287 kart comes through. That is Archie Rogers-Tyler, the youngest driver here, only turned 12 2 days ago. George Edgar isn't done with this one yet either.
He's not indeed. This is really, really good stuff from Patel, Edgar and Lines. 1, 2, 3, down towards hairpin number 1. Patel steps to the inside. Lines has a casual little... Oh, that is lovely from Finley Lines. He's going to have second place now. Will he have the inside line into hairpin 2? He may have to do the double switch back here, which he's going to try and do here on George Edgar. Patel defends the inside line. That is... Finley Lines, I clap you for that. That was a brilliant couple of corners. He set that move up on George Edgar all the way back halfway along the straight, past the synergy signs, running into hairpin 1. That was magnificent.
Yeah, now let's have a little look back. And Finley Lines signalling, saying, go, let's attack together. Right. Cranham.
Just ran out of road.
He just ran out of road. I think... So, the one defensive manoeuvre, Cranham was defending, then swung out wide. Patel filled the gap, but by the time Cranham turned back in, there was a go-kart on the apex, and he just ran out of road as Edgar now loses 3rd position. That is Max Ewell up into P2. Well, Max ran away from myself and Nicole at the table tennis table for the paddock show last night. Now he is showing what he's made of. Now up into P3. This is the best result so far for Ewell.
It is indeed. So through into the chicane once again. This one is not done, still 2 minutes on the clock to go. Patel leads them at the end of lap number 6, but for how much longer? Because Lines has gone for it. Lines goes through into the race lead. This is what can happen sometimes in a season where a driver's taking the step up. Max Ewell's having a go for second place now, May and Patel. It's a bit of a clash there between Wolfett and Ewell. Ewell pulls to one side quite sensibly, doesn't want to get involved in anything else, but drops down to around 10th place.
Here's Rocco Shenton now on the scene in the red and white Birrell black race suit, signaling to say, come on, let's push. Shenton started 19th, and here he is, 2, 4, 6, 7th.
Our race leader, we shouldn't forget, has just moved up to the juniors, or in terms of the last year, he was in the inter categories. And speaking to his dad, Stuart, start of the year, struggling with the grip. It's that classic thing, you step up to juniors, there's so much technically different, bigger chassis, more power, so much to learn. When it's been grippy conditions, that's when Findlay Lines has come to his best. Yes, it's not as grippy as it was yesterday, but this really could be a bit of a breakthrough result, but not if May and Patel's got anything to do about it, because Patel's down the inside.
Brilliant, excellent.
Patel takes the race lead brilliantly round the bowl. This is this feels like a pre-final more than a heat to me right now, Henry. This is a real battle, and Cranham's back in play. Cranham's going to draw alongside Lines here and take second place back. This is a great response. This is what we've been talking about with Riley Cranham in 2025 as Lines and Richardson are going wheel to wheel now. Last year, 2024, if Cranham had a problem, he fell back. He just completely disappeared out of races. But he's got that tenacity now as Edgar's back down the inside now of Richardson. Edgar's going to repay the favour. He will not have liked that overtake that Lines did on him a few laps ago, and he's got back into the top 5 now. And 2 more laps to go, Henry.
Yeah, privateer driver number 286, Rocco Leon Shenton. There he is, black race suit, red and white Birrell ART chassis. He's now sat and trying to look at the inside of George Edgar. Isaac Sayer from Singapore and Aaron Richardson, yesterday's race winner, sit behind him. The next group of karts is even more chaotic than the one we're looking at here. There's about 87 different racing lines going into the first hairpin. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is just Heat 2. Nat Stappen has climbed to 23rd. Well, I'll give him a bit of a build-up there. He's only gained 7 places. And
seven more than us.
7 more than us, of course. There is there. And that gives you an idea. That's some of the trajectory of the karts. And they're slow going into the Mike Wilson complex there. Great new camera angle as we head on to the last lap. Patel leads. I don't think it's over yet between Patel and Cranham. Gold chain Charlie Wolfett up into P3 for Greg's on legs.
Final lap board has been shown. Patel at the moment would be second on the grid. Cranham, this has been an up and down drive in every which way of the words. Into hairpin number 2. Cranham surely will be trying to set something up. Maybe the Mike Wilson complex is not close enough yet as they run through the Fullerton S's. He's not going to be close enough into Bobby Game, but at the same time, he doesn't need to make this move. He was still going to have pole position for the final. What a topsy-turvy heat this has been. I've lost count of how many different race leaders we have had. But Mayan Patel for MDL Motorsport will emerge as the race winner. That is a magnificent result for Patel. Once again, what a weekend Patel is having here at PFI. Cranham P2 secures another pole position, and with it, another 65 championship points. He really, really is starting to run away with this. Charlie Wolfett P3. A brilliant drive and well-deserved. Should have happened in Heat 1. Fantastic stuff for that new team.
Henry Gregory was just below us to our left, sprinting down there with a huge grin on his face. It's a top 3 result. That's the first top 3 result for him as a team. Is this their first race weekend?
This is their first race.
This is their very first race.
And they're already top 3, sharping at the front. All I will say for Henry and for Charlie, good boy.
Yeah,
good boy, well done.
Can Charlie win this race?
I don't see why not.
Of course he can.
Of course he can.
Now, let's have a look. Rocco Leon Shenton from 19th to 5th. Excellent result for the privateer. Isaac Sayer, Aaron Richardson, Max Ewell, again strong from Max, Archie Owen, Max Endicott. Do you know what? We've only mentioned Max Endicott's name twice, and that is at the end when we're looking at page 1 of the result sheets. Now, considering that Max qualified back in, let me find it, 15th position, that is what the type of day you have. You put yourself in a position during qualifying by not getting it quite right. So you just plug away in the heats, gain ground, and Endicott is going to start on the 3rd row for the final.
Yep.
That's a good day. That is a smart day's racing. Finley Lines dropping to 13th place. Now, Cross-Eyed Lion Dirk, our friend on the live chat, he said he was looking at Jacob Bashler, who gained 12th place to finish 11th, and he was looking at Alfie Brown, who went the other way and finished 27th. 1 out of 2 is not bad, Dirk. Let's hear from Nicole Sutherland.
Mayan, race win there for you, but it got a bit feisty between you and Riley Cranham. Can you tell us, in your opinion, what happened?
Yeah, well, he took a wide approach. I think he went offline, and I sort of went in while he went over the grass, and then I managed to keep the lead from there.
Mayan, good to hear from you and a good race win, but we'll see how all of that drama unfolds later on. We'll throw up then to the next race, but not before this.
Welcome back to live pictures here at PF International. We're going into IAME Water Swift Restricted now for race number 28 of the weekend. It's the second heat of the second round for this category. Albie J. Stubbs starts on pole position. Harry Chapman alongside on the front row. Bodie Batch and Logan Hodgetts will start this race from the second row of the grid, and ahead of Ollie West and Jaden McElhenney on row 3, Dimitar Uzanov and Corey Lyons, the second of the DMS drivers, on row 4.
Toby Biggs and Lewis Williams Mabs on the DAP kart. The next, Arthur Bowers and Patrick Wood on row 6, Freddie Baker and Benjamin Schlevar. Then Reggie Peters getting a lot of support online, and Frank Morris. The charity raising money, fundraising, Frank Morris ahead of Harry Murphy. And yeah, this could again be a very, very interesting race between a number of drivers of different teams. You've got the two XL Motorsport teammates, different liveries of Albie J. Stubbs, and of course the Argenti livery of Bodie Batch. You've got the privateer of Harry Chapman, but then you've also got Jade Racing Team, Evolve Motorsport, and Daily Motorsport on the same there. There's Dimitar Uzanov in the green sleeves, white race suit, black crash helmet there, the red and white Jade run Birrell ART kart. But again, now watch the number 74, the black plates, that's Logan Hodgetts, still on novice plates. He's qualified a fantastic 4th. I don't expect him to stay there, but at the start he can be quite aggressive. What will the novice do coming into the first corner? This is a real test of nerve, and he passes it with ease. Now it's a question of, let's look, and I would say more experienced drivers at this level, now settle in and learn. But already Hodgetts looks like he's lost a fair few positions going through there. So yeah, just good qualifying. Now just settle in, Logan, and learn.
Absolutely. So
I wonder if there's a relation to Chris Hodgetts, the ex-double British Touring Car champion, or Stefan Hodgetts.
We'll get Nicole on.
We'll get we'll get Nicole Sutherland on the case. Because you had Stefan Hodgetts, he raced British Touring Cars, and his dad, Chris Hodgetts, was a double British Touring Car champion back in about 86, 87. I believe in a Toyota.
Ooh, testing it now. It's a bit before my time. 7 minutes to go of this one. LBJ Stubbs leads at the moment. It's an XL Motorsport 1-2 with Bodie Batch there in the Argenta colours. Second on the road. Ollie West has had a good start to this race. Henry, Evolved Motorsport running in third place. There's the number 55 of Frank Morris. As he reminds you from earlier, if you give a little Google to GoFundMe Fullbeck Karts Club, you'll see the defibrillator cause the money raising page as your first result. At least that's what happened to me. I did it earlier. To give what you can to continue supporting things across the road. Harry Chapman having a little look for fourth place. Not able to do it that time. Just not quite able to draw alongside and get it done in the braking zone.
Cross-eyed Lion asked, did Finley Lines have a kart problem? He led and then dropped to 13th. We decided, no, he didn't. He had a George Edgar problem.
He had a racing in a very tight junior pack problem.
Yes.
Yeah, not his. But again, he'll learn from that. Again, a driver in the minis last year, stepping up. It's such a. I know I bang on about it, but it is such a big step.
Oh yeah.
And we'll see, I'm sure, more results from Finley Lines later on in the season.
Good evening to Michael Burke, tuning in Bathurst, Australia, as is always the case. And that camera angle from the top of the banking that you see, it shows the height difference, the elevation change between this point of the circuit, which is the highest point of the track, and the rest of the track below us. It's, that steep climb uphill onto the banking, it is impressive, which means that the run down the hill from the banking is also impressive. There are the fans and the mechanics, parents watching on keenly. No signalling, so it's early stages, yes. That's the pensive sort of emotional build-up, the calm before the hand signalling storm.
A few stories down the field just to report in on Henry. Toby Biggs up 3 places. Is running around. I think he's just lost one of them though to McElhenney, but still moving forward from where Toby started on the grid. Arthur Bowers, one of our new drivers this weekend. Arthur Bowers and Reggie Peters, the 2 debutants in this category. Arthur having a great race for the global karting team, who are sharing with Premium this weekend their awning. Is up to 8th place. That's a gain of 3 now for the driver, the number 99.
Little Arthur, he was round trying to do the tyre challenge yesterday. Great little lad is Arthur Bowers. Quick as well, and of course this is his graduation to the next step up the ladder. Here comes Harry Chapman. Harry Chapman, that privateer entry, just so solid. Behind the lead group, there has been a spin.
We are naughty commentators.
Have we just
very naughty.
Have we just said wonderful, nice things about Global Karting's Arthur Bowers in kart number 99? And has Arthur Bowers in Global Karting's number 99 just then spun away his good position?
Sorry, Arthur. Welcome to an Andrew and Henry commentary. You've just been hit by the commentary curse.
It is real. No, it wasn't your fault. Don't let anybody, Arthur, tell you that spin was your fault. It was our fault. Okay? We'll take one for the team there. Mike Simpson's probably going to come out and beat us over the head with a stick in the commentary box. Lock the door. Here, Mike Simpson, Mike Spencer. Dear me. Getting my mics mixed up there. Back to the action. 3 minutes to go. LBJ Stubbs leads Bodie Batch by nothing. Oh, and Dimitar Uzanov, I think he saw Ollie West coming at the last moment. West was going for the move coming into turn number 4, and it was almost an issue there, but Uzanov continues in P4. No, West is now in P4. Uzanov P5, McElhenney, Biggs, and this is the closest that Louis Williams-Mabs has been to the race lead. P8, 2.9 seconds off top spot. With less than 3 minutes to go, Stubbs does the crossover. Chapman follows him through.
Great stuff there from Harry Chapman. Knew he had to be committed to the inside of the Mike Wilson complex and has taken second place. So it's a repeat of the battle that we had in the final yesterday. 2.5 minutes to go, though. It might be a busier battle than what we've seen so far this weekend, with the likes of West, Uzanov, McElhenney and Biggs not too far behind, as here goes Chapman up the inside onto the bridge. Nice clean racing between Chapman and Stubbs there. That's what we like to see. Chapman hits the front. Batch trying to draw alongside now and take second place from his teammate. Oh, gets a little bit of a wiggle on mid-corner, but he got it stopped. Didn't quite make the apex, didn't need to. He's through into second place. West having a go at Uzanov back there. They're going to be side by side towards the Fullerton S's. This is great racing. This is proper good IAME Water Swift restricted racing. This is giving me a kind of a deja vu back to 2024. Bit of a moment there between Uzanov and West. Uzanov holds around the outside. The DMS of McElhenney trying to get involved now. And up from 6th place. And then you've got the two younger drivers, Biggs and Williams-Mabs. How will they play the next couple of laps?
I was going to say, well, Uzanov and West ran side by side through about a full lap. You know, getting to every corner, side by side. They've lost a bit of ground now. McElhenney has moved up into P4. So McElhenney has managed to get past both of them in that deep blue Daily Motorsport machine. The teal green of Ollie West is next. And Toby Biggs has made a move up into 6th position. Uzanov is slipping back to 8th position now with Lewis Williams-Mabs. The lesser spotted Fraser Glasby making an appearance on the live stream, taking photographs there. Look at the DAP kart. Lewis Williams-Mabs. This is as good as he's been all weekend.
Yes.
He's getting stronger and stronger. Of course, you know, you want to be doing your fastest laps at the end of the day. And, yeah, it's working.
Biggs through past West there, not going a bit close on the approach to the Mike Wilson complex. 15 seconds on the clock. There's Uzanov and Williams-Mabs. That is the battle for 7th place now. So there'll be 2 more laps of this one. How is this playing into things in terms of the grid for the final? Well, right now, your race leader there on your screens, kart number 32, Harry Chapman, would be on pole position on tiebreakers. It would go back to the TQ with Bodie Batch. Batch then, if he could find a way through, would take the lead. And look into hairpin 1 they go. Is there a switch back on? That's really well dealt with by Harry Chapman. Didn't defend too hard into hairpin 1 on that occasion. Into hairpin 2. No change at this moment. This is the penultimate lap of the race. There's a plus 5 second penalty incoming, not for one of these 3, but for the driver behind, Jaden McElhenney. Plus 5 seconds at the end of this race. There's been a problem for Benjamin Schlivar as well. Schlivar is out of this one and was shown the technical flag. That's why he's fallen down to 17th place. 1 more lap to go of this heat, Henry, and once again in IAME Water Swift Restricted, like we've been saying for the last 18 months, it's anyone's guess who's going to take this win.
And again, as you notice, Bodie Batch, as they start their final lap, Batch led very briefly, and you saw the live championship points, they changed. Now that means the pole position for the final changed. All Batch has got to do is get ahead of the number 32 car. He takes pole position for the final. He also takes maximum championship points. Let's see if we can do it again. Now, they'll complete through number 1. Batch was ahead, and now Batch is on pole position. They'll wait, because they've got to get through the second timing sector. Chapman is back in front. So you'll see Chapman's then go from 3rd to 1st. They're coming through to the end of the second timing sector very soon. So Batch was there. There we go. Brilliant work from Alpha and from Motorsport Timing. Stubbs up the inside, but this is Chapman's to lose.
It is indeed through the final couple of corners. Is this going to be Harry Chapman on pole position for the final? Out of the final corner, it's close once again with Stubbs. He checks over his shoulder, sees he's there, but the line comes too soon for Stubbs. Chapman takes the win in Heat 2 and secures the top position in the final intermediate classification by a solitary point over Stubbs and Batch. Brilliant stuff once again from IAME Water Swift Restricted. I think LBJ Stubbs will be pretty pleased with that. Yes, he's not going to be on pole position, but that is another very strong haul of championship points. It'll be 62 for him on this occasion. He is now racking up a very, very strong score. But all smiles for Harry Chapman. That'll feel good.
I can't decide what he's smiling in that photo more about. Is he smiling more because he's just won a race, or because he managed to get out of the house before his mum managed to comb his hair? Who knows? Who knows? He's happy. He's happy anyway. Looking further back there, Schlever out of the race, sadly. Harry Murphy starting back there. The two debutants in this class, Reggie Peters, P12 for Reggie, and P15 after a spin, which was our fault for Arthur Bowers. Good racing. And do you know what? You just know that the drivers that are currently outside the top 10, they are going to be right up there, and it won't take them long.
No.
It might even be before the end of this calendar year, because you learn so fast at this age. And there's that, I mean, all credit. You've got the Kart Republic style flicks, but with that Lambo F1 Team Modena deep blue. As you look there now, there's Dimitar Usanov in the Alpine Stars race suit, and they're, well, still nice and white. Mum and Dad West, you don't have to worry about putting that in the wash just yet. Ollie's kept it clean.
The rain not being here this weekend.
The rain not being a factor. Although it's now the sky, it is clouding over. No, not going to rain, but it's clouding over. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's not as oppressively warm as it was yesterday. Wave, gentlemen. There we are. That's the hammer. Now, we got a Barbados T-shirt on there. What's going on there? What's on your T-shirt there, sir? Something Tornadoes? Is that Tornadoes or Barbados? It looks like some blue palm trees there. Yeah, someone's been to Barbados. We'll keep trying to say, yeah, that's Barbados. Nicole Sutherland, find out whether... No, don't find out whether it's Barbados. Speak to a driver for us, please, Nicole.
Harry Chapman, another nice little win there for you. You took the win in the final yesterday, but a penalty means you couldn't quite hold on to it. Has that actually helped you going in today to make sure that you get some better results? Has it made you work a bit harder?
Yeah, it's made me work a bit harder. I hope I don't get a penalty in this one. And it was a real shame for the penalty yesterday, but we won it again in the Heat 2. Hopefully we can do it in the final.
And there was a lot of fighting going on going into the hairpins. How did you deal with that, Harry?
So I just decided to defend a bit, and then I didn't really have the power to defend the whole way, so I had to come a kart length off. And then and then I managed to keep that, and I kept it for 3 laps, I think, the lead.
Well, you've held that win then, Harry. Well done. We'll head back up then because our Honda cadets have just hit the track.
So our last qualifying heat of the weekend, and it's Honda Cadets for their second of their 4th round of the season. Elliot Bourke starts on pole position once again with Ronnie Jones alongside on the front row. Luke McGall and Riley Blakemore were first and second in the first heat. They'll start from row 2 in this one. Archie Loveridge and Harry Grant go from row 3. It's Edward Ryan, Archie Cannon going from the 4th row of the grid. Shailen Srikantan and Reggie Duffy complete the top 10 there. On row 5, Luca Bikocki and Jayan Prakash form up an all. Ambition Motorsport, row 6. Oliver Ratton and Jerry Duffy go from row 7. Then it's Luke Jardine and Jack Cope on row 8. Carl Kerr and Sam Dixon, they go from the 9th row of the grid. Aidan Donnelly completes the 19-strong field. Update from earlier on today. This is how they look in terms of the final intermediate classification at this precise moment. Riley Blakemore won the race, so 0 points at the moment for Blakemore. Luke McGall 2nd, Archie Loveridge 3rd, Elliot Bourke 4th, Ronnie Jones 5th, ahead of Harry Grant, Edward Rye, Shailen Srikantan, Archie Cannon and Jayan Prakash. Those are your top 10 drivers heading into this second heat. The results from this one will be added to those scores we've just mentioned to give us the next haul of championship points, 65, 62, 60, so on and so forth. and, of course, the grid for the final later on today. Standing start, of course, for Honda Cadet GX200. All we've got to go is for Dan Ashton to wave the green flag at the back of the field. Over to Nigel Edwards on the lights. 4, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Heat 2 in Honda Cadet GX200 is underway, and it's a great start for Elliot Bourke, who immediately takes the lead of the race from pole position. Ronnie Jones slots into second place there. They run under the bridge for the first time. Luke McGall has held third place in the early stages of this race, and it's no change in the top 5. Make that the top 6, the top 7, possibly even the top 8 as they run down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Checking over the shoulder is Elliot Bourke, gets it stopped. Nice braking there from Elliott through the first hairpin. Ronnie Jones has a little point forward, was a little bit unlucky in the first heat. Led it for a long time, but in the end was shuffled down to 5th place in the early stages. Well, once again, Henry, it's all about keeping yourself in play. And I've got to say, I would say the whole entire field right now are still in play for a good result in this one.
Exactly. All down to Aidan Donnelly, who is there at the back of the pack, but in one long multicoloured snake of grumbling, rumbling 4-stroke Honda-powered go-karts, led by Elliot Bourke. And again, I was just standing outside there, and even with imagine what happens when all the Honda drivers that aren't here today listen to you, Andrew, and the next round there's over 20 of them, because the start there is a great rumbling noise as they all go through the power band. It's fantastic. There's a move. Riley Blakemore thinks better of it, and there is the MS car of Edward Rye, the Milan Simic kart. I asked the question, I get it wrong the first time, but Edward Wright says forward, Harry Grant. Now, in the previous heat race, it was Grant in front of Ryan. They both fell away before the end of the race. Now, if the positions are inverted, can they stay together? Ronnie Jones has a look, and he was getting a little bit of help from Riley Blakemore, who runs wide. Blakemore now is going to squeeze leverage. Grant comes together with Archie Cannon. This is the best he's been now, the Zip Factory driver. Moving up, passing Rye. That'll put him into P6. But we've got a split at the front. It's now Bourke and Jones trying to break away from Blakemore. Leverage and then McGall with Cannon, Rye, Grant, Shailen Srikantan. I said about how polite Shailen was. He came up to me this morning and said, thank you for mentioning me on air, and I was like, well, you're very welcome, Shailen, but just, and there wasn't like a dad behind him saying, go on, say thank you for the comment. He just, nope, he went, I'm going to listen out, where do I hear a loud, booming Welsh voice? I'm going to find it and say thank you.
Feel the vibrations.
Yeah, but it just, again, so polite indeed, and so, say polite, it's not just polite, it's such an engaging, confident young man who is not afraid of the media, which is good to see.
I'm glad you mentioned the media.
Yes.
One's just popped back into my head.
Purple
if you're
sectors.
At Bolton, our good friends, Chris McCarthy, Neil Cole's going to come along as well.
Who? Neil Compton? You mean Neil Cole?
Neil Cole.
Sorry,
he regularly gets names.
That's absolutely fine. Not a problem.
They will be with the Purple Sectors organisation at Kim Bolton for our next event 7. So it's later in the summer in August.
Oh, I'm not going to be there.
You're not going to be there.
I'm going to be in Dallas, being very, very hot and sweaty. But Neil Cole, I go back a long way with Neil Cole. We did a NASCAR radio show together for a British Motorsport website many, many moons ago. But yeah, Purple Sectors 2, a media training session joined by, Chris McCarthy, who started out...
Sky Sports F1 commentator.
Wilton Milk Art Club. Formula car stars with me. I take all the credit for him, obviously. Moving up now, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 1 kids, FIA Formula 2 commentator, Chris McCarthy, will be at Kim Bolton. They're going to be educating youngsters in the motorsport industry about the different roles in the media field. All the drivers are going to have the opportunity to learn about the media from Neil and from Chris McCarthy, both in the old school written journalism, you know, presenting, reporting, producing, you know, all sorts of elements. They're going to learn about the basics of how TV and journalism works. You're going to learn about the benefits to sponsors, team, and the individual working with the media, specific guidance and techniques to be comfortable when being interviewed, practical exercises, the general guidance about the next steps, social media, and any parental concerns. So thank you to Motorsport UK, to Purple Sectors, to Alpha Live, who's part of it, to Neil Cole and to Chris McCarthy for bringing it on. I will just advise, you know, look at what Henry does, boys and girls, then go down the opposite path and you will be a huge success. Ronnie Jones to the inside for the race lead. Can't wait to see the next round that I'm back for after Kim Bolton, the difference in the drivers. I want to see drivers, you know, full on possible. I want David Frost and Richard Nixon style interviews.
None of these will know what that means.
No, lost them completely.
2.25 minutes to go in this race. Ronnie Jones is your race leader. Riley Blakemore P2, but has just picked up a warning flag. So that shows that once again the officials are on it. They've spotted something that they're not quite so sure of for the number 68 on this occasion. Bork still there in third ahead of McGall. Archie Cannon. Archie Cannon made a nice move whilst we were talking about Purple Sectors here through hairpin number 1, the last lap.
We were talking about Purple Sectors.
We were talking about he was
doing
them.
Purple Sectors. Yes.
Archie Loveridge now has taken the turn of setting Purple Sectors through sector number 1 that time, so keep an eye on Loveridge. If there's anything we've learned from this season so far in Honda Cadets, particularly these last 2 weekends at Lark Hall and PFI, if you've missed any of the action, do watch it back on Karting UK. You do not count him out.
Nope.
Yes, he's there in 6th place.
Yes.
He was in 5th place with 2 laps to go yesterday and ended up winning the race.
Yes, right. A group of 9 back to Edward Rye. Then a gap back to a trio of Ambition Motorsport. No, not a trio.
A quartet.
A quartet. Like a barber shop. J.M. Prakash, Reggie Defasy, Luca Bicocchi, and Luke Jardine all in a line trying to catch up. Now, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. With 1 minute to go, they can catch the top 9. They're the top 9, and there are the first 3. There's the first trio of Ambition drivers. Prakash, Reggie Defasy and Bicocchi. Luke Jardine is a little bit further back. Do we have a new leader? Well, yes, we do at the moment. Can Blakemore make it stick around the outside? The answer is not quite. He's still there, though. He's still there. Who is going to be last? The late breakers into Fullerton S. The answer is Jones. Blakemore back to third. Here comes Archie Cannon into P3 for the Zip Factory team.
Bit unlucky there for Luke McGall, one of the runners of the pooled Motorsport UK engines. Just got shuffled down a little bit, was offline, and due to how close it is again and how good the parity is across all these different engine providers in Honda Cadet GX200, he now finds himself down in 8th place, but is immediately on the attack to try and get back past Sukantan, therefore 7th. So 2 laps to go. Did they get across the line? Yes, they did get across the line before the timer hit 0. So the last lap board has not been shown at this stage. More
race.
Honda Cadet racing. That's what we want in this commentary box. Look at Archie Cannon up in third. Now that's an interesting tactic. Was that a point through for Riley Blakemore to say, go on, you have a go? You've clearly got some pace, Riley, today. I want to follow in your slipstream.
I think that very possibly could have been. And, of course, the top 9 still running. Shailen Srikantan at the back of this group. So we've got MJR drivers topping and tailing this lead group. And then you've got those 3 Ambition karts inching ever closer. Now, I think they might catch the lead group on the last lap, but they're going to run out of time to make much progress. Let's see what happens, however. We could get 10, 11 karts, 12 karts crossing the line in one big pack. They're on your screen now, 11 of them, into the final lap. Jones, Bork, Blakemore, Cannon, Loveridge, your top 5. As they start the lap, Grant, McGall, Rye, Srikantan, Prakash, the rest of the top 10. There's the first change. Luke McGall passes Harry Grant for P6. down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Where's the second position change of the lap going to come? Not at hairpin number 1. Very surprising.
Yeah, very surprising indeed that we didn't see at least one move there. Ronnie Jones is continuing to control this race. He got very close to winning heat number 1 here today for this 4th round of the championship. What can he do with these last few corners? That's a nice exit out of the Fullerton Essers. Doesn't need to defend too hard here from Elliot Bourke into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time. Ronnie Jones can smell that victory. He's tasted victory before. He took the O-plate at Wilton Mill earlier on in the year. Is he going to break his duck and win in the final? We'll have to wait for that. But what we will see is a win for Jones in Heat 2 that puts him on the front row of the grid for that final. Elliot Bourke, P2. Brilliant stuff there from Elliot Bourke. He took that podium last time out at Lark Hall. But that surely, yes, that's going to be Elliot's best starting position for a final so far this year. That second, combined with his 4th earlier, puts him on the inside of row number 2. Starting on pole, though, will be Riley Blakemore. The win in Heat 1, that 3rd place, is good enough to leave him at the top of the standings in the intermediate points. And it's his first time this year we've seen a full score of 65 for Riley Blakemore, so that is very good news indeed. Cannon, Loveridge, McGall, Grant Rise, Shrikatan and Prakash all in the top 10 there, Henry. I think we've got a really good final coming up.
Yeah, looking down the order, Reg Defossey, Bikoki, Kyle Kerr, Luke Jardine, Kyle Kerr, Jerry Defossey, Sam Dixon, Jack Cope, Oliver Ratton and Aidan Donnelly. 11 seconds separating the entire field at the end. Now, if I were Riley Blakemore, I would just do one thing now. You're starting in pole position for a main event at PF International. Listen to whatever Tim Parrott tells you to. Yep. He is helping to run Riley, so he knows what it's like to start from pole here at PFI more than most. The Parrott family here at PF International, synonymous with karting for so many years. Listen to Tim. Riley, he'll tell you what to do. It's time for the main events. Hello once again to Turkey. I will get my Turkish phrase book out. Tunayadin. Merhaba ve hoş geldiniz PF Internationale. That is, so to Istanbul, to Ankara, to Gaziantep, to Izmir, to Konya, to Bursa, to wherever you are watching in Turkey, this is now time to crown the British Open champion. Before we get started, I've had a lovely message from Henry Hales. Henry Hales was last year's MightE Bambino O-Plate champion. He won it at Wilton Mill. He just says, I want to wish the best to all the MightE Bambinos this year. Henry's about to lose his O-plate. He won't be able to use it anymore now, but he says good luck to the drivers who are going for it now. And that, to me, is, you know, it's a great show of sportsmanship, very special indeed. The winner of this race gets to run the O-plate, the number 0. For the next 12 months in this class until they move up out of it. Nicole Sutherland is down next to the grid. Nicole, tell us everything you know.
Thank you, Henry. So I'm having to crouch down because these are Bambino karts, so I'm quite literally on the track. Briella, you started a bit further back. You had some bad luck in the heat earlier. You had a tyre problem, but are you going to enjoy this race?
Yeah.
And you were telling me in Parc Ferme earlier about what you want to do when you get a bit older in your racing. Can you tell me again what the goal is?
I'm going to be in F1 Academy.
Okay, Briella, and then in this race, what's the goal? Where do you think that you can finish?
I don't know.
You did tell me earlier on. What did you say?
My daddy told me to finish 6th.
6th place. Is that the goal?
Yeah.
Well, Briella, I think 6th place could be on the cards. Good luck and go and have some fun, yeah?
Yeah.
This is it then for our Bambinos. I'll try and do a bit more of a walk further up the grid. I want to try and catch up with Teddy Smith maybe. Starting further up the grid, polled it in qualifying, has got a lot of supporters with him here this weekend. I think something a lot of people around the track keep hearing is some of the other young drivers and cadets shouting, "Come on, Teddy." And here he is then. Teddy Smith, here you are. When we were in Parc Fermé earlier, you said you wanted to speak into the microphone. Are you going to go and have some fun?
Yeah.
And the racing before, the overtaking, how do you do it, Teddy? Tell us a little bit.
I need to go outside, and that's outside. I need to go inside and need to them.
Well, Teddy, good luck for this race. We'll see if you can make some of those overtakes then. Our first final of the day then is about to head off. It's our mighty Bambinos.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from around the world to the first final of the afternoon here at PF International. It is the Mighty Bambino O-Plate race for 2025. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is Henry Baudet. Let's take you through the grid of drivers here in Lincolnshire for this one. On pole position, the E-Plate holder, Felix Tandy. He's joined on the front row of the grid by Logan Edwards. Heath Smith and Teddy Smith are both on row number 2. Then on row 3 we find Nico Reslovsky and the driver I know a lot of you have tuned in for, Zain Sofoglu of Turkey, there on the 3rd row of the grid. Elliot Hitch and Arthur Thompson there as well. They go from row 4.
Row number 5, Luca Peed and Jack Harper. Row 6, Oakley Howlett and Frank Pearson. Row 7, from Malta, Sam Tester and Briella Stevens. And from Wales, Oisin Owens. I've got to say, oh, my heart is still melting after listening to Briella Stevens and to Teddy Smith. Let's remind you, these drivers are 6 and 7 years old. Zain Sofwoglu has fans watching in from Pattaya in Thailand, from Turkey, from Spain. A lot of these other drivers have got fans watching from all over the world because this championship, this class is broadcast all over the world via Alpha Live and Karting UK. Welcome to the UK karting family, wherever you are in the world. We're glad to have you on board. We're really pleased that you've chosen to spend your Sunday afternoon, your Sunday morning, your Sunday evening with us here at PF International. One of these 15 drivers is about to become the British Open champion. It is simple. Whoever crosses the line first after penalties and after scrutineering is your British Open champ.
And it'll be the longest race of the weekend for our Mighty Bambino drivers. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. The grid being cleared to leave just the drivers with the officials and their thoughts ahead of one of the biggest races of the year for the Mighty Bambino category. Once we see that green flag in the air from Dan Ashton, who's just doing the final checks, walking the grid, making sure everybody is present and correct. There it is. It'll be over to race director Nigel Edwards to get us going. Watch those lights come on one by one. There's 1, there's 2, 3, 4 lights. And we are away for the Mighty Bambino O-Plate final. Good start once again from both on the front row. It looks like it's going to be Logan Edwards who leads into the first and through the first corner. Under the bridge for the first time. A tremendous start there from the outside of row number 1. Felix Tandy sits there in second place. It's then Heath Smith and Teddy Smith. They've held their positions in the top 4 in the early stages of this race. Good start as well, Henry, for Zain Sofwoglu, has already made 1 position, is up to 5th place.
Yes, and I'm going to try and get this right. Turkiye. Is it thumbs? Give me a green tick. Turkiye? Because apparently Turkey, that's how we say it in English, but in Turkish, Turkiye. I hope. He's up in the P5 anyway. Give me a thumbs up if I got Turkiye right. Or Turkiye. We'll check there. Here we go. We'll get back to them in a minute. Sofawoglu there in the turquoise blue, number 54. It's Edwards who leads down into the Mike Wilson complex. Then you have Felix Tandy sitting in second position. Third is Teddy Smith. Then Heath Smith. A battle of the Smiths, not related. Just a Turkaye? Turkaye. Okay, it's okay. Turkaye. We'll work on it. How about we'll just say Zane is in P5.
He's doing very, very well at the moment. Jack Harper's had a good start as well. He's up 3 places into 7th place. Now, Jack was very, very quick yesterday through the free practice sessions. Didn't have the best of time qualifyings earlier on in the day, but I think is a bit of an outside bet for a win here today in this race. 7 minutes of it to go. Here's a move. This is Teddy Smith looking down the inside. Whoa, not just off Felix Tandy, but nearly got Logan Edwards there as well. Tandy will have the inside line for the next corner, hairpin number 2. Very important corners around PF International. And was that a sight I saw for 4th place? Yes, it was.
Yes.
Up to 4th place goes Zane Sofawoglu. Nice move there by the driver of the number 54, past Heath Smith.
It's Turkaye. I will get it right eventually. He's up into P4. Felix Tandy in the Wera Tools sponsored kart. The E-plate holder runs second. Look at all those Richardson chassis engineering karts. 1st, 3rd and 5th. But what about, and of course, M Sport, Kieran Crawley helping to run Zane Sofawoglu's kart. RCE running Nick Tandy as well. Another pound in the pot, 2-1 into the Felix Tandy. But then the number 20, where is the privateer entry? Number 27 of Nico Wesolowski is there in the lead group as well. The green crash helmet. And Turkaye, you are now in P3, and it's Sofawoglu gaining another position. But he wants to make sure that Tandy and Edwards can't get away.
Indeed, it's been some good progress so far from Zane. So that's 3 positions gained so far. Heath Smith now running in 4th spot. Some other positions changing further down the field. Luca Pedis through and into 7th place ahead of Jack Harper. So that's one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers moving through the field. Elliot Hitch and Arthur Thompson are both up into the top 10. As well, back into the top 10. Oakley Howlett, unfortunately, falling down to 11th. Frank Pearson has also made a move as well. Driver of the number 10 kart out there for those of you watching around the circuit.
Yes.
And that means that Frank Pearson now up to 12th place and ahead of Sam Tester.
The Cookie Monster has spoken. Current reigning Micromax Rotax World Grand Finals champion Josh Cook has spoken. He is hashtag Team Teddy. Teddy Smith. You know, Nicole said he's a very, very popular young man, is Teddy Smith. You can see why his interview was absolutely fantastic. Reminds you just how young these kids are. They're doing this at speeds well over 40 miles per hour. In kilometres an hour, that's probably about 60, 65 kilometres an hour. And Sofawoglu and Tandy side by side. Teddy Smith, well, helps Zane Sofawoglu. Felix Tandy looks across and why don't you help me? And he goes, well, sorry, you were just in the wrong place. Zane Sofawoglu up to P2. So, from 6th on the grid, slowly, 1 position at a time, the number 54, M Sport, run the Borson Automotive Group sponsored kart. He hasn't lost a place yet. He now has lost a place. Tandy and Sofawoglu together. And here comes the green crash helmet. Privateer driver Nico Wesolowski.
Very good stuff here from the mighty Bambinos. Many of them know this circuit already from the earlier round in the summer as part of the kart championship.
Three wide.
3 wide there through.
Still
that
3
got
wide.
Very, very close. And
They're still
3
wide. Oh my goodness, well done. And they're 3 wide in front of them now. Sofawoglu, look at Luca Pede with the blue back bumper, number 47. Where did Luca come from? And they've got to now start working together. You've got to work together, heading down into first hairpin. Sofuoglu back to P3. Harper is there. Jack Harper is fourth now in kart number 6.
It's a crucial stage of the race, though, for the chasing pack, because these top two have broken away by just over a second. They'll keep working together, you'd think, because they know now they've got the numbers game where they want it to be. They can still push on as Sofuoglu defends into Bobby Game corner from Jack Harper. That is the battle for third place. These drivers, as I say, know this place very well. They had a round here as part of their British title championship back in June. It was won by Felix Tandy on that day in mid-June. It's a pretty busy weekend for the Tandy family on the 14th and the 15th.
Yes, it was.
But let's see what they can do here for those fans of the number 54. Sofuoglu was second on that day, so we know that Zane is strong around this circuit. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go here, Henry. How do you see this chasing pack playing the next couple of corners?
They have to stay single file. No question about it. Jack Harper cannot make a move. If he does, it's game over. They have to work together. Well done, Jack Harper, for not attacking. Well done, Zane Sofuoglu, for not defending. Now, Pede, Veselowski, Heath Smith, Teddy Smith, they're all battling. That's bad news for them. It's now a case of Harper has to push Zane up to the top two. If Turkey, I'll get that right again. If Turkey want to win a British title, they're going to do it because of Jack Harper in kart number 6. Because he is the key to pushing Zane Sofuoglu up to these two. Obviously, Felix Tandy, Logan Edwards, the two English drivers. Logan Edwards, we talk so much about Zane and about Felix, understandably in lots of respects. But again, Logan Edwards, he's just doing about his business of winning so far. Turkey is still third place with Zane Sofuoglu. Felix Tandy, they're going to get the last lap board next time around.
25 seconds on the clock then. This is time now for drivers to start making their moves to get themselves in the best possible position for that final charge to the line. Edwards, Tandy have been doing exactly the right thing. Not fighting, not battling, trying to keep this gap, which is coming down. It was over a second. It's now 0.9 of a second between Edwards in first and Sofuoglu there in third place. So they need to keep working. Sofuoglu and Harper, they know at some stage that Edwards and Tandy will battle on the last lap. They've got to be within striking distance. This is what we call the battle buffer.
Yep.
At the moment, the battle buffer for Edwards and Tandy is not big enough to hold off Sofuoglu and Harper. Still Sofuoglu in third place. Apologies for the little moment there on our timing screen. Now the fight begins. Edwards goes defensive down the main straight. Tandy looking to the outside now into the first corner. They've seen the final lap board and look immediately how much time has been gained by the number 54 there of Zane Sofuoglu.
Now, Tandy to the inside. Tandy gets hooked on the rear bumper of Edwards. Sofuoglu takes advantage up to P2. Tandy's now going to have to fight back. Has that given Logan Edwards enough of a gap to win the British Open Championship? Tandy to the inside. They're 3 wide for second. And there goes Sofuoglu over and under with Tandy. But Logan Edwards has just, I think, done enough to take the O-Plate title. Anyone's guess who's going to come second. There goes Veselowski out of the race. But it is Edwards, Sofuoglu and Tandy. Your top 3. That's your podium with Pede in fourth.
Brilliant stuff from Logan Edwards. Has just got to keep his head down now. Brilliant switch back as well from Tandy. Tandy back up to second place. but time is running out. Time has run out. The corners are ticking on by. Logan Edwards hasn't had a win so far this year in major Mighty Bambino races. He's only gone and become British Open champion. Logan Edwards in kart number 21 takes race victory at PF International for the Richardson Engineering team. Logan Edwards, remember the name, is your new Mighty Bambino British Open champion.
Well done, the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. They prepare the team professionally off track. They give us the most professional media pack of all the teams here, which means we can talk about them more. Then on the track as well, Dave Richardson's son does so much of the coaching and the preparation as well. It's such a family organisation. They finished 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Well done to Felix Tandy. He doesn't quite add the O plate to the E plate. And well done on the podium, Zain Sofuoglu from Turkey. Now, this is different to a championship round. It's a one-off event, which means it's even harder to get on the podium because nobody is thinking about the next round. It's one race, so congratulations, Zain Sofuoglu, as well as Felix Tandy for getting on the podium. Luca Peed, what a drive from young Luca Peed into P4. And then Heath Smith, Teddy Smith, Jack Harper, 5th, 6th and 7th. The leading privateer home, Elliot Hitch in 8th, followed by Arthur Thompson, Oakley Howlett. From Malta, Sam Tester, well done. Frank Pearson finishes behind Tester in 12th. Briella Stevens, well, Daddy said he wanted 6th, but he got 13th, but he's still going to be very proud of Briella. And then Oisin Owen, the Welshman, is next. And sadly, on the last lap, Nico Wesolowski fails to finish. And do you know what I love now? I love listening to the interviews because they put on a race like that, you know, and then they take their helmets off and you realise some of them cannot tie their own shoelaces yet. They are that young.
Brilliant stuff from the Mighty Bambinos. If you enjoyed that, do give our broadcast a little like with the thumbs up button. If you're new around here as well, do please subscribe if you can. Plenty more racing to go here at PF International, so don't go anywhere. We've got we've got another 6 finals to go. You can see the
next
drivers
one's on its way out onto the track.
Indeed, for the Mighty Cadets. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
We're in Parc Ferme then with our first final winner of today, and it's none other than Logan, who's just made himself our Mighty Bambino O-Plate champion. Logan, that was an amazing race out there for you. You're a winner, you're an O-Plate champion. How happy are you?
I'm really happy for what I've done.
And Logan, can you tell us a little bit about the race out there? What went on? How did you take that win?
Loads of people were pushing. I felt nervous, but I kept on pushing and I got first.
You absolutely did. And Dan Parker has your O-Plate there for you then, Logan. If you show that to the camera, congratulations, you'll be taking that one home. We'll let your dad, Mike, come into the shot if you want, Mike, and celebrate with Logan. That's it from our Bambinos for now then, because it's our Mighty Cadets next. So let's see the highlights before we go into that racing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. Brilliant scenes down there in Parc Ferme with our new British Open champion. These were the early stages of the race. Very, very tight and compact throughout the field, as we've seen through all of the races here today, through their 2 heats and this final. I think what was so impressive about that was how calm Logan Edwards was through the early stages of that race. Felix Tandy there as well for a good part of it. Zane Safwaglu was always going to be a big part of this race and provided many of the highlights across the course of that 9-minute plus 1 final. The number 47 of Luca Pede as well, up 5 positions across the course of that race. Many 3-wide moments as well, up and down the order as the race moved into its second half. Jack Harper was a star as well. I'm going to say I think deserved a little bit more than 7th place today, but that's how motorsport works at times. You don't quite always get what we maybe deserve, but Harper has impressed me a lot this weekend. Back at the front of the order, it was Edwards and Tandy, 1 and 2. They were doing the magnificent job of keeping the rest of the field behind. They would inevitably have a bit of a battle. That would allow the likes of Safwaglu, Pede, the 2 Smiths, Heath and Teddy back into the game. By this stage, that was where we saw Nico Razulovsky, unfortunately not able to finish the race. Edwards had the race won at this point. That late move from Felix Tandy moved him back into 2nd place. And what a celebration as well from Logan Edwards, who goes into the record books. He follows Henry Hales from last year as your British Open champion in Mighty Bambino. It's been great to have them this weekend. And we're not done for the electric kart racing. Let's head down to the grid and to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our Mighty Cadets.
Yes, I am then, Andrew. Back on the track then, this time with Ansel Murray. Ansel, good racing from you this weekend so far, starting on that 2nd row. Expectations for this race, what are you thinking is realistic?
Winning, and I think if I get a good start, I could get William or Harry into the bowl.
And that race start then, I think every driver knows that's a really important part during the race, but how do you plan on pulling it off? Where are you going to put the kart on the track?
I'm going to put it on the inside and then just stick it there.
Well then, Ansel, we'll watch you do that and we'll see if you can pull that win off. Dan Ashton, our Deputy Race Director, is about to show that 1-minute board, so I will clear the grid. Good luck to our next lot of MightE drivers.
Thank you very much, Nicole. There is the scene on the grid for our 15 drivers who will compete here in the MightE Cadet Final, race number 31 of our weekend here at PF International. And a really, really quality grid with some fantastic stories up and down the field. Thank you so much to all of the parents and the mechanics and the guardians who've been sending in all the little bits of information that we love here in this commentary box about a lot of drivers who we haven't seen so far this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock. The clear grid instruction has been given. We are ready to go in a moment's time for what will be another 9-minute plus 1 lap final for the Mighty Cadets, for the Mighty Cadet Cup. We've not done this before as part of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship.
Excellent.
Something new. So we're going to have history in this race, Henry.
Yes, we are. Can't wait. Love a bit of history, I do. I'm busy working through the Indian cricket player's name, but we'll get back to that because we've got a race coming up next.
Time for our second final of the day. It is the Mighty Cadet Cup final with William Crombie on pole position. He's joined by Harry Stinson alongside on the front row. Ansel Murray and Noah Wicklow go from the 2nd row. It's then TJ Mackay and Will Beattie going from row 3. Junior Wright and Logan Jackson start on row 4.
Row 5, Jack Swan and Jacob Amis. Alfie Hennell on the gold kart and Zach Parr. Next then Freddie Dye, Chase Wilmington and Ted Fry. 15 drivers, one of them is going to become the first ever MightE Cadet Cup winner. I am searching through a well-known knowledge-based website to try and find the name of Ansel Murray's grandfather who played Test cricket for India. Now, I like a bit of cricket. I love the sound of willow on leather of a Sunday afternoon, listening to Test Match Special or on some of the older Aggers and Henry Blofeld and people like that. But I cannot, for the life of me, find anyone called Murray who played. I'm not saying he's right, but saying he may have had a different name.
The maternal side?
Exactly. Who knows? We'll find out. We'll tell you what, we'll ask later on, because I don't know, if he's hit a century, then his grandson may be about to hit a bit of history himself.
Indeed. So, red flag at the front of the field, just to indicate to the drivers to hold for a moment until we are ready and set to go for this final for MightE Cadet. There is the green flag in the air. Drivers' eyes will move to the lights to wait for them to come on one by one. When they go out, we'll be racing once again at PF International. Away we go for the MightE Cadet Cup final. Good start for Harry Stinson from grid 2. Immediately sweeps into the lead of this race, but there's a challenge coming in from William Crombie. A couple of drivers running out wide towards the back of the field, but that's okay. All 15 of them running over the bridge now. William Crombie in that bright green helmet takes the lead back, immediately points forward, but here, once again, comes the number 78, does it not, of Stinson? Yes, it is. So through into the lead once again. We've already, Henry, had 2 lead changes and we've not even done half a lap.
Excellent. There's nothing like creating a bit of history. It's going to be a competitive history. There's Murray in P5 at the moment. A look back. That red nose cone at the back of the field. I think that was Ted Fry. Looks like it's got half a Gillard on the front. Well, it is a Gillard, but it's got Gillard front bodywork. And miscellaneous side pods, as we somebody has asked me how to pronounce turkey on ChatGPT. Well, if you know me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm allergic to ChatGPT. AI, I don't do artificial intelligence because I've got no actual intelligence. So we've got our third lead change. However, William Crombie back to the front. Ahead of Stinson. Then it's Wicklow, Murray and Mackay next in line. Down and towards the back of the field, Jacob Amos and Zach Parr, which means that junior right, well, let's have a look. Chase Warmington up into the top 10. Freddie Dye into 12th position. And we head down the short chute towards the Fullerton S's.
7 minutes to go in this race. Still early stages for this one, but it's a breakaway of 5 at the front of the field with Stinson, Crombie, in the other order now though, because of course Crombie took the lead earlier on this lap. Wicklow, Murray and Terence TJ Mackay there in the red suit and the white helmet out of the final corner to complete the second lap. Crombie scored as your new leader, but it's Wicklow who's got the pace right now. New fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.38. These karts, these drivers, running very similar lap times to the other cadet categories, as Ansel Murray has a look down the inside, beautifully takes third place there. Fantastic stuff from Ansel Murray, particularly in these slightly cooler conditions. They're still warm, it's still 24 degrees Celsius out there, but after the heat of yesterday and Friday, once again showing that the parity that these power units have and the combination of the tyres that they use as well I hope we see more of this in the future and more cadet racing alongside the Hondas and the IAME Water Swift Restricteds.
Yeah, and of course this is one of the events that the category has to go through to gain official Motorsport UK, not approval but recognition before it becomes homologated into an official Motorsport UK class. You see this with a lot of categories that come in. They have to do some guest rounds. They do rounds in other championships to make sure that, again, the class is professional, the equipment, the material, the drivers, the organisation around it in terms of the supply chain of the power units are all up to snuff, as it were, before it becomes an official. The MightE Bambinos had to go through the same thing, and they became an official Motorsport UK class last year, and so hopefully next year, or 2026, 2027, this will be the latest, the newest Motorsport UK class to award a official British championship. Another leader. It's now Harry Stinson back into top spot. We have got 5 at the front, and again it's the 2 privateers topping and tailing, but it's the Richardson Chassis Engineering team once again in the middle. Now, of course, the RCE chassis, that's a British built and designed chassis. I believe that RCE have got a background in stock car racing and hot rod racing and sort of short oval racing. That's where Dave Richardson sort of cut his engineering teeth, as it were. Now they've moved into karting and they've embraced the smaller categories. You've got an RCE chassis in Micromax, you've got it in the Bambino category, you've got it in this category now. Haven't moved on to the big karts yet, I don't believe. But again, let's walk before we can run. They've got a fantastic team. They've got a really good team spirit amongst them. I noticed that Dian Pahal's dad, Kuyat, was tuning in and watching. He's not racing here, but he drives the team, supporting the drivers from afar. Of course, then you've got the MightE, those blue, green and black and white graphics kits as well. They're the MightE, the sort of the works MightE graphics kits run by privateer drivers, and another lead change, Andrew Mather.
Another lead change, but it effectively already happened. This is not good news for William Crombie. First notification from the race, a plus 5 second penalty.
No.
So that means that William Crombie, if he's going to become the first winner of this MightE Cadets Cup, he's got to first get past Harry Stinson and then get up 5 seconds. And to be honest, Henry, in cadet racing, that is very hard.
Sorry, we haven't had any of these races decided by more than 1 second, let alone 5. Now, there will be a board. There's going to be a large board, digital display board over the start-finish line that will tell the drivers what happens. By now, Williams' team, his mechanic, will know that he has been given an in-race penalty. To help his team now take the win, he needs to start pushing. He needs to either attack. Ansel Murray goes. I don't think William has seen yet. He hasn't seen. It's going to come out this lap. Ansel Murray to the inside. Wheel to wheel. Mackay follows Murray through. Crombie. Well done, drivers. Great, respectful racing. There's Noah Wicklow behind them. Now, okay, this is the hound and the hare. Harry Stinson is the hare. Ansel Murray is the hound. The hound has got to hunt that hare down and try and catch it. Crombie battling side by side. He will now have seen on the digi display board the in-race penalty that has been given. He's still signalling forward, but it's down to that driver, the black race suit, white crash helmet, was the RCE race suit. It's got a bit of orange on the side. Ansel Murray, the Anglo-Indian driver, has got to now catch and try and pass Harry Stinson. Harry Stinson, the son of MightE, owner, constructor, brainchild. It's his brainchild, Johnny Stinson, who of course worked so hard to create this and to become the leading electric karting platform in the United Kingdom, and you can see why. And there is a look at just how high some of those curbs are. Let's look at the lap times, Andrew Mather, because Ansel Murray's closing in.
He is indeed. 1 minute 5.62 last time around for Ansel Murray. Is a new fastest lap in this final. It was 3/10 quicker than what Stinson did, so 2 more laps at that pace. And Murray is going to be, well, maybe not even 2. It could just be 1 lap needed for Ansel Murray to close in on Harry Stinson. Round this circuit in particular, the slipstream can in places be quite powerful, particularly on those long runs into the hairpins. 35 seconds to go. Looking a little bit further down the order, what's been happening? Jack Swong up 2 spots to 7th place in the number 76, the driver flying the flag for Hong Kong this weekend. Alfie Hennell is up 3 spots as well, as here's a move. That's the number 53 of Wicklow down the inside of William Crombie. That's for 4th place on the road. Crombie right now, with that +5, would drop down to probably around Logan Jackson Jr. right, 9th, 10th is on the board there. Was that number 78 under investigation?
Yes, and under investigation, Harry Stinson. I must remind you, that doesn't mean there's a penalty. That means the officials are looking at something on the cameras, not the cameras you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, but the bank of cameras that the officials... Oh, what's the problem? Oh, no, it broke. It broke. Ansel Murray broke. And the kart, he looked down there, something went wrong. Heartbreak for Ansel Murray. And we got another one, that's Ted Fry off as well. Right, Stinson under investigation, but he's got a huge lead and the clock has struck 0. This means that it's now over to Noah Wicklow in the number 53 and Terence T.J. Mackay in the number 70. There they are, 2nd and 3rd. They're going to get 1 lap to try and chase down Harry Stinson. The gap is 9/10. It's almost too big, Andrew Mather, but you can never say never.
And you can never say never in a final here at PF International. We've seen many of them in big races over the years change on a final lap out of nowhere. Stinson heads off of the bridge for the last time in this Mighty Cadet Cup final in towards hairpin 1. They'll go past the stranded kart of Ansel Murray. He is out of this. Ansel is sadly out of this race. What a shame. Murray thoroughly deserved to potentially be on the podium, but it'll be 14th in this final. Down towards the Fullerton S's for the final time. Stinson still has the gap over Mackay, Wicklow, Crombie. Crombie out of it really with that +5 penalty. So it looks like it'll be Stinson, Mackay and Wicklow for the podium, but in what order, we'll find out in a moment's time, because out of the final corner comes Harry Stinson in kart number 78 to win the first Mighty Cadet Cup here at PF International. TJ Mackay is on the podium with 2nd place, and Noah Wicklow as well for MJR Racing. Another bit of success for MJR Racing in a single event race this year. They had the Honda Cadet O-Plate earlier in the year. 3rd in this Mighty Cadet Cup final. A great job by Noah and the team.
Yeah, apologies if I incorrectly said that he was driving for RC. Of course, he's driving for Martin Jackson Racing. So there they are as they finish on the track. Crombie will get a 5-second penalty, and that will drop him. Well, it'll drop him back to 7th place. So Will Beattie, Alfie Hennell, top 5s for them. Jack Swong up to 6th. Then it'll be Crombie, Junior Wright 8th, Logan Jackson 9th, and Freddie Dye. Alanya Hoare will be happy for Freddie Dye finishing there in the top 10. And Jacob Amos, Zach Parr, Chase Warmington. Heartbreak for Ansel Murray. Karting can be such a cruel, cruel sport. And Ansel Murray is now understanding just how cruel it can be. As we look down the rest of the order, there he is, Ansel Murray. And you know, you have to say he's there with one of the relief marshals, the runners, as you were, in the yellow and the orange tabards. The full track marshals are there in the orange race suits. There goes the number 49 kart through there. That was Alfie Hennell. And there's the number 11 going through. That's Junior Wright. And the rest of the field heading through there again. LSJ Racing. I wonder, is that Logan Jackson? Yeah. I'm imagining his middle name begins with S. There is the Gillard. Well, you know, with half the Gillard bodywork and then half the other bodywork. And that is Freddie Dye. He pulls it to 3rd place. Well done, Freddie. Hey, you might be moved, but and look, karting teaches these young men and women that life is not fair. and it's a very valuable lesson they carry through with them the rest of their lives. Andrew Mather, yes.
I always try and finish on the positive in this scenario for Ansel Murray.
Well, he was within a lap of taking the fight to win a cup.
There's another driver that I'm thinking of right now who in recent times we have seen make a breakthrough but be pressing on for a long time and thinking, when's it going to come? When's it going to come with the big results? It's also in the same team,
yeah.
Dean Singh Pahal. Dean had so many close moments over the last year, made that breakthrough win at Dunk as well, and has gone stratospheric ever since. So Ansel, if you want a bit, it'll happen, but think of the inspiration in that same team as you. Let's go down, though, to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Harry Stinson, provisional winner then for the MightE cadet race. That was a good race out there. You left the rest of the field. It was a good gap. Tell us about how you pulled us off.
Yeah, I managed to pull away because everyone behind me was battling and I had good pace throughout the race and I just managed to pull away from everyone.
And Harry, big achievement, you know, this was a big deal, but what comes next for you? What's the goal long term, do you think? You're still young, you've got a long way to go in your racing, but what are you thinking?
Well, whenever I'm older, I would like to do Formula E or Formula 1, and I hope to get there when I'm older.
Well, for now, Harry, you're a champion today in the electric cadet race. Congratulations, big result. We'll head back up then to the next race, but not before this.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that MightE Cadet Cup final. These were the early stages. William Crombie taking the lead. A great first lap. We saw a number of overtakes back and forth between the likes of Stinson and Crombie. Ansel Murray in there as well in the number 96 kart. Went for the move not once, not twice, and eventually got through past William Crombie there as well, running very, very strongly. TJ Mackay. It's been great to have TJ with us here this weekend. And I've got to say, the racecraft from the MightE Bambinos and the cadets today here, Henry, has been exemplary.
It has been. The media savvy as well. Harry Stinson, and again, that low camera shot there. You can see the marbles. You can just see how that's the sort of the slick surface. That's all rubber that's been laying down. But the way Harry Stinson, he understands he's driving an electric powered vehicle. Nicole Sutherland says, "Well, where do you see your future going?" Formula E was his first answer. He said Formula 1 afterwards. Formula E. He's on message. that was, and again, that's very smart. If they're learning, and what I love this. Look at that. 1, 2, 3 drivers all punching the air as they finished first, second, and third.
I'm going to say one more thing that you've just triggered in my mind there, Henry. We've been talking about why should people do this? Why should people look into it if they've not looked into it before?
Well,
you touched there on Formula E and Formula 1.
Yep.
Who knows how much electrification you're going to have in Formula 1 in the future? Another one of the engineering challenges being taught to the drivers here, battery management and things like this. These are all things that are going to be big in the future of motorsport, and this is where it's being taught to young drivers. Very good stuff from the MightE categories. We hope to see them back again in the not-too-distant future. We'll move back to the internal combustion engine categories now. The Water Swift final is the next on our schedule. We're going to take a short break and be back in a few moments' time here at PFI.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of event number 6 for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We move back to our main championships now. First up in the IAME X30 categories, it is, of course, the Water Swift category for round 6, their final. They raced yesterday, of course, the third double header of their season here at PF International. Let's head down to the grid. Let's head to Nicole Sutherland, who's with Austin Newstead.
Thank you, Andrew. Down on the track then with Austin. Austin, good results for you at GYG. You've been strong throughout the whole of this weekend as well, but tell us about what the plan is going into this race.
Yeah, obviously I'm starting on pole after I came third in the first heat and won the second heat. So hopefully I can just lead it and hopefully I can keep the first place the whole way.
And then Austin, you know, championship at this stage in the season is something that I think a lot of drivers will start to think about. You're right at the front end. Is that in the back of your mind as you go into this race?
Probably not as much as some people might think, as I'm just mainly trying to focus one at a time, as we're only like halfway through the season, just over, and it's like still really close.
Then, Austin, you know, going into this race, it's going to be a busy one. You've got a lot of you on the grid. You're starting alongside a teammate. But what stage, you know, do you think you're really going to try and pull out your best tricks?
Hopefully I can do it on the last few laps, hopefully. If I'm not in the front, hopefully I am. But if I'm not, hopefully I can do that to get to the lead.
Austin, as always, good luck and great to speak to you. Starting behind Austin is Night Measures. Night has had a really good weekend so far. Today really stepped up the kind of racecraft, the race pace as well. There he is to my left. Night, great racing for you today so far, starting on that second row. What's the thoughts going into this?
Oh, I'm just so happy to be here. It's been a very hard journey. You know, if you look at 2023, I was at the back end of the pack, but I'm so happy to be at the front. No matter what the outcome is, I'm happy I've got here.
And that progress then from 2023 to be here now right at the front, what's it looked like? You know, what have you done to improve your pace, improve your racing? You know, talk us through it, Night.
Just a lot of track time and discipline, to be honest. Just getting out in the seat as much as possible, laps, and don't give up.
So would you say actually to anybody that's, you know, watching at home, you'd say actually having that time in the seat is the most important thing to improve?
Yeah, 100%. That's definitely what I'd say. And obviously being fit, working out, having a good diet, one of the main things.
Night, going into this race, you know, your final thoughts, what do you think is a realistic result for you? What are you really hoping for?
Top 3. I'd be really happy with top 3 if I could do that.
Well, we'll see if you can get that top 3 then, Night. Good to see you at the front end of the field. Further back then, we've got one of our Argenti-backed drivers then, Chester Fawkes to my left. We'll catch up with Chester. Had some bad luck yesterday in racing, but of course when it's a double header setup, these drivers get 2 opportunities. Chester, yesterday at points it might not have gone the way you wanted it, but today you've got another chance and you're starting on that 3rd row. Talk us through the mindset right now.
Yeah, just trying to keep calm and not get too nervous and try and do our best.
And every driver, well, some drivers are privateers, some drivers are in teams, but every driver has a mechanic or somebody with them that's pushing them forward. What have you been told before this race to try and get a good result?
Just keep calm and just do my best.
Well, do your best, keep calm, Chester. Good luck for this race. We'll keep heading a little bit further back. Then we've still got some more time. Starting behind Chester is Margaret Kvekskis. Margaret had a great heat 2, made up a smattering of positions, really charged through the field. Margaret, you're one of the only drivers here this weekend with Apollo karts. You know, it's good to see different teams in the mix and it's good to see different teams up at the front. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And the team itself, I just asked Chester a similar question. What have they told you going into this race to try and get you that really good result? Not sure?
Not sure, to be honest.
I'm sure whatever they said would have been something good. Maybe we could say it was a secret?
Secret.
Yeah, secret. We'll go with that. Right, 1 minute board has gone out there, Margaret. Good luck to you. We'll head back up to Henry Baudet and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Good to speak to our drivers down on the track. This final is coming up soon.
Thank you very much,
yeah, thank you,
Nicole. Yeah, really looking forward to could be an Alpha Live Race of the Week contender here for IAME Water Swift. They often throw their hat in the ring.
It would be a very, very close call if it's not, because the prospects are really, really good, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you've got Fusion knocking out the front row, OMS knocking out the second row. Then you've got that wild card, the BMR restart card of Daniel Ferguson. Who's going to win? We don't know. How about we go a little bit a long way to find out?
Time for the round 6 final for IAME Water Swift. Here's how they line up for it after their qualifying heats. It's a Fusion Motorsport lockout at the front row. Austin Newstead, championship leader, is joined by yesterday's final winner, Austin Gibson. Night Measures and Oscar Kenny in a reformed OMS racing team. They've been brilliant today. They're on row 2. Daniel Ferguson now with the BMR squad, and Chester Fawkes. They had great fights in the restricted finals last year. They're on row 3. Mason Hibbert and the improving Margaret Kvekskis are on row 4.
George Clark and Colby Patterson round out your top 10. It's been a quiet day for Colby. Can he improve in the final? Then it's Charlie Clough and George house. Alfie Davidson hoping for a little bit better luck this time, and Henry Clark on row 7, Jensen Ackerman, Christian Kobe on row number 8. Row 9, Andy Stewart and the out of luck Luca Narroway. Sophie Campbell on row 10 alongside a similar driver with no luck, Mason Brooks. Positions 18 to 20, they won't finish there, that's for certain. Alessandro Salas and Ruben Sagu, Nathaniel Hodges and Ifan Owen. Then it's James Roots, Johnson Stewart, Joseph Davis, Jack Harney, and the final drivers Danny Dempsey, Orion Meta, Ida O'Brien and Ethan Robinson. 32 drivers. How many minutes, Andrew Mather?
12 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to be the final winner. Not quite yet, though. This is too quick of a start for Nigel Edwards to be happy. The lights do not go out. We go for an extra formation lap.
Right. When we do video briefings, that camera angle there from Laura will be perfect to show what does not constitute a good start. Formation was bad. Acceleration was too soon and too heavy. They didn't wait, so when the drivers ask, we're getting Garakustava. What time is Zain Sofawoglu racing? Unfortunately, you missed it. But you haven't really, because you can go back and look on the Alpha live stream and the Karting UK live stream to see how Zain Sofawoglu got on in the MightE Bambino O-Plate. We will not have any spoilers. We will not ruin it for you. I tell you what, why don't you sit back and watch some of the drivers that Zain will be racing against when he's old enough. This is the next class for Zain Sofawoglu as he moves up the karting ranks. Andrew Mathers just thrown a Trent Valley Kart Club pen at me. Thank you, Andrew.
Right, let's try that one again.
Yeah, let's try that one again.
12 minutes plus 1 lap on the timer for IAME Water Swift. No, I think we're going to go around again because it feels to me like the speed is coming from the middle of the pack a little bit quicker. You can see Knight measures there. He's not just waving his hand around doing some aura farming and all of that stuff. He's trying to get the field and the drivers behind him to slow down until they've all got round the final corner, got to that acceleration zone, and then put your foot on the loud pedal.
Well, very quickly then, it's not often we get a challenge from the audience. Mabub Yaman says, I can teach you in 2 seconds how to say Turkai. So, go on then, Mabub Yaman. I've got one opportunity. You teach me now. Put in the comment section straight away before the start of the race. How do I say Turkey properly now? I've got one chance. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Here we go. I'm waiting.
I'll have a go.
Yeah, we'll both have a go. Turkey. Why did Lewis Bird retire from his race? Don't know, Paddy Halligan, but he hasn't gone out for his final yet. Okay, sorry, Mabub Yaman. Your chance is over. Now we're going to have to go back to the racing. Third time of asking, or else we'll play a game of shut up and listen.
If we see the clipboards moving, then we know that there's some bother. Right, okay, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Watch those lights. Do they go out? Yes, they do. At the third time of asking, we're good for a start here in Water Swift. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Ozzie Gibson shuffled down the order of quite a way there. I think down to possibly 4th place. Is that Daniel Ferguson up to 2nd place? That is a tremendous start for Ferguson from 5th on the grid. It's Newstead leading down towards the hairpin for the first time. Knight measures defensive on the inside. I think it's been a good start as well for Mason Hibbert. We know he likes the finals here at PF. He won 7 days ago at the Trent Valley Kart Club meeting. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. Plenty going on in the midfield. I think there's been problems for Ruben Sagu. Sagu has not registered through the first sector. That normally indicates that there's been some form of problem out there for a driver. Has now come through. Might be okay. I think it was maybe just a bit of transponder being a little bit slow to the party, but not for Ruben driving out there. 11 minutes to go, end of lap 1. Newstead is your race leader. Daniel Ferguson now with the BMR team has switched teams. Was with Fusion at the start of the season. There is a move from the 124 flying through the order. That's Colby Patterson. It's a big race this for Patterson.
Oh, Gibson and Kobe.
and Hibbert there get together. Just coming onto the bridge. Knight Measures is now ahead of them in third place. It's all going on out there, Henry Burdett.
It absolutely is. That's the first time we had 2 heat races, and in both heat races there were incidents on the first lap. Not so in the final. All 32 starters safely round the opening lap with no issues. There's Ozzie Gibson in kart number 5. Chasing down Knight Measures, who for me has been the most improved driver from the last time I saw Knight racing to this time. Outstanding. What about Daniel Ferguson? The BMR Restart team must be going absolutely radio rental in the grandstand. You know, can Daniel pull off, can he pull off an upset win? Because he's been there or thereabouts. But I've got to say, XL Motorsport had a fantastic day yesterday. They've not really had a great day today. And BMR Restart, the only driver for the BMR team. Oh, and there's a DMS car out. That is Sophie Campbell. And who was that jumping up over the
Gibson.
back? It was Gibson has lost ground.
Measures had a go at Ferguson. Gibson had a go as well and didn't get that one right. He's still circulating, but down, I think, in 5th place now. There's a warning flag for the 151 out there. That's Charlie Clough for the Excel Motorsport team. As Christian Kobe has a little look there at Oscar Kenny for 9th place. This is a frenetic final, as it was expected to be in IAME Waterswift. And here comes Knight Measures. Knight Measures now up to P2, challenging the race leader, the championship leader. Austin Newstead, in terms of this title bid, I would say doesn't necessarily need to win this race. It's a similar situation to yesterday's final, where he was 3rd on the podium. But Austin Newstead, he's going to want to win this race. He's going to want to maximise this opportunity at the front of the field, take pressure off for later on in the season. No move from Measures yet. They're trying to stretch the gap to Daniel Ferguson behind. It is, in some ways, a surprise, Daniel Ferguson being up there. I think probably a more reflective of his season analysis is that he's not had any luck of sorts so far in the British Championships. He's had some very good results out in Europe. He was on the podium at Cremona in the IAME Euro Series. And, well, for Daniel Ferguson looking to get his season back on track, his best score so far is the 5th place earlier on today in the intermediate classification. But his results elsewhere, 7th and 9th at Warden Law, 14th and 10th at GYG. So you're right, Henry, he's been there or thereabouts. Could this be the day the runner-up in last year's IAME Waterswift Restricted Championship makes his breakthrough in the British? Yeah, indeed, and he spent all last year trying in vain to beat Alfie Davidson. And you look there at the moment, Davidson is 8th. The top 6 are clear. Colby Patterson is the leading XL Motorsport driver in 7th position. Alfie Davidson 8th, Christian Kobe 9th. Oscar Kenny rounds out your top 10. Then it's George House. Chester Fawkes has gone backwards. He is in 12th. Nathaniel Hodges has made a good start up into P13. Now, Mason Brooks, we said he was going to move up. He is up from 20th to 15th place. Luca Narroway's only gained 1 place for Evolve Motorsport. He is up to 17th position. So, you know, not making as much progress as we hope. Now, this is the key part of the race. 2 different drivers, 2 different teams, Newstead and Measures, working together as a cooperative at the moment down the hill. Ferguson is going to have to get help from Mason Hibbert. Now, it's somebody in Mason Hibbert's family's birthday today. Whether it's his or his mum's, we're not sure. But
a podium at the British Championship would be a very welcome birthday present for whoever's birthday it is. We haven't had word from Cape Verde yet as to who his birthday is. It's Mason's or his mum's. Because I know his mum's parents are in Cape Verde at the moment. Let's have a look. But before he can get onto that podium, he's going to have to pass at least one of these two, Newstead and Measures, or the 115 kart of Daniel Ferguson. Harry Platten, as usual with Ben Platten, helping the BMR operation. And this young man, Daniel Ferguson, is doing so well. He's keeping his cool at the moment. Austin Gibson in P5 could about to turn it from a duo to a trio, the chasing pack. Clark still runs 6th. Davidson is up into 7th, but it's really any one of 5 can still win it. There goes Hibbert up into P3. It's now Fusion 1, 3 and 5, OMS 2, BMR Restart 4.
And it's changed again because Gibson's got through past Ferguson, so Gibson, spotting that move by his teammates Hibbert, thought, yep, got to get on with this. Should note as well that Ozzy Gibson is currently the fastest driver out on circuit, at 1 minute 3.01 last time around. Further down the order, Andy Stewart and Danny Dempsey are on the move. They're up to P22 and P23 respectively. Ethan Owen has followed through a bit of a tough race with Jensen Ackerman, who is going in the opposite direction. 4.5 minutes to go. Newstead leads if he can hold on to this position. Pending Colby Patterson's progress through this race, could be looking at a 25-point championship lead for Austin Newstead. Remember, it's 65 for a race win. This would be a tremendous haul of points for Austin Newstead. I reckon it was well. If he was able to get to the end of this one, it'll be his biggest haul of points over a weekend that he's had so far this season. But Night Measures, there in second place. Yes, it says Graham on the back of his suit. He's borrowing another driver's suit for this weekend. Callum Graham's probably.
Yes.
But for Night Measures, Henry, you touched on it earlier, the big improvement. I don't think we've ever seen Night Measures on a podium in a British Kart Championships race before.
We have not. He is not one of the 399 drivers who have secured at least one British Championship podium in any category in the modern era. Of course, this is the first sort of... So who is going to become the 400th driver? 400th different driver. Newstead obviously has a number of podiums and a number of wins. Ferguson has been on the podium a number of times as well. Measures hasn't. In fact, looking at the top 9, the only driver in the top 9 who hasn't had a podium in the British Championship is that driver, number 119, Night Measures. Will he become the 400th different driver since 2019? And all the classes that we have run here in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Championship to stand on the rostrum, to soak up the applause. Well, we've got 2.5 minutes plus a lap to find out. And Daniel Ferguson retaking third position. Hibbert and Gibson on his tail, and I think that is Davidson, Patterson, Kobe, Clark, Kenny, Fawkes, House, all in a pack from 6th back to 12th. Then it's Narroway in 13th now, followed by Roots, Clark, Hodges, Clough, Davis, Brooks, Salas, Kovekis. Evan Owen has gained a couple of places. Then it's Danny Dempsey, Jensen Ackerman, Andy Stewart, Johnson Stewart, Ethan Robinson, Orion Meta, Jack Harney, Ruben Sagu, Ida O'Brien and Sophie Campbell, all 32 starters still running. He's been very measured in his approach, has Knight. I have to say that, all joking aside. It's quite easy for a driver, but of course this is where the coaching of Danny Curl will come into play. World champion, 2017 FIA World Karting champion Danny Curl. That's where it comes into play. And of course, if you don't know anything about Danny Curl, he ran out of money. His family ran out of money in junior TKM. And Mark Allen and Scott Allen and Ross Allen, who ran the J team, they would literally go through the parts bin to bolt bits on to just give him something to race. So Danny knows the value of everything. He knows how to make the most of what you've got. But crucially, he knows you have to be smart. You cannot afford to make rash moves, smash equipment up, because Danny never had that luxury when he was racing. So he will have guided, and he's very softly spoken, he's very quiet, is Danny Curl, but what he says holds an awful lot of weight on so many different levels. And it looks to me as though Night Measures has listened and has not, hey, he's going to have a go.
Yes.
You know, he's going to, whether that move works or whether it doesn't, that is up to the racing gods to decide. But he has not had a go yet. Has he got enough room to have one really solid move? Yes, he has. That bit has worked. The clock is striking 0 now. The gap between them and the third place battle, which is now headed by Gibson. Hibbert, I think, is now fourth. No, Ferguson is still fourth. Right, Measures has got enough room to try an over-under, to set up Austin Newstead for a move before Gibson catches them.
Austin Newstead was very wise there. He trusted Night Measures to not go for the move. He didn't over-defend into hairpin number 1. Time is now up. Final lap board will be out shortly. Got to tip your hat to Curl as well, and all the work that the OMS team has done. This is the best weekend I've ever seen them have, and on a circuit where, of course, he won that 2017 world title. Could they be about to take a big breakthrough result for Night Measures? Final lap board is out. Austin Newstead now knows he's got 1.4, 1.3, 1.2, count them down, kilometres to go. Round onto the bridge. Now Newstead will surely defend this time into hairpin number 1. Night Measures has got to get a good exit and a good slipstream down towards hairpin number 1. Newstead goes for a middle of the road position. Oh no!
Oh, that'll be a nose cone. That'll be a nose cone.
The mistake.
Well,
Gibson's closing in. Now is the front fairing going to be...
Undoubtedly.
It's wobbling. It's wobbling around. That could be a mistake that costs Night Measures a podium. It's not done for the race win yet because Gibson's back. Gibson's back. Could he do the double? Down the inside on his teammate Austin Newstead. He won yesterday. He's come from nowhere in this final. Gibson takes the lead with a matter of corners to go. What a dramatic finale here in IAME Water Swift. Aussie Gibson is going to make it back-to-back round wins here at PF International. He can't believe it. He cannot believe it. He wins by 0.5 of a second from Austin Newstead. Newstead will leave Lincolnshire as the championship leader. Night Measures third on the road, but now that awful wait on the road. It's a first podium for Night Measures, but that was a big hit, Henry, to the rear axle of Austin Newstead. It's quite possibly dropped the front fairing.
I think it has, but you know something, and this is... you said what a mistake for Night Measures. I don't think it was. I think that he was diving to the inside. I think that Newstead moved late to defend and broke at the same time. I'm not saying that was wrong. I'm just saying that... Measures, he went to the outside, he was trying to cut under to the inside, just heartbreak regardless. Now, we're just speculating. Has the nose, I would say 99% chance that nose cone has dropped, and that'll be a nose cone penalty. Let's have a replay of it as we look at the finishing order there, and of course here we go, let's have a look. Now, Measures on the outside line, he stays there. Newstead, he knows he's not to the inside. Now he checks, so Newstead knows where Measures is, and he's waiting. He makes one defensive move, and I mean, okay.
Do you think maybe Measures was trying to chop down, expecting Newstead to come out to driver's left?
I think that Measures was trying to undercut Newstead, and I think Newstead maybe sort of broke to prevent that from happening, and it just so happened as he was braking that was, you know, it was front to rear issue there. I mean, obviously the officials are going to be looking for that from both angles, but Knight measures will be heartbroken. But if you have a look, Knight, he went to the outside and he was going to dive to the inside. It's, as he moved across to dive to the inside, you saw that you know, one kart was travelling a lot faster than the other when it happened. And the main thing is the drivers are all okay, but that nose cone, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, how I think that was Knight just walking off the camera there. Let's have a look. There's a couple of drivers there. There's Henry Clark in kart number. There's Charlie Clough. You know, I do like looking at the emotions afterwards. Sometimes with these youngsters, the emotions can be good, but let's take nothing away from Knight Measures. That was a career best performance.
It was, and
it was a career best team performance. You know, now, you know, Danny Curl has got the job on his hands of calming the situation, of consoling, and we go down to Nicole Sutherland.
Austin Gibson, that is how you win a race. I'm pretty speechless. You must be so happy.
Yeah, it's mad. I never lost out, you know, when they pulled away. I knew they were going to battle on last lap. They sort of over-defended it, and luckily I got through and then won the race.
And yesterday, you know, that result, you said it was a long time coming, and then today you replicated it and you've done the exact same thing. You know, the feeling and all of the help. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's been amazing, to be honest. The team's done really well. My dad's done really well. My mum has also cheering me on, and all my family watching at home. Just over the moon, you know, like, we haven't had a win in ages. To win it yesterday and today, it's yeah, it's just mad.
And Alfie Davidson's just celebrated with you a little bit then, but what are the other celebrations going to look like, Austin?
I don't know. Very happy celebrations. Just can't believe it.
Congratulations. We'll head back up then and see these highlights and see how Austin pulled that one off.
Absolutely. Let's look at some of the highlights. It was a bit of a quiet final in the middle, but my oh my, did it lighten towards the end with drama. This was the start of the race. Good one for Austin Newstead. Great start for Daniel Ferguson as well.
Yep, great start. Ferguson eventually crossing the line a long way down in P9. So there was obviously goings on behind us. Now, there is Austin Gibson there. He has a bit of a run-in with Mason Hibbert. That allowed these two to pull away. Now, Daniel Ferguson was running in third, Hibbert was fourth, and Gibson a distant fifth. But I said Ferguson couldn't quite stay. The pace wasn't quite there for Ferguson, who eventually fell back. Now, at this point, Gibson has passed them both. This is where it started to get lively. On the last lap, we're going to see this again. You know, he didn't leave it late. It wasn't like it was halfway down that straight. I'm not saying that Newstead deliberately brake tested Knight Measures, but he definitely thought, Measures is going to cut underneath me here. If I don't slow down, then he's going to get me. And so he slowed down. It just so happened then there was what we saw happened. Heartbreak and elation and desolation in equal measures. No pun intended. But Knight Measures should be very proud, and Danny Curl should be very proud of what Knight has done and the team have done. But, yeah, Austin Gibson, what?
Championship back on. Which you would not have said before this weekend with the results that he'd had. But, fourth, first, second and first. Brilliant stuff. Let's head down once again, though, to Nicole Sutherland as we get ready for the seniors.
Thank you, Andrew. Back down on the track then, this time with our seniors, this time with William Antrobus. William, this weekend and today, you've had a bit of drama. You had drama in that last heat. So pushing yourself forward into this one, what's the mindset like?
Same mindset as usual. I want to obviously win, but I think it's obviously going to be a hard race with Freddie and Fred Green at the front.
And, with those incidents earlier on, would you actually say that it's a little bit of a fire in your belly to push even further forward?
No, to be honest, I think it's the same mentality going into it. I'm obviously here to win, but it's just a case of thinking what are the right decisions and what are the wrong decisions.
Well, we'll see what those decisions bring you then, William. Good luck for the race. Starting on the row ahead, on the left-hand side, we have Morgan Moore. Morgan, yesterday, unfortunately, wasn't able to compete in the racing, was disqualified. But today, Morgan, you're back in the fight. Bit further back than maybe you'd like to be, but going into this one, expectations are what?
You know, make up a few places at the start, settle in, and see what we can do in the last few laps. It's going to get hectic, I'd say.
And watching that senior race yesterday, it was dramatic, you know, it was fiery. Are you expecting to see pretty similar stuff within this one?
I'd say so. I mean, you know, I don't think it's going to change too much.
Well then, Morgan, we'll let you get seated. Good luck for your final. Dan Ashton is about to show us that 1 minute board, so we'll throw back up to the boys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Looks like, I think Henry's just headed out to do some work with maybe the podiums for the mighty Bambino and Cadets if you're in the paddock. That's not in the too distant future. Back here trackside though, Senior X30. This could be quite a dramatic race. We have seen no holds barred racing from our seniors since lap 1 of heat 1 yesterday. They have been ferocious to watch, and it is a very, very close picture in terms of the championship, which we'll keep you up to date with. Remember, there's 3 more rounds after this race, one at Kimbolton and then another double header at Wilton Mill to bring us to the season end. This race won't decide who is going to be British champion in Senior X30 for 2025, but when we get to the end of things in September, when we get to the awards towards Christmas, we could be looking back at this race as one of the pivotal turning points for a number of drivers in this field. 30-second board in the air there from Dan Ashton. Let's get ready for it. Race number 33 of our weekend here at PFI. It's the final for Senior X30. "12 minutes plus 1 lap to find our round 6 winner of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships in Senior X30. Zach Green has pole position, has been perfect so far today, but he's going to have opposition in the form of Freddie Lloyd on that front row of the grid. Harrison Mackie and Gus Lawrence go to war once again from row 2. Jack Buckley in an improving MBR squad starts on row 3 alongside the wildcard Finland's Otto Pykkönen. Harrison Whitcomb and Morgan Moore go from row 4.
Harrison Mackie with the added oomph of Nanny June chiming in online. Then it's William Antrobus and CJ Bennett, Aaron Brown and Sam Lewis. For Evolve Motorsport on row 6, Archie Tillett, the veteran, and Joey Brown are next. Gabriel Stilp, always spectacular from row 8, and Theo Lestrange.
Round 9 is a quick one. It's Jack Nettleship and Roxanne Lantinga, another of the wildcards, getting ready for Kartmasters. Reece Newman and Lewis Bird will look to go through from row 10. Oliver Harris and Harry Cottrell start on row 11. Sam Branston and Laith Khan have had tough weekends. They start on row 12.
Row 13, João Castro on the Praga kart from Brazil, and H. Harrison Morrow. Thomas Gray and Luca Mann are next, followed by Dylan Patel, Michael Gray, Liam Karabelov, and from Bahrain, Mohamed Hilal. Tristan Powell is watching this race from the mechanic stand. Dad took tyres out of Park Ferme this morning, made the same mistake that Morgan Moore's dad made yesterday. It happens. Tristan was saying, look, we're quick this weekend. Let's see what we could do. It's going to be a false start. And it's so nice to see in a way that, you know, Tristan is stayed to watch. He obviously is devastated, but is cheering on his teammates. And he's like, was he standing with the engine tuner for Brown Power? As well, watching now. We've got some grids here. Ooh, look at that. So that's final classifications, water swift restricted grids. There we go. This is nice.
Whilst you're doing that, unfortunately we won't see Lewis Bird in this race.
So
Lewis Bird
very,
is
very
not
sorry.
taken to the start.
Well, I hope that Lewis is fine and everything is fine with Lewis. He could come out today, and we'll hopefully see him and his family next time. Our best to Lewis. don't know why he retired. Somebody's asking why did Lewis retire. We don't have that information on it. So, but obviously it was a problem that, was an end of day problem.
So we will have 31 drivers take part in this final, and as I say, it is very, very close in the title picture, and even more complicated for the likes of Whitcomb, Lloyd, Lawrence and Mackie, that neither of them are pole sitter, and that Zach Green has really brought his A game here today for this second round of the weekend. The grid is formed then for this final. Into the tram lines. This is looking good. Zach Green from pole position has the lead in the early stages. Freddie Lloyd immediately relinquishes second place to Mackie, slots into third. That could be a wise move. He limits his losses from the outside of row one. Good start for Buckley as well, up to fourth place. Lawrence is shuffled down to fifth. Whitcomb, a decent start, holds inside the top six. It's a quick start, it's a clean start so far, Henry, as they head down to hairpin one.
The question mark is Freddie Lloyd. We saw it from that very low camera shot there. Oh no, Laith Khan has gone out again. The MDL Kart has retired on the banking. But now we saw from that very low camera shot of the start how quickly Freddie Lloyd moved across from the outside tram line to the inside. Has that been impeccable timing? Emerson McAndrew-Uren is watching on before he sets off to Le Mans for the International Trophy next week. He's wishing Freddie and the Premium Boys good luck. Fast Freddie is up into P2. Nanny June, then Fast... oh, dear. Yeah. Nanny June's grandson, Harrison, leads. Emerson McAndrew-Uren's mate, Fast Freddie, is second. And Zach Green, with the glasses, is third. And Gus Lawrence, fourth. Jack Buckley in fifth position. Then a gap back to Morgan Moore, Otto Pickenden. Oh, somebody going off there. Is trying to see who that was. Somebody just broke down, and I've got a horrible feeling. Was that
Nettleship?
It was the rocket ship. It's like one of Elon Musk's one. It's broken.
The solid rocket boosters have stopped.
And there's somebody else in the tyres there. That's a big hit. That is a big hit at the end of the straight going into hairpin number one. Driver up and out of the kart. Driver is up and out of the kart. I think that was that Mohammed.
It might be Mo Hilal has not come through sector number two. That's good to see that Mo is up on his feet. So we've got a few retirements in the early stages of this one. Unfortunately, Roxanne Lantinger's fallen down the order. Meanwhile, back in the front of the order, Mackie versus Lloyd. No quarters given there on the run onto the bridge. Mackie holds onto the lead. We've already seen one double round winner here so far this weekend. Yellow flag was out at Marshall Post 5 there. So race is neutralised for those at the front. It's gone away now once the barrier repairs. Brilliant work again from the Trent Valley Kart Club. They are one of the best teams on kart circuits in the world. This is why they were selected for the World Championships last year. They've got the repairs done down at hairpin one without the need for slow procedure, without the need to neutralise this race and keep the entertainment flowing. Mackie leads from Lloyd. Green there in third. Fourth there for Lawrence. All the big players are still there. Morgan Moore, who's kind of got nothing to lose after what he had yesterday, has changed for the lead. Freddie Lloyd goes through and past Harrison Mackie. Now, Freddie Lloyd was in this position a few weeks ago at Glanny Gores. He took both final wins. No one could stop him. Here goes Lawrence down the inside. That, I think, is a key move, Henry, because he's seen one of his main title rivals hit the front of the field. Gus Lawrence knows now if he's to retain that number one plate and make it 4 in a row, he has to get aggressive now.
Yes, he does. Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, Andrew Mather. Is that Stilp versus Whitcomb?
Yep.
Oh, they're going to cost each other a chance at the title unless they learn how to run together. It's got to be said. Now, whoever was at fault, and of course one will blame the other, as is standard. Luca Mann's kart is the background of the shot there, parked up at the exit of the final corner. Now Harrison Whitcomb has the number 320 of Jack Buckley to contend with. But yeah, Lawrence made the move. 340 Dylan Patel. That is a Comet that has also crashed to Earth. But yeah, Lawrence made the move deliberately. The minute he saw Lloyd goes, that tells me that Lawrence fears Fast Freddy in this race in terms of the pace that he has. He doesn't, I mean, obviously Harrison Mackie is fast as well. Now, let's have a little look as, is it Otto Pikkanen getting premiumed out of the way by Morgan Moore. Harrison Whittaker picks up a couple of places, and Archie Tillett now 3 wide into the final chicane. Sharp intake of breath. They all come out.
Still 3 wide.
Yes, and I gotta say, look at that. There's Joao Castro. Joao Castro getting involved in the Praga kart. Well, I'm sorry, Joao. Oh dear. As I say, he gets involved, somebody uses him as a launch pad and he's out of the race.
Michael Gray also involved. Number 1, Gus Lawrence under investigation. So something has been spotted there by the officials that needs at least another look. That is another developing story in this race. It's been a very, very dramatic start once again for our seniors. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Lloyd leads for Mackie. Lawrence there in third. Zach Green going backwards here. 2.2 seconds is now the gap. That, I've got to say, Henry, is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I'm trying to think, what could Gus Lawrence be under investigation for? Potential, Morgan Moore, 5 second. Well, maybe a start line issue, maybe a start infringement. I thought the move for third was there's no issue with it. But I could be wrong. Morgan Moore, penalty. That was when Otto Pikkanen got premiumed out of the way. Moore getting a premium 5-second penalty for it. Archie Tillett's having a good run in the black and yellow PF International run Tillett Racing Seats backed kart. There is
Michael Gray.
There's Michael Gray. There is Joao Castro. Already the gloves have been thrown. Poor Joao Castro, he was driving really, really well. He had just caught the back of this group of karts, really. And then Michael Gray and him, 2 into 1 doesn't go, but it was my fault. My fault completely, because I mentioned how well he was going. I did give him a bit of the, who was the driver that we commented on before? It was young Mr. Bowers. Arthur Bowers. I give him a bit of a Bowers treatment, and he went off. Change up at the front. Here we go. Mackie, Lloyd and Lawrence once again. Buy your tickets, get your popcorn out. Lawrence into P2, and he wiped Harrison Mackie's nose for him as he just took the racing line. And here comes Gus Lawrence to the inside. Wheel to wheel, Lawrence to the lead. That's why he's number 1. Here comes Fast Fred back at him. Not this time. And Green and Stilp, they were 2.6 seconds back. They're now 1.2 seconds back.
That is incredible stuff from Lawrence and Lloyd. You couldn't get a £5 note between them through onto the back straight there. The number 2, 625 is under investigation. That's one of our wild cards. That's Thomas Gray for S8 Racing. We're going to keep things here focused at the front of the field because it's a titanic duel once again here in Senior X30. We saw this at GYG a few weeks ago in the drizzly conditions. Here, the heat has risen to the boil at PF International. Here comes Zach Green back into it. That 2-second gap has gone, and Gabriel Stilp, who's had a fantastic season so far but has been elusive in terms of getting a big race victory, has just got past Green there for 4th place. Gus Lawrence trying to control things right now. I think the big problem though is this top 5 is so far away as Mackie now goes down the inside of Lloyd. Stilp is there, whether Freddie Lloyd likes it or not. Gabe Stilp, I'm coming through, he says, into 3rd place. 3.5 minutes to go. Warning flag for Harrison Mackie. Just a warning flag. There's the little pump of the fist from Harrison Mackie to say to Gabriel Stilp, don't fight. Not now, because Gus Lawrence is starting to wind it up. Gus Lawrence is starting to go full charged back to the front of the field and back to the top step of Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium. 3 minutes to go, Henry Baudet. Can't call this one.
Nope, you've got 5 drivers for 5 different teams. You've got 2 different brands of, 2 different makes of chassis. 3, actually. You've got OTKs. You've got the Lando Norris kart that Freddie Lloyd is using. You have got the Tony kart that Gus Lawrence is using. Then you've got the Kart Republics that Mackie and Green are using. And you've got the Croc that Gabriel Stilp. Perfect synergy here up at the front as we head on to lap number 10. 2 minutes to go. Lawrence has chosen this moment to bolt. Mackie hasn't gained ground. Lawrence has picked his moment. Mackie, Stilp and Zach Green have all read the memo, and they're all suddenly single file with Lloyd in 5th position. Look at the gap back to everybody else. Joey Brown is in P6 and he's 5 seconds back. Then it's Whitcomb, Buckley, Moore, Antrobus, Brown, Tillett, Newburn, Bennett, Pickenon, Lantinga, Lestrange, and the rest that are still running. We got 23 of the 31 starters still running. That's a lot of retirements. Patel, Nettleship, Hilal, Mann, Gray, Castro have all gone out of this race. And these 5 have just been pushing and pushing each other along. And it's now Stilp who looks like he's lost a bit of ground. Stilp, who got passed by Green, is in 5th position. But once Gus Lawrence decides, that's it, I've had enough, I'm going, he goes.
Gus Lawrence has only had 1 top score so far this season. It was in the heats at round 3 at GYG. He's not been the full-flowing Gus Lawrence so far this season.
But
people have started to doubt, but if anything we know from Gus Lawrence over the years is Harrison Whitcomb's going to have a right ding-dong here with Jack Buckley and Morgan Moore. This is all around 7th, 8th, 9th place going through the Fullerton Essers. Gus Lawrence, with this race, is reminding us, is telling us, I am not just lying down and letting the new blood take the #1 plate, that it has been mine for the last 3 years. Zach Green having a look, Mackie communicating, no, you've got to keep focused, got to keep on this, cannot let Gus Lawrence break away, but Zach Green's not interested in that. He's trying to get down the inside of Harrison Mackie there over the bridge.
That could be critical.
Lawrence is starting to break away now. The gap is going to be over half a second, Henry, with 2 laps to go.
That would be critical. You mentioned about how we haven't seen full Gus Lawrence mode yet, but the way Gus Lawrence drives, where would Gus Lawrence be in the championship if it ended now? He would be leading the championship because he's smart, because he has got that experience, because he knows when to go and he knows when to hold, and he's gone, and it's all kicking off, but it's kicking off for P2 because they've left the triple British champion, the maestro. Oh, look at the eyes. They've let him go. They've let him go to the win and to the championship lead.
But have they? Because Lloyd going back up to 2nd place means he's got a few more points. As wide there is Mackie. Don't do it, Harrison. Oh my goodness.
He went and done
Harrison Mackie with one of the overtakes of the season. It's not going to be for a race win here today, but it could be for crucial points and 2nd place in this final. Gus Lawrence heading to hairpin 2 now. What an astonishing race we've had here for Senior X30. It's not done yet. Mackie's having to defend now towards the Fullerton Essers. Lloyd holding on to 3rd. Stilp still in there. Down the inside of Green into 4th place. But Gus Lawrence is going to come round the final couple of corners. He's had to wait till July, but he is a winner once again in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship.
He's happy with
That's what it means for Gus Lawrence to be P1 at PFI for the Paul Fletcher International Karting team. He had a terrible round here last year, but he fought back, won the title in 2024. Henry, is this the turning point for Gus Lawrence? Is this the time that we look back to in September and go, that was a champion's drive?
Do you remember when Daniel Ricciardo won the Italian Grand Prix for McLaren?
I do.
And the radio message to him was, he's back. And Daniel's reply was, I never went away. Gus Lawrence never went away. He never left. He's back. He's back on top of the championship unofficially by 1 point over Freddie Lloyd. And between Harrison Whitcomb, Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence, there are 13 points in the championship. You couldn't write a better script if you tried. Marvellous stuff, absolutely marvellous. And as for Harrison Mackie, Slim Shady, well, that was the X-rated album version that we're not even allowed to talk about before 9 o'clock. It was that naughty. It was that naughty.
All I will say is, whatever you're doing, get your diary out.
Yes,
2025, we do everything digitally. Right,
okay.
go to Sunday, the 10th of August.
Oh,
whatever's in there, scratch it out. You're not doing it. You're coming to Kimbolton and watching the next final for these, because that
Texas Karting League, I apologise now.
From our seniors, as I say, they have raced each other very hard this weekend. Maybe at times they've overstepped the mark a little bit, but my goodness me, they saved the best till last.
But that was a proper race.
That was a proper race. That's why we love PFI.
Yep.
It rewards the brave. It allows drivers to go back and forth and never give in. That was absolutely fantastic. That was the best of British. Lawrence from Mackie, Lloyd from Stilp, Zach Green in the top 5. Credit to Joey Brown as well. That's the one shame with it being so good at the front.
We missed the Joey Brown drive.
6th place. That's a really good result. Joey's had a really rough season. He had a DQ at GYG last time out. It was not a good weekend for him. It's been difficult here this weekend as well. But again, a driver who's potentially starting to turn their season round. I just wanted to say that. That was great stuff, up 8 positions.
Aaron Brown not looking too thrilled. There's Harrison Whitcomb going through. I mean, Harrison, I'm not sure about a nose cone penalty, but certainly the fringe crossed over the forehead. It's at least 5 inches away from skin. Fringe from skin is at least, I think that's good. That's okay.
Just to run through the rest of those championship scores. So Lawrence 721, Lloyd 720, Whitcomb 712, Mackie 708 we've covered. Antrobus 659, Brown 656, Stilp 643, Buckley, Moore and Nettleship all into the top 10 as well. Keep an eye on all of those stats over on the Motorsport Timing website. We've got to head down and catch a breath, Henry. Let's pass over to Nicole Sutherland.
Gus, nice win there for you. Job well done. But, you know, the middle of the race, the start of the race, there was a lot going on. Talk us through it.
Yeah, obviously the starts are quite crazy at the minute. Obviously everyone's getting involved and it's a bit like damage limitation. You just need to sort of get in your stride and then wait for the race to spread out and then plan out, really.
Bit of a different contrast to what played out yesterday. You know, you ended up with a penalty after finishing quite far up. But today you had more points to that championship tally, you know, more bits to the confidence. What happens for you moving forward for the rest of the championship?
No, I feel like today, obviously, a qualified pole, but in the first 2 races, I felt like I struggled a little bit. So it was nice to make a few changes and bounce back there. So it's something to note down for the future. And yeah, it proves that we've got the pace and just take it into the next one at Kimbolton.
And Gus, championship, if you can get another one, you know, on the tally, what comes next for you? You know, you've been in the game for a little while. It might be a bit premature to be asking this question now, but probably ask you again later on in the year. What's the mindset at the minute about, you know, the whole setup?
No, for sure. I didn't think I'd win what I've won already, the 3 British Championships back-to-back with PFI, so that's an amazing achievement already. Obviously, we're in the hunt for number 4, so we just need to keep focused on that for the minute and then see what comes around the corner for next year.
Well, Gus, great to speak to you. We'll head up to the commentary box then to see how Gus pulled that off. Let's not forget, he is under investigation for that early lap drama, but let's see how that all unfolded.
Well, I think he might be under investigation for crimes, for not having his hair completely on point there. Great start. Well, Harrison Mackie taking the lead here. There is the reason for why Gus is under investigation for that sort of reactionary defensive move. But, you know, him and 100 others. There was Morgan Moore's penalty and the demise, well, the departure from the leaderboard of Otto Pikkanen, who eventually struggled home down in, I want to say, 18th position, just in front of Harrison Morrow. Top 20 for Harrison Morrow. Well done, Class and Motorsport, Harrison Morrow. Yeah, well done, top 20. Now, Harrison Whittaker and Gabriel Stilp, they had their 4th engagement of the year on track. Now, that was where I thought Zach Green probably, if he hadn't have made that move and he had another little nibble at Harrison Mackie, that allowed Freddie Lloyd to go through. This.
Just tremendous.
I mean, watch this there. He went, no, don't do it. Nanny June had a heart in her mouth. She would have been, Nanny June would have been throwing a gin and tonic all over the place watching that. Fantastic. And Slim Shady there from
And I know we said in live
Mackie.
comms it's not for a win, but if there is something from that investigation, it will have been
well,
for a round victory.
There you go. You're absolutely right. A lot of looking over your shoulders, Stilp to the inside on green at the last lap, but imperious Gus Lawrence. And, there is the Triple British champion already. Seeing him celebrate like that, you know how much, number one, that meant. Number one, how important that was. He knows. Gus Lawrence will look you in the face, I'm not thinking about the championship, and he's lying, boy. He's lying to you. Of course he's thinking. He's like a computer, is Gus Lawrence.
And okay, results provisional. We'll see what's coming. But I think another thing that proves is that even if there is a change, Gus is not out of this. Gus can still beat all of these.
Of course,
he can still do it on his A-Day. Let's pass down before our next race. Let's pass down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. Starting this grid walk a little bit further back with a driver that I personally think is quite far out of position. We saw Aaron yesterday had great success in the final. For today, though, he's got to start this one further back in the field. So let's speak to Aaron about what the mindset is heading into this. Aaron, yesterday you had that great result, so I'm sure you feel confident, you can get back up there, but you're not quite starting where we'd expect to see you.
It hasn't been very good day. First one DNF, second one we got a penalty. Hopefully we can make some more points. Obviously we dropped a place in the championship, unlucky, but hope we can get up more.
And picking off those places then, the game plan to do that, where do you plan on trying to, really get yourself forward? Is it at the start or is it, picking people off one by one?
Well, it's a long race, 12 minutes. Just got to be calm and relaxed, patience, and then just pick off one by one.
Well, we'll see if that gets you to the front then, Aaron. Good luck for the final. Starting in front of Aaron is Cian Bernard, driver that we don't typically see in X30 racing, is in the British Kart Championship in the road tax category, supported by Wera Tools for 2025. Has struggled a little bit so far this weekend, but is a driver that's capable of getting himself further up the order. Cian, this weekend's looked like a difficult one for you. What's played into that?
Struggling a bit with pace, but the class is actually quite good, to be fair. The tyres are really grippy compared to the Mojos and Rotax, but overall it's a lot of fun, but it's just annoying how we've been struggling a lot, but just gave it everything for the final.
Yeah, it's one last opportunity this weekend. You've not got anything to lose as a bit of a wild card entry, so would you say actually you're going to try and play off of that going into the final?
Yeah, definitely. There's no pressure. Just push as hard as I can, make as many moves, just dive bombs, and just go for it.
Well, we'll watch you go for it then, Cian. Good luck. We'll see how you get on. That 1 minute board has been shown to our drivers. Then we'll head off because they're about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This is got all the potential again, Henry, for another really good race in the juniors.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I love the Iridium visor, the Fiber King logo on the Iridium visor that Cian Bernard is using. However, every race director is now going, okay, what was the number of that driver that said he was going to do loads of dive bombs? Let's keep an eye on him. Unfortunately, we couldn't have a Nat Stappen interview. There's Dan Ashton showing there. Isaac Barker, welcome back to the live chat. I'm not going to say that obviously you're looking at some previous results with penalties. We're not going to give any spoilers, but this one, we don't want to spoil anything. It's Junior X30, the final. It's up next.
Let's take you through the grid then for your Junior X30 final. Riley Cranham starts on pole position, has had many a great fight this weekend with Mayan Patel. That is your front row. Archie Owen and George Edgar go from row number 2. On row 3, Max Endicott and Finley Lines. Rocco Lee and Shenton is an outside bet here for the race win. Starts on row 4 alongside Max Ewell.
Row number 5, Sukmani Kiera and Jacob Barshler. Row 6, Ty Buckley and Singapore's Isaac Sayer. Row 7, Zach McDonald. Great effort for the privateer and Aaron Mehta from Singapore. Oliver Vo and Harley Musk on row number 8.
Nat Johnston and Kian Bernard go from row 9. It's Oliver Meek and Aaron Richardson wrapping out the top 20. Row 11, Jack McLaughlin and Jarlath Sayer on a wildcard run for the Excel Motorsport team. Charlie Wolfett and Maisie Creed go from row 12. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Aaron Nair, John Foley Jr., Rory Armstrong and Rashad Hilal of Bahrain complete the 29 runners in this race.
Very quickly, Adam Disley, it's time, it's Crandy Man time. Stand in front of a mirror and say Crandy Man, Crandy Man, Crandy Man 3 times and see what happens. Mayan Patel going head to head with Cranham on lap number 1. Cranham, notoriously difficult to beat on the opening lap. Max Endicott, fantastic drive. Possibly for me, drive of the day so far. Max Endicott, can he make something happen in the BMR restart kart? Further down, we have got... Nat Johnson starting 17th, Gillian Bennett supporting Aaron Richardson in 19th place, 20th place. Yesterday's winner's going to try and go from P20 to P1. Let's see, through the Bruno Ferrari chicane and out into the bowl for the first time in Junior X30. It is a clean start, and it's a great start as expected from Riley Cranham.
Good start there from Cranham. He got it perfectly done on the lights.
Endicott second.
Is it Endicott? Is Archie Owen had a very good start from 3rd place. Initially took 2nd place away from Patel.
It must be Archie Owen.
Yep.
Sorry, Endicott is in 4th position. BMR restart running in 2nd and 4th early stages. We'll keep an eye on yesterday's winner. Number
Shenton.
2, Shenton's a wild, you know. You don't need to ask Rocco Leon Shenton twice to make a move. Are we going to get a privateer victory? Still the only Junior X30 driver, privateer, to have ever won a final. It happened here in the rain. It was Rylan Eschberg.
10 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Still early stages. Here's your fight for 2nd place. Archie Owen, Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel. The back end of the kart steps out there. He makes it work for 2nd place, and now they will set about charging down and catching Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham's job right here, Henry, for me, is just keep those points ticking over. Of course, he'd like to win the race. He's a racing driver at the end of the day. But right now, he's got a big advantage in those point standings over Archie Owen. It's all down to the others, to Patel, to Edgar, to Owen, to Richardson, who's already up to P14 in this race. They've got to make him crack.
Yep.
And so far this season, it's very doubtful that that's going to happen, because what has impressed me with Riley Cranham throughout the course of this karting season, whether here nationally or in Europe, is his calmness. He's being caught at the moment by Mayan Patel. Are we seeing the shoulders go up? No, he's keeping his eyes forward on the prize. He knows it's a long race, 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Shenton down the inside.
P3,
takes
job done.
3rd place away from George Edgar. Edgar has to defend to keep himself in decent nick. Is that Sukmani Kiera coming? No, she's a little bit further down, but Max Endicott is definitely on the move. Fastest driver on the circuit.
Yes, Max Endicott, who's now an uncle, of course, at the age of 12. You know, they just, he's got a much older sibling that has just had a child. So Uncle Max is up into P5 at the moment. Riley Cranham, you say about how the maturity, contrasting with what the start of the year out in the United States, in Florida, at the Winter Trophy, the Rotax Winter Trophy, where Riley Cranham was not necessarily as calm and cool as collected. He's learned some very valuable lessons from those 2 weeks in Florida.
And it's interesting how if you're a driver at the level of Riley Cranham, and you have a bad first race of the season.
Zach McDonald was just going for a move there. It didn't quite work. Yeah, so carry on. Cranham.
I tell you who that reminds me of from last year, Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie did not have a good weekend at the IAME Winter Cup in 2024.
Nope.
And look what he went on to. He went on to be a double champion nationally, continentally, could have been a triple champion, but RWF was a little bit beyond him on that particular occasion. 8 minutes and 15 seconds of this race to go. Still very much up in the air. Who's going to be on the podium today? This is a good competitive race. We're looking at the battle with Harley Musk. In the middle of that. How's Harley getting on? It's around 15th place at the moment. Bit of a quiet weekend so far for Harley.
It's gone wrong again for Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett, who had a penalty, I think, that dropped him back. And now the Greg's on legs. Kart is slowing down at the back. Hey, it's a teething weekend. A tough opening weekend. We have a new leader. His name's Rocco Shenton, and what the dickens has happened there, because Cranham is back to 5th, Privateer, Rocco Shenton, MDL Motorsport, Mayan Patel, and BMR Restart, Max Endicott, now run 1, 2 and 3, Mick Barrett Racing, George Edgar is 4th, Cranham for Fusion, down to 5th, then it's Buckley Owen, and Premium Karting Finley Lines in 281. Is he still? Premium Karting Finley Lines. Next in line, then it's Bachler and Ewell. Sorry, it's Finley Lines has moved to the BMR team. So BMR Restart have got 3 weapons at the front of this field.
6 minutes and 45 seconds to go. This second act of this race is turning into Cranham. No, he's gone wrong. Cranham went for a move. That was a mistake. There is Charlie Wolfett out of the race. Well, that move was more like the old Riley Cranham in the final, dropping back. It was on George Edgar for 4th place. Initially, I thought he made it work, and then he had a bit of a touch, and it's dropped him all the way down to 10th place. Now, to be clear, yes, he's still going to have a good championship lead here.
Yeah, but that's cost him a good 20 points.
Yeah.
That move from leading to where he is now, we didn't see how he lost the lead. Sorry, you might have done, but I was talking about something else. So we didn't see where he lost the lead. That move, I mean, at the start of this race, Cranham had a near 80-point advantage in the standings. He has now got less than a 50-point advantage. So, it's still big, but hey, you can't afford to make those mistakes. Now, how does he react? Because he's just dropped back behind Aaron Richardson, yesterday's winner, who was second in the points at the start of the day. I mean, we're talking about championships, but look at the race lead. This is Rocco Shenton and Mayan Patel.
I hate to do this. We're going to have a bit of a challenge for our camera ops. Did I just see something on the rear right corner of Rocco Leon Shenton's kart? Is the rear bumper okay for the 286? It might just be how they've set it up, and it's a little bit lower.
You do realise that Rocco's mum is here watching.
I do.
And I get into trouble with her regularly for talking about it's Rocco versus the world because he's a privateer, and he's leading the race. Andrew Matthew, you're a braver man than I. I apologise, Mrs. Shenton, on my colleague's behalf. He knows not what he says.
4.5 minutes to go.
Doesn't matter now because we've got a new race leader, Mayan Patel. There's the crossover. There's Rocco Shenton. Now we'll see. It's just set up
low.
that way.
It's just low. It's just really nice setup.
Oh,
4.25 minutes to go then. It's going to be potentially a new winner here, but not if George Edgar's got anything to say about it. We said that the Mick Barrett Racing team were looking stronger here today. They struggled perhaps a little bit with the heat. They were great last week in the pouring rain. Can George Edgar get his 3rd podium in 4 races? Of course, the 2 other podiums were wins at GYG. Similarly, in cooler conditions. Rocco Shenton
there's a
lead.
move.
Was that Endicott going for P2 on Maya
Didn't
Patel?
work. Cost Endicott. Cost
And
him.
here goes Edgar. Edgar through into third place, and keep an eye on Finley Lines there as well. In fifth place, Finley Lines having a strong weekend. Has had some good results in Europe in recent months, but is yet to really have that breakthrough, particularly in finals, as
Good
there's
move.
a change for the
Patel
lead.
leads.
Through goes Patel. Patel back into first position.
Here
But
comes
Shenton's
Rocco.
not having any of that. Rocco
Whoa.
Leon Shenton retakes the lead.
Rocco Leon Shenton, you know, this is not a negative thing. He can make things hard for himself. Yesterday, he had an incident. When he is on form, he is sublime to watch in a go-kart, I have to say. He's a very aggressive driver, and with that comes, you know, he has a certain style. And, you know, sometimes that leads to issues, sometimes that leads to, you know, starting further back than he might have done. But that's the way he drives. You can't teach a driver this experience to drive suddenly differently, because look at him. When he's on form, he is unbeatable. Now, what does he do? Privateer entry. Rocco Leon Shenton holding off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the best in different teams. MDL, Mark Dave Litchfield. You've got Mick Barrett Racing. You've got BMR Restart. You've got Fusion Motorsports. All in there. Chasing, you've got drivers backed by the Argenti Academy. And yet, leading the way. Who's that at the back of the field? That's the Jamie Green
Jacob Bachelor.
racing kart of Jacob Bachelor. They're all lining up to take their shot at the lad and dad team of Rocco Leon Shenton and his family. Okay, Rocco, I know your mum didn't like me saying it, but it now is you versus the world, because the world's breathing down your shoulders and you've got 90 seconds plus a lap to make your own piece of history in Junior X30.
Great move by Finley Lines. Is up to third place. It was 3 wide into hairpin 1. Look at Maya Patel. It's like Monaco 1992.
Yeah, you've
Out
got to
there,
be
he's
careful,
all
Rocco.
over the
You've got
back
to be careful.
of Shenton there. Shenton still
move.
holds the race lead. Patel trying to check down. Oh, Shenton gets the door shut before the Mike Wilson complex arrives. That's going to bring... Aaron Richardson is up to third.
Brilliant.
Aaron Richardson from 20th on the grid was in damage limitation mode, could get a double round victory here. This is a remarkable drive
Nat
from one of the
Stappen.
breakthrough drivers of 2025.
Nat Stappen's on the cusp of the top 10 as well for his fan club. Gillian Bennett's just fallen off her chair back home, cheering for Aaron Richardson. Max Endicott now defending what is fourth position. Shenton's going to have to he's going to have to tread very carefully here. Yes, he's got to defend. No, he can't weave around. And he's hugging the inside line. Richardson might still win this race from 20th. Patel's got to use his patience. Here comes Uncle Max in fourth. Lines is fifth. Then you've got Edgar. Oh, what a move from Richardson. They're side by side. It's not going to be the last lap yet. Close the book on race of the week. Book it in now. You're going to be watching this one back.
Mayan Patel has been in his position. He's managed to get leads, but that's always been in heats. This is different. This is a final of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The top two have broken away from the rest of the field. Once again, Max Endicott is holding on to third place. Now Finley Lines is back again, up into fourth. Once again, head down for Shenton into hairpin 1. He doesn't need to defend this time.
No.
Has he still got enough speed off of hairpin 2? He's managed the runs off of hairpin 2 very well, but Patel, he's like a battering ram. He just all weekend has been driving on and on and on. It's normally been Riley Cranham he's been fighting with here, but he can still win this race.
Did you look at how long Shenton looked over his shoulder for coming out of hairpin number 2? That he was calculating. How many am I fighting? How many am I fighting? He now knows it's 1-on-1. Last lap of the race. Mano or mano. Mark and Dave Litchfield's team. That's Mark Litchfield, who's synonymous with success here. Mayan Patel, one of the breakout drivers. Mayan Patel round the outside. What a move for the race lead. That is outrageous, Mayan.
Mayan Patel has taken the lead of this race. We've had 2 back-to-back moves on the last lap around the outside, but Shenton's coming back here. Shenton hasn't given up on this hopes of a race victory. Can he get Patel off the racing line? Can he get underneath towards the Fullerton?
And here come the cavalry.
Here they come. Endicott, Bachelor, Lines, they're all charging towards these two. Mayan Patel has 4 corners to go. There's Bobby Game done. There's the first bit of the Mike Wilson complex. Mayan Patel's going to do this. Oh my goodness me, someone has gone off. Mayan Patel is going to win a PFI. Rocco Lee and Shenton finishes a heroic second. Max Endicott takes third. The driver off.
It's a Mick Barrett racing kart.
It's Archie Rogers-Tyler. It's Archie Rogers-Tyler.
And
He's
one
out
of the
of his
cameramen
cart.
is, well, the camera's okay.
And the camera operative's okay. That's the most important thing.
Well, of course, I'm joking. I'm joking. Anyway, Mayan Patel, take a bow, son. Rocco Shenton, take a bow. Max Endicott, take a bow. Jacob Bachelor, do a pirouette and take a bow. What a top 4. That was a move worthy of any win. Rocco Shenton, that drive was worthy of a British win. Max Endicott, the complete day. We mentioned him twice during the heats. It was on the last lap when suddenly, where did he come from? And yet he stuck it out there. Uncle Max takes a podium. He's had a podium before, but this one's the best one. And well, there we go. Looking down, there is your provisional race winner. MDL Motorsport. They've moved premises. They got a new premises. They've now got a new dyno room, which is where Mark has been working to unlock many wafts for all classes. And we look down there, MDL Motorsport, that's their 3rd win as a team. Litchfield Motorsport had some wins. MLR, well, Litchfield Racing has some wins, but they were different organisations. As a team, that is their 3rd win.
And we should mention as well, for Mayan Patel as an individual, that's his first win.
Yes,
it's his first
indeed.
ever win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and what a way to do it. David Whitehouse in the chat is absolutely spot on. Can we do 2 races of the week? Is that allowed?
Well, what would the other one be? I mean, the seniors was quite good.
The seniors was very good.
Was quite good. That's going to take some beating. You know, that is going to take some beating. As you look there in the background, that is, who is that?
It was Archie Rogers-Tyler.
Archie Rogers-Tyler,
at the Fullerton S's on the last lap. Just to confirm, Archie is okay.
Our cameraman is okay.
okay.
Camera person is okay, sorry, and the camera is okay. Did I mention the camera's okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yes. But that was a very dramatic finish. Cranham, by the way, let's talk championship just before we go down to Nicole. 9th place for Cranham, 754 points. Edgar now goes into 2nd place, 692. But let's stop talking, Henry. Let's get down to Nicole Sutherland to hear from our latest race winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Mayan, I think the first thing I've got to say to you is that move round the outside, around the bridge, you absolutely have to tell us about it.
Yeah, well, I saw him go tight to the apex and I thought it's the last lap, I might as well go for it, but obviously not too risky. Thought knew he slowed down enough, so thought I might as well carry the speed around the outside, and luckily it paid off.
And to be, 1 versus 1 against a driver like Rocco Shenton, who, will do everything, he will try everything to make his way around a driver. How did you manage to deal with that? Because you were under a lot of pressure, and the race must have felt like it was going on forever. Yeah,
Rocco's a very good driver, so it was very hard to know where to go or when to make the move or how to make it stick. So I'm very happy that I managed to do it in the end.
And, we can't help but talk about this as well. As a career result, this is a massive deal for you. You must be on top of the world and ecstatic to be winning a round of a British Kart Championship.
Yeah, so I'm very happy, especially at PF. You don't really get many chances to do that, so So I'm very happy to do that.
Well, congratulations. There's a lot to be happy about. We'll see you on the podium later on. But for now, let's see how that move was pulled off for the race win. Let's see the other moves that in that dramatic junior race.
Let's do so indeed. This was the early stages. One of the moves from the midfield. Rocco Lane Shenton took the lead from Mayan Patel. And I've got to say, I've had the pleasure of watching Rocco race since he was in Honda Cadet.
Yes,
and he was a novice at Wilton Mill Kart Club. That's one of the best performances I've ever seen from him.
Yeah, you know, he'll be devastated in some respect, but he'll be very, very proud. He should be very, very proud of that as well. But of course, this is taking nothing away from Mayan Patel. Now, Riley Cranham, who led initially, as we're watching this fantastic battle unfold between them. Again, there was respect. There was hard racing, of course, but neither of them. There was no contact between either Patel or Shenton. This is where Richardson, and we thought Richardson might steal it, but look at this, and you can just see Rocco's cart just gripped up. He went a little bit too tight. He was game. He's as game as they come, is Rocco Shenton. He tried to fight back, but it wasn't meant to be. And this is a little bit in the middle of the race, but let's have a look at that again. Yeah, the cart just bogged down. He took it a little too tight there, going onto the inside. I mean, what was he supposed to do? If he went round the outside, then Mayan Patel stuffs up the inside. It's such a fine line to trot. But Mayan Patel, what a fantastic one. Well done to Mark. I mean, Mark Litchfield, he's not the most emotional of characters, but I think there'll be plenty of emotion after that, because it comes at the end of a period where I think MDL Motorsport, they were in the sort of, I say this and I mean this with the greatest of respect, they were the second tier of teams in the world of X30. And now,
they were like a Crystal Palace.
They were, and they were. It's a great. They were the Crystal Palace,
and today they've won the FA Cup.
And they worked so hard to improve their performance, not just as a one-off, but across the board, and it has paid off. Well done to Mark Litchfield and the team, and of course, well done to Mayan Patel. Just make a quick note there. I've noticed. Before we say that, can I say a happy engagement, congratulations to David Bellchambers and his lovely fiancée who are in the paddock watching as well. So happy, congratulations on your engagement, David and Kelly. There we are, how's that? Now some commercial breaks as the marshals sweep the circuit and I take a breather.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Right then, penultimate race of today, and this time we focus once again on our younger classes. It's restricted time. We started on the front row with Albie J. Stubbs and Harry Chapman. Both drivers had success yesterday. Chapman took the win on track, but after a penalty it was given to Stubbs. Chapman though confident driver. I'm sure that he feels like he can replicate that on-track result once more, but we'll hear it from him. Harry, good racing so far this weekend. You've had success in heat, success yesterday, but this one, what's the plan?
Hopefully I can win it on track and don't get no penalties. So if it'll be a win, it'll be really good.
And the battle between you and Albie, and you've got Bodie Batch back there as well. How's that going to unfold? How are you going to make sure that you're faster and that you're better in the racing?
I reckon it might be a bit difficult, but I still think it's going to be hard, and hopefully, yeah.
Well, hopefully, yeah. We'll see how it unplays then, Harry. Good luck. See you later on in Parc Fermé. Next to Harry, like we said, it's Albie Stubbs. Took that trophy yesterday on the podium, and we'll just have a quick catch-up, see what he's thinking. Albie, yesterday, great result for you. But your competitor of Chapman seems confident. What's it going to take for you to take another win today?
Yeah, I just got to keep calm. Probably if I can get into second on the start, I'll try and push away. And I just got to be on the podium for good points.
Absolutely. It's a championship game, and we are getting through this championship now. That 1 minute board is about to go out. Dan Ashton has just shown it to these drivers. We'll clear the grid, but how is this story going to unfold? Is it going to be Chapman? Is it going to be Stubbs? Or is another driver going to take a win in restricted this weekend?
Well, we'll find out across the course of this 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Just a quick note before we get going. Frank Morris in this race, of course, the link to the GoFundMe for the defibrillator across at Fullbeck is in the Alpha Live chat. It's been pinned by producer James as well. So if you did want to get involved with that, head across to the Alpha Live comment. If you're on the Karting UK, just switch over to the Alpha Live channel, and the GoFundMe link is in there. Let's try and get that up. As I say, £2,214 at the moment across the course of this race. Let's see what we can raise. We
can get that up to £2,500 easily. And of course, it was the reason they're putting a defibrillator in into Fullbeck is because a driver did have a cardiac event there, who is recovering, but we know here at PFI more than anywhere else that you need those types of things.
Let's get ready for it then. Formation lap underway for the Water Swift Restricted Final. Let's take you through the grid then of 17 drivers for this 6th round final of the year. Harry Chapman, for the 3rd time this season, is on pole position with Albie J. Stubbs alongside on the front row. Bodie Batch and Dimitar Uzanov start on row 2. Row 3, 2 developing drivers, Ollie West and Toby Biggs. Jaden McElhenney and Patrick Wood go from row 4.
Logan Hodgetts, novice driver, and Ireland's Corey Lyon round out your top 10. Lewis Williams-Mabs and Freddie Baker next. Benjamin Schleber, Frank Morris, Reggie Peters, Arthur Bowers and Harry Murphy round out your field. Well, hate to say take a breather, but this could be another great race because you've got 4 drivers at the front, 5 drivers at the front that have been really, really strong all weekend. And of course, then don't count out the daily motorsport duo of Lyons and McElhenney.
Here we go then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Lights are green on our screen and away we go. Good start for Chapman, who immediately points forward. Stubbs has cut across and held 2nd place. Uzanov has had a good start as well in the red and white Jade racing machine, the Birle ART. They are up to 3rd place. The 2 DMS karts going wheel to wheel. McElhenney and Corey Lyons, they had some good squabbles in the final on a Sunday last time out at GYG. Here goes a move for the lead. Stubbs with a bit of an assist from Uzanov. Chapman trying to hold around the outside. That's brilliantly done by Albie J. Stubbs, who takes the lead out of hairpin 1.
And Toby Biggs getting involved up into P4. Well, I'm glad they let us have a chance to calm down after that Junior X30 race. They thought, no, we're not going to go 3 wide for the lead in the first lap of this race. Of course they are. Stubbs, Chapman, Uzanov, Biggs, Batch, then McElhenney, West and Lyons. As I was chatting to Zach McDonald's mum earlier on, and Corey Lyons came up the steps. He went, "Hello, Henry. How are you?" I was like, "I'm very good, thank you, Corey. Good luck." And he was like, "Thank you. I will." Just then carried on as, parents watching. Oh, the two Daily Motorsport drivers getting very close together. 5 different drivers, 5 different racing lines through the bowl there. 10.5 minutes to go. If it carries on like this, then I'm definitely going to need my tablets before the rest. There's Chloe McGill. She was here with her family yesterday watching. She's watching Albie J. Stubbs. They're on their way to the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. Drive safely. I'll see you on Tuesday, all being well. So that's nice that a lot of drivers have come here this weekend on their way down to France. Again, we've had lots of Scottish drivers passing through PFI on the way to Le Mans next weekend, because of course this sport is a non-stop travelling circus. Even though drivers compete in different classes, they know each other, they've raced with each other before, they travel together around the country, around the world, around the continent, travelling as families together, it's a great spirit, and there's so many people. We've had so many drivers who are on their way to the next event, watching this event and supporting their friends in their cars and their motorhomes as their hard-working, long-suffering parents transport them to the next round of go-karting madness.
One of those drivers indeed is your race leader, Albie J. Stubbs, who was in Rotax action last week at Lark Hall. But it's been this category here, IAME Water Swift Restricted. That's where he's done his best work so far this season, looking to extend his championship lead. Just a little note as well for followers of Ollie West. Don't worry if you are seeing his number 24 fall down the timing tower. He's still there in the teal green machine. He's got a transponder not functioning. That's a formal notification that we've had. Just a notification.
Yes, it is on, but it's not.
But not doing
if it was
primary function.
If it was off, then it would be bad, because that would be no go. But if it's on, but just the battery has decided it does not want to work anymore or has run out of
watching those last 2 races.
Wow, yeah. Let's have a look back there. As you can see, the DAP kart of Lewis Williams Mabs, Patrick Wood, the number 36 kart behind him. There's a fight for third. Harry Chapman, privateer entry, slots back into P2. As we look up, Harry Chapman earlier this year took the 150th podium in the British Championship by a privateer entry. I forget which round it was. I think it may have been at Warden Law.
Yeah, first round at Warden Law.
Yeah,
second.
that was the 150th podium in all classes for privateer entries. There's only one team, Fusion Motorsport. Well, actually, Fusion Motorsport and Dan Holland Racing have got more podiums than the combined efforts of the privateers. And in this day and age, where of course, people say, "Oh, karting's not like it used to be," and of course, no, it's not. It evolves like everything. There is a look of the Honda drivers waiting to go out for the last race of the weekend. But of course, it goes to show that, it takes time, it takes hard work, it takes dedication, it takes sacrifice, but you can still compete, even at this. And say they say karting is grassroots motorsport. This level of karting is not grassroots motorsport. This is the pinnacle of karting in this country. Your club events, your rental kart events, your clubbies, that's grassroots motorsport. You need a lot to step up to this level, but you don't have to be rich to do it. You have to work hard, like the Chapmans, hone your craft, make do with the best equipment that you've got, and just work hard, and you can still compete. Out of the back, we used to call it transit. You say, out the back of the van, get the transit, put it down and send it. You can still do it. 150 plus privateers have stood on the podium across all the classes in this championship in the last 6 years.
It's going to be a number that will increase here today with the results we've already seen so far. Not good news for number 55 of Frank Morris. The mechanical flag is out. Also for the number 99, plus 5 seconds for a false start. Arthur Bowers. So to add 5 seconds onto wherever Arthur finishes at the moment, that would drop him to the rear of the field.
Is Frank Morris's mechanical flag, which he's carrying around a defibrillator in his cart, ready to take the fullback after this with all the money he's raised? I don't know, but that is a real commiseration, because again, there's another family, you know, doing this all as privateers. And I'm just looking at Frank, where to see is Frank.
He's gone in.
He has already retired. But again, so please go to the GoFundMe link that is on the Alpha Live YouTube chat. It's pinned to the top, and a pound is different. You know, we had an issue here at PFI last year.
We did.
You know, which we won't talk about, but you know, it's not just the drivers, it's the families, it's the people who are at the circuit. A defibrillator is quite simply a lifesaver. Fun fact about Reggie Peters' dad, Courtney Williams.
I think we might need a fact check on that.
We'll do a BBC fact check. Yes, is Reggie Peters' dad called Michael Schumacher Peters? Question mark. That's one fact check. His uncle is Emerson Fittipaldi Peters. Another fact check. And the other uncle is Ayrton Senna Peters. Thanks to his nan Katrina, who is watching now. Courtney, thank you for your message. We're going to put a little asterisk next to that one. It's great that these novices, the newcomers, is watching, and some of them are just praying. That's Louis Williams, his mum's father. He's moving up there. There's a microcosm in a nutshell. That is karting as a parent. Absolute, you know, on the no fingernails left by lap number 5.
I'll tell you what. Well, first of all, we need to address something. Hey,
yes.
You commentary curse gremlins in the sky.
Yes.
Go away.
Go away.
Ross,
Vanish.
Go away.
Vanish.
We've had enough of you today.
Yes.
Louis Williams was the fastest driver on the circuit a few moments ago, as that was Ollie West and Corey Lyons fighting over 8th place. There's good reason for Louis' dad being like, come on, because at the moment
he's on course.
He's on course for a best result of the year so far. Round 1 was 7th place in the final at Warden Law. Arguably, this battle, my goodness, that's the kind of day it is. A bolt's just fallen out of the chair in the commentary box.
Oh, well, well, we haven't been sitting down all day. We've been on the edge of our seats. Yeah, we've been jumping around.
I'm going to argue this is already a better 7th place than the one at Warden Law, because there's more drivers in the field.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Chapman still following Stubbs. They're pulling away from Bodie Batch in 3rd. Uzinoff runs 4th. Toby Biggs. I want to go back to Courtney Williams. You know, is the dog called Shinji Nakano Peters? I wonder. You know, so how about that?
Alex Young Peters.
How about, is the hamster called Hub Rotengatter Peters? Look up there. We're very sad. We could play this game all race, Courtney, but we do appreciate you again. You know, we talk about why we talk about the live chat. Other broadcasts don't do it. We want you to all feel part of what we do here. Yeah, there are lots of family members of friends. There are spectators here. You know, you can't come in, but you know, watching at home, it's fun because these drivers, they'll watch the Alpha Live broadcast back. You know, in the days to come, in the months to come, in the years to come. You know, there will be people in 20, 30 years' time watching this back with their children and remembering, oh gosh, yeah, you know, so-and-so who's commenting in, it's just a memory. You know, these drivers, they all want a future in motorsport. It's all possible. It's not going to be all possible behind the wheel. But then there's engineering, there's media, there's the safety aspect. This industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so giving them a platform, yeah, they all want to be drivers. I wanted to be a driver when I was young, and look at me now. Living the dream.
2 minutes to go in this one. Fairly quiet final so far. There's a few movements in the middle of... No, it's not. It's Ollie West's transponder, or just resetting back into 9th place. So Stubbs still leads from Chapman. Here's the battle for 3rd place on your screens. Just coming off the bridge now for those of you around the circuit. Down towards hairpin number 1. Batch, Uzanov, Biggs, McElhenney. As here goes Uzanov down the inside for 3rd place. Gets the back end of the kart out there. Nicely done from Dimitar. And that number 62 machine is back onto the podium once again.
Yes, indeed. Again, Jason Dredge and the Jade Racing team working with Dimitar Uzanov, working on, you can't hurry racecraft and race smarts. Only been driving for 16 months as Dimitar. You know, so he's got the speed. You know, he's got a level of racecraft, and now it's a case of just when to use that racecraft. He's made a good move there. Now, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that this quartet of drivers can catch the two leaders. Are we going to see a first Sunday podium for the Daily Motorsport team? Jaden McElhenney runs 6th, and Lewis Williams-Mabs is catching the second chasing pack. Stubbs is starting to defend. 30 seconds to go. The gap between these two and the next driver is 2.5 seconds. Oh, Reggie
Peters' mechanical flag. That's going to be the end of the race for Reggie Peters, unfortunately. It's been a good effort on the first weekend here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Not long to go then on the clock. Yeah, they're going to run it out on this lap, so it's going to be final lap board in a moment for LBJ Stubbs and Harry Chapman. They went wheel to wheel yesterday in the final. We're going to get it again here at PF International. Chapman's just set the fastest lap of the race. It's all about the timing now in IAME Water Swift Restricted. We've already seen 2 round the outsides. Chapman's going for the inside line. The door is shut there by LBJ Stubbs. Bodie Batch, I think, is through once again, back into 3rd place. No, Uzanov's still got it as there, out of the race. Oh, now that's a very hot, what was that was being kicked off? I didn't quite catch that one.
It looked like half a pigeon, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Stubbs still leading.
Where are you?
Stubbs leads this one. No, we're not having a laughing fit on this broadcast.
No.
Stubbs, it's still got this, by the way, but it's always been Mike Wilson complex. That's where these two have always had their big swabbles across the course of the weekend. So far, Chapman's got down the inside and got through on Stubbs before the Mike Wilson complex. Chapman through the last couple of corners. It's going to be these two at the front once again. Chapman takes it on the road from Stubbs, and 3rd will be Uzanov on the line. Very close finish there with Bodie Batch. Toby Biggs 5th, McElhenney 6th. Louis Williams-Mabs equals the best result we've seen in the final so far this year for the number 22 in P7. Corey Lyons in the top 10 again, ahead of Ollie West and Patrick Wood.
I've got to say, LBJ Stubbs shaking his head. The move was made before that. We'll obviously see that on the race highlights. Harry Chapman as a privateer once again, winning in Water Swift Restricted. Dimitar Uzanov, P3 for the Jade Racing team. I think that's their first podium in Water Swift Restricted for the Jade Racing team. We look down the order. Bodie Batch just missing out. Toby Biggs, and the Sunday curse of for Daily Motorsport continues. Still no Sunday podium for Shane Daly. Look, whatever you're doing on a Saturday night, if you've told your team, right, no drinking on Saturday night, no, we've got to be good to go on Sunday, tell them to start caning the Guinness. Get the Kilkenny down you. So you need to change your fortunes on Sunday somehow. Then it was Lewis Williams-Mabs equaling his best ever result, but he was less than 4 seconds behind the winner at the end. And Harry Chapman is under investigation. Corey Lyons, 8th. Ollie West, 9th. Patrick Wood, 10th. Benjamin Schliever, Arthur Bowers, Logan Hodgetts, Freddie Baker, Harry Murphy, sadly, Reggie Peters, Frank Morris, and, well, we don't want to confirm, I'm not quite sure. It was something smoking and potentially feathery. That,
I've heard. I'm just having a look back now.
Yes.
I've heard it might be battery cell. Just having a look.
Okay,
So I think Anthony Jordan, the PFI pigeon,
is safe.
It is safe for another week.
Okay, we were about to hold a memorial service for the PFI pigeon there, but it wasn't a pigeon that got ingested by Reggie Peters' cart. It may have been some smoking battery cells. Oh, there, that says a lot. Look at Lewis Williams' Mab sitting down. That race, it's very humid here, and he's waiting, and that's great to see there. Okay, Harry Chapman's under investigation, but you know what? Privateer to privateer, going and congratulating each other. That's always good to see. We've got a still image. I can confirm it is not a pigeon. It is not a pigeon. The pigeon lives, ladies and gentlemen.
Whew.
Oh, well, that's a
relief.
That's a really a weight off everyone's minds.
Very, very good. I say credit to all of our IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. I say them kind of lying on the ground there. I think it just shows again. It's been an endurance battle this weekend.
It's very
with these
humid
conditions.
outside. It's not as hot, but it is humid. The air is very, very still indeed.
Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who I'm sure will have everything together.
Pigeon-related and not.
Pigeon-related and not.
Harry Chapman, that was an overtake for that race win. I think that's got to be the first thing that you talk to us about.
Yeah, I mean, it was a move. So at the start, it wasn't really a good start. I dropped back into second. I was pushing him for most of the race. Halfway through, I thought I didn't really have the power. And then going into like the last 3-4 laps, I felt like, yeah, I can do this. Going into the last lap, I overtook him going into the 90 right, I think.
And then, Harry, you know, when you were driving round with Albie and it was the two of you kind of pulling off from everybody else, you know, at one stage, was it a bit of a game of try to pull away from everyone else and then battle at the end? Or were you know, tell us about that bit of it.
So we obviously, like 1 and 2, usually would like to push off because we don't want the others to catch up, and then we could go like 4-3 wide and it can ruin all our races.
And then, Harry, thinking to the championship rounds in the future then, you know, you've had great results this weekend, great pace, great racing. What are you thinking when we're next out?
I feel I've got loads of confidence now that I won yesterday, but then I got a penalty. I won Heat 2, and hopefully I can say the same of winning this one.
Well, hopefully you can then, Harry. Congratulations. We'll head up then, see how Harry got that win in the bag, see how the other drivers got on.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Back to the start of the race. Clever little cut down there from Stubbs into P2. He would take the early lead from Chapman through hairpin number 1. Two of them started to break away. Good battle again between Uzanov and Batch for third place, with Toby Biggs having a really good run as well. One of his best results of the season so far. Good to see another driver developing on.
But again, the chasing quartet, Batch, Uzanov, there they go through the final chicane. They weren't, you know, squabbling, and yet still you had enough pace for the top two, these two, to pull away. Lewis Williams' Mab's father, that's a great shot there, and he'll be justifiably proud because, again, look how far back Lewis is in that shot, and he closed in on his own, on the only DAP kart there. Now, there was the move. Harry Chapman is under investigation for that move. We'll see what happens, but again, you know, he got to the inside. Did he move Albie Stubbs out of the way? We don't know, and we're not going to speculate. I tell you what, let's go down. We've got one more race to go this weekend. Let's chat to Nicole Sutherland down on the grid with the Hondas for the final time. Nicole.
Well, Henry, not quite down on the grid. We actually couldn't run down there fast enough for this one, so we'll just have a little bit of a chat track side. Last race of today then, it's going to be a good one. Our Honda Cadet drivers, they were out at Larkle, they're out here this weekend. That momentum that they've probably pulled over from Larkle into this weekend, I think has really provided us with some great racing. And we've seen drivers improve weekend, race upon race as well. You've got the likes of Jay and Prakash in there. He's the 44, he's a name that was at Larkle. Now he's here in this final at PF, that improvement pushing him through the grid. Another name within this grid then, you've got Ronnie in there, your O-Plate champion, your champion that won the O-Plate here at the start of the year. Can he replicate a similar result, get a race win in here in our last final? We'll throw up then because I can hear that the engines have fired up. I can hear that our Honda Cadets are about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Last race of the weekend then, race number 36 here at PF International. Should be a good one for us to finish here in Lincolnshire. It's the fourth final of the year for Honda Cadet GX200. 19 drivers ready to go for another final. Let's get ready for it. It's the final here at PFI. Last race of this doubleheader weekend at PF International. It's Honda Cadet GX200 for their fourth round final of the year. Riley Blakemore has pole position for it with Ronnie Jones alongside on the front row. Elliot Bourke was on the podium 7 days ago at Lark Hall. Can he do it there from row 2? Is joined by Luke McGall. Row 3, Harry Grant alongside Archie Cannon. Row 4 finds Edward Rye alongside our championship leader, Archie Loveridge.
Shailen Trikantan and Jayan Prakash round out your top 10. Reggie Duffy and Luca Bicocchi on row 6. Jerry Duffy and Sam Dixon are next. Then the privateers of Oliver Ratton, Kyle Kerr and followed by Luke Jardine, Jack Cope and Aidan Donnelly. 19 drivers. Hello. Well, Riley Blakemore. Hello to Riley Blakemore's long-suffering younger sisters, who I imagine have to be trolled round to kart track after kart track after kart track. But Riley, you know, be nice to your sisters. And also, your Nana and Grandad are at the edge of their seats watching. This isn't good for grandparents' blood pressure, is it, Andrew?
Not really, no.
No. I mean, we did have the gentleman sitting out on the cricket hat on deck chair watching it. That's the way to watch karting. At home, on the edge of your seats, sometimes not. Riley Blakemore gives a thumbs up to Ronnie Jones. There's some communication going on there between our front runners as about how we're going to get to the first corner and sort this out. I am absolutely convinced they will have made a plan there. On his way to the PDC World Darts Championship this year, Dan Ashton. We didn't have a darts name for Dan Ashton.
We've got one more race to get it in.
Disastrous Dan, the darting man. I don't know. Let's have a look. Green flag in the air. One race to go today, Andrew Mather.
Here we go then, fourth final of the year in Honda Cadet GX200 is underway. It's a very even start across the front row of the grid. Good start for Bourke as well. Will hold P3 under the bridge for the first time. Still a question mark, who's going to be in the lead? It's going to be Riley Blakemore onto the top of the bridge for the first time. Jones slots into second place. Bourke, as mentioned, holds third. Luke McGall's had a decent start as well, Henry. He's fourth.
Yes, indeed. Mark Reynolds tuning in from Kimbolton, the man behind Tornado Racing Engines. Tornado Elliot Bourke using Tornado power alongside Luke McGall. But of course, when they don't use the Motorsport UK pooled engines, Archie Loveridge is also a Tornado driver, but as championship leader is using one of the pooled engines. Riley Blakemore under RPM power, leading from Ronnie Jones, the O-Plate champion. In second place, then we have the 26 kart of Bourke. Then it's McGall. Looking at the nice low angle shot there as Reggie Duffy makes his way through the final chicane. Reggie is just off the lead group in 12th place as we complete the opening lap. Count them in the lead group, 5 of them. Then a small gap back to another 2, 4, another 6. So the top 11. Then you've got the next pack of karts, 12th place on back. Dan the Flagman, Ashton. Oh, no, it can't be the flag. That's too nice thing. We haven't thought of a theme tune for his walk-on music for his darting yet. Under the watchful eye of the marshals here, who have been on point and superb every single moment this weekend. The Trent Valley Kart Club marshalling team once again showing why they're the best in the business. We've had maybe one you know, two slowing down, 2 full course cautions. The amount of karts, we've had Barry, you can see them in action within a lap. Within a lap of every incident, the karts, the barriers have all been repaired, removed, and drivers made safe.
Few changes on that second lap. Archie Cannon through to 5th place. Edward Rye past the championship leader, Archie Loveridge. So should stress this is Andrew's unofficial maths in the box. 15-point lead is what I reckon Archie Loveridge has at the start of this race. He could arguably be in a bit of damage limitation mode right now. Luke McCall got all crossed up there through hairpin 1, but gathered it up. Is still running in 4th place. Oh, Archie must have heard me because he's just gone through past Edward Rye there for 6th place.
Yeah, it's remarkable considering how many finals Archie has won, and the result of that is all the finals so far this year. You know, to have only a 15-point advantage, it shows how close his competition, how consistent his competition have been. Because, again, every time Archie, and again, the heat races today weren't great for Archie. 8th place only in the points. That has kept him, again, this is Andrew Mathematics. That's a good one, isn't it? Mathematics has a 15-point advantage. I'm not one to question mathematics at any point in time at all.
Further down the order, J.M. Prakash has gained a position up to 10th place past his Ambition Motorsport teammate Luca Bicocchi. So that's the rest of the changes. Still in these early stages. Whoa, look at that. Archie Cannon going wheel to wheel with Luke McGall. That's over 4th place. I think McGall has been able to hold on to it for now and there. Again, that number 73 of Archie Loveridge, who I'm sure will not be panicking at this stage. Warning flag out for J.N. Prakash, which means he's trying.
Yeah, exactly. But you look at this, you've got the same group of contenders at the front, but then at the back of this league group, Edward Rye and Harry Grant, 7th and 8th. Now, they have been able to hang with the leaders for some of the race distances in the heats. This is a longer race. They're going to have to work really hard to stay attached, to stay in the slipstream. Edward Rye on the MS Kart. We know the name of the owner of MS Kart now, Marco Simic. You know, that's the Czech Republic. There is Edward Rye. He's not the last kart. That's the orange kart and the red kart. That is Harry Grant. Edward Rye just set the fastest lap of the race. They're doing a fantastic job. Behind them, the gap to everybody else is growing. Shailan Shakantan is there in 9th. J.M. Prakash, 10th. Then the number 77, Luca Bicocchi. Then Reggie Duffy, Oliver Ratton having a good run. Kyle Kerr having a good performance as well. Then it's Jerry Duffy, Luke Jardine, Jack Cope, Aidan Donnelly and Sam Dixon. And still 8 seconds covers the field. No one's had a moment. Okay, we've got a separation amongst the lead group of 8 and everybody else. Blake Moore continuing to lead. I think I'm right in saying that the only drivers, I think Cannon has had a win. No, he's had a couple of podiums. I think the only driver here that's had a win in the British Championship is Archie Loveridge. I shall check Andrew is checking the statistics. Archie Cannon, he's definitely had a couple of podiums.
Yeah, he's had a couple of podiums previously. Ryan Cannon, of course, has won races.
Ryan Cannon's won championship in KZ2. But Blake Moore hasn't had a win. Neither has Bork, neither has McGall. Jones is at the O plate, but not a win in the British Championship. Loveridge has obviously won several times, and then Grant and Rye have never been on the podium, and neither has Prakash or Shakantan, who have now swapped places in their battle for 9th. But Elliot Bork, with the fastest lap of the race, pushing Riley Blakemore away.
I've been really impressed with Elliot Bork this weekend, Henry. It just shows what a breakthrough result can do for a driver. We were mentioning Dean Singh Pahal earlier with the win that Dee had at Dunk as well, and is then now regular podium contender.
Very upset at me he was, because I was ill that weekend. He said, "Why do I win when you're not there, Henry?"
You're in good company on that one.
But then he said, "Can you not come and commentate any more of my racing because I never win when you do?" I was like, "Thanks, Dean."
But no, last weekend on that weekend at Lark Hall, Elliot Bourke got up onto the podium, finished fourth on the road, but then a penalty for Luke McGall promoted into third, and then this weekend it's just taken off. It started this race in third place, and is looking good at the moment. There in second. Could it be one better, though? Can he find a way past Riley Blakemore? Riley Blakemore we've seen at the front of these races a lot in 2025, but it's always been in the heats.
Yes.
Something has always happened in the finals before yesterday. So Riley at least got onto the podium, got that monkey off of his back.
Oh, yes, the art. Thank you.
Now it's a question of, can Riley keep working with Elliot here for them both to get a best results of the season so far for them. Changes further down the order. Archie Loveridge up to fourth place. Don't count him out. Do not count him out yet. He was in a lower position 24 hours ago and still managed to find his way to go back to back finals victories. This will be a test for the history part of the brain. Paul James said to me that no driver in Honda Cadet history has ever gone 3 wins on the trot.
Well, Paul James, I can answer that question if Mr. Mather can pass me the use of the statistics that I have prepared. Honda Cadet, no drivers ever won 3 in a row. Ambition Motorsport, your own driver did it, Paul. Mitchell Gibbons in 2019, he won 2 finals at Sherrington, the first final at Fulham. He was your own driver, Paul. I got through the entire weekend without saying anything bad about Paul James, and he's getting old. Yeah, he's shrinking in his old age. He'll be 2'3" before long. Anyway,
3 minutes to go in this final. At the moment, it's a privateer at the front of the order. Riley Blakemore, 0.08 of a second. Luke McGall just set the fastest lap of the race, though, so this has closed in once again. Luke McGall there in the bright yellow Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. Can he be back at the front on a Sunday? It happened last week at Lark Hall, but of course the result didn't quite stand. It dropped McGall down to P7, but we've seen the speed from that number 15 across the course of these last 2 weeks. If you're interested in getting on the grid, by the way, the next time we'll see the Hondas in action will be at Wilton Mill on the 5th to the 7th of September.
I thought it was the end of August at Wilton Mill. I thought it was the last weekend of August, because I'm back for that one. Can't wait. Will be interesting. We've got a couple of South African drivers coming over for that, including my co-commentator from the Rotax Grand Finals, Kyle Lawrence, is coming to the UK to run a driver. So and now let's have a look. 1 minute and 50 to go. Edward Rye and Harry Grant. They have done better than they've ever done before. They've stayed with the leaders, but it's now crunch time. Don't lose the lead draft now. The last 2 drivers in the pack. It's Blakemore. It is Bourke. McGall and Loveridge have dragged Jones, Cannon, Rye and Grant back up the leaders side by side. Bourke goes to the lead, but Blakemore hangs tough. There is a little bit of sticker swapping. Blakemore hangs on. Here comes Archie Loveridge into P2.
Brilliant drive from Loveridge. Started 8th on the grid, and now it's the usual battle back at the front of Honda Cadet. Blakemore versus Loveridge through Bobby Game Corner into the Mike Wilson complex, and there's still all the way to 8th place are part of this lead group. It's not thinning out yet.
Nope.
We've seen some good performances from the likes of Edward Rye and Harry Grant, but normally by this stage they've started to drop back. Not today.
Well done
not
to the
today
pair
in
of
this
them.
final. They are keeping in the fight for the podium places. 40 seconds to go. Once again, winding round the hill, go Blakemore, Loveridge, Bourke, McGall, Ronnie Jones still in there. Hey, could Ronnie Jones do the flip of what happened 24 hours ago where he was in Riley Blakemore's position now, in the end dropped off the podium? He is where Archie Loveridge was at this stage of the race for round number 3. Still all to play for.
This is a really important race for everybody else not named Archie Loveridge. Why? Because you got halfway through the season and none of you have managed to win a race, win a final, apart from Archie. You have to start learning how to beat him in the main event now. And this is not anything against Archie Loveridge. It shows the importance. You know, you're trying to beat him for the championship. You first got to beat him in a race. Now, the test is coming. The clock has struck 0 and Loveridge is poised to make it 4 in a row. Now that would be a Honda record. Mitchell Gibbons and Archie Loveridge have done 3 in a row. Here he comes. He is simply irresistible. Archie Loveridge takes the lead. Can Blakemore and Bork and McGall fight back? Do you know what? I don't think they can. This would be history, Paul Janes. This would be 4 Honda wins in a row for one driver. This, for Archie Loveridge, he's come from 8th to 7th. Oh, now they're tripping over each other. It's all gone wrong. They're tripping over each other. Loveridge is walking away to another win. And look at Edward Rye and Harry Grant. Their hard work's about to pay off as well. But Loveridge, 4 in a row for Archie Loveridge.
This is the drive of a champion. He wasn't the favourite today. He started on the 4th row of the grid. But champions deliver when it matters most. Archie Loveridge will go to Wilton Mill, your championship leader. Who's on the podium today? McGall, Blakemore, 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's a tie. It's a photo finish between Edward Ryan and Ronnie Jones for 4th place. Harry Grant, look at those times. 1.9 behind Blakemore, 1.96 for Ryan Jones, 2.1 for Grant, 2.15 for Cannon. Wait, we're not done yet. 2.2 for Bork. 0.3 of a second, covered 3rd to 8th.
I went very high pitch there because they were 5 wide coming out of the final corner. And the battles behind them were equally as good because you had Jayan Prakash, Luca Bikocki and Shailen Trikantan 3 wide for the end for 9th, 10th and 11th. Then you had Reggie Duffy, Kyle Kerr celebrating, you know, a top 13 finish. Oliver Ratt and Jack Cope, Luke Jardine, Aidan Donnelly beat Sam Dixon and Jerry Duffy. That's a great race. All 19 drivers, 17 seconds between them, and there was nobody in that race who was on their own. In fact, Reggie Duffy possibly in 12th place. He's the only driver that crossed the line on his own. Everybody else was in a drag race to the line, regardless of the position.
That's why we love Honda Cadet.
And Archie Loveridge, you know, the championship is not his. Now he has set an unofficial Cadet Honda record. That's fantastic. Coming out of the final corner, 5 wide. Apologies to any cats or dogs who happen to be listening to me get very, very squeaky there, but it's not often you get them 5 wide coming out of the last corner. That was quite good, wasn't it, Andrew?
It was very, very good. Virtual Championship scores, provisional results, of course. Archie Loveridge, 504. Still not a huge gap, though. You know, when we've been talking about Cranham and a 50, 60-point lead in other categories. Admittedly, it's 4 rounds that the Hondas have done. 504, 482 for Ronnie Jones, 476 for Luke McGall. I hear in my ear we've got a slow-mo replay of this finish. So there is Loveridge, there is everybody else. It's like that scene out of Pirates of the Caribbean with Jack Sparrow running away from everybody else. Over the line, Luke McGall, P2.
Look at Edward Rye.
This for 3rd.
Look at Rye. So there is McGall 2nd. And Blakemore 3rd, Rye and Jones looking at each other as they cross the line together. Then it's Cannon, Grant, and poor old Elliot Bork behind him. And that's a great run. That's a great finish to the racing there. We've got some highlights to show you. We've also got to go down to speak to Nicole and a very happy Archie Loveridge, and then we're going to close out the broadcast, Andrew. Let's wait for producer James Fitzhugh to see what we're going to do. Are we going to stay here, or are we going to run? James May. No, we're going to walk fast down to the pit lane. Well, I tell you what, first of all, let's get the first order of business out of the way. Let's speak to our winner, Archie Loveridge. Nicole Sutherland is with him.
Archie Loveridge, it's another final win here this weekend at PFI. You know, the result, 10 out of 10, but tell us about the race.
I started 8th and I got them all one by one.
And when you were starting, you know, a bit further back in the grid, did you expect that you would be able to pick off those places and get that win?
Yeah.
And then Archie, you know, 2 wins this weekend is a stellar result. Who has helped you achieve that? Because, you know, it's a big deal. It must mean so much.
My dad, my mum, ambition. Yeah.
Archie, congratulations. We'll let your dad come over and come and celebrate with you. Big results for the Loveridge family. To see how Archie pulled that one off, to see how the race went out for the other Honda cadets, let's throw to some highlights.
Yes, indeed, Nicole. Thank you for your hard work down there in Parc Fermé for the whole weekend. It's not been easy for everybody out there in these hot conditions. But let's have a look at some hot racing there. The final of the weekend for Honda Cadets. And again, Honda Cadet, this is why I want more than 20 drivers at Wilton Mill, because it continues to deliver.
At that point, Loveridge is 6th. He's still 6th here. He's only in front of the 2 privateers in that lead group. One by one, he picks them off. And I've got to say, the number 26, Elliot Bork, who finished 8th. Elliot did such a fantastic job of pushing and working with Riley Blakemore. And one by one, Loveridge moves up. He's past Cannon. He passes Jones. He now is there is the move on Luke McGall for 3rd place. And he saw the opportunity there. Blakemore, there's the move for 2nd. And Loveridge is now poised, and it was one move as they still flood through the thing. It was one move. He was in a perfect position, was Archie Loveridge. He'll do the crossover coming into there. He's made the move on the banking, and then, of course, everyone else tripping over each other. That is what pushed the number 26 down to 8th position. Archie Loveridge looks around the corner. They've all gone. And then this is one of the great shots of the year. As you see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th crossing the line. They don't know whether to cheer, to fist bump, or just to just shake their fists at the end. What, Andrew Mather, what a weekend of racing. The home of British karting, event 6 of the
whole season.
Of the whole season. The Wera Tours British Championship has lived up to expectations mightily. There are some drivers that are a little bit closer to the title than they were, and there are other drivers that are a little bit further away, but nobody is out of it yet.
No, it's still very much all to play for. Big thanks to the whole Trent Valley Karts Club team that have we always love coming here. Thank you to James, the whole Alpha Live squad as well. As I say, it's not been easy for them. They've been doing all the hard work.
Well,
whizzing
James
the cameras
just presses
around.
buttons, honestly.
Actually, yeah,
he hasn't even pressed the button on our cameras there, so we can't even see us.
The Motorsport UK team as well. They've all been fantastic keeping the meeting running strong. Next time you can see is for Wera Tours Motorsport UK British Kart Championships action. Of course, we've got another big race here before we get to Kimbolton on the weekend of the 9th and 10th of August. That'll be IAME and KZ2. The confusion with Wilton Mills is because we were at Wilton Mill back-to-back weekends just after the summer bank holidays. So the last weekend of August is when we've got event 8.
Yes.
The next time you will see both IAME and Honda together, it'll be another double header for event 9 at Wilton Mill. And then the next time we'll have British Kart Championships action here at PF International will be another big weekend for the finale of the Rotax Championship on the weekend of the 20th and 21st of September.
But of course, the first Wilton weekend over the August bank holiday weekend is Friday and Saturday.
True, yes, it is.
Yes, we're going racing Friday night and the lights. It's the right time, baby. What a weekend. That's it from us up here in the commentary box, but it's not it from us altogether. So from Andrew Mather and myself, let's have one final word from Nicole Sutherland to close the show. Thanks for joining us.
That's it then from me down in the paddock this weekend, and what a race weekend it has been. We've confirmed our round winners both yesterday and today, and we've confirmed our mighty Bambino O-Plate champions. It's been a hot one, but the drivers have pushed through, the teams have pushed through, so congratulations to all those engine builders out there as well. Thank you to our marshalling team, the team of Motorsport UK, the team of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, because without these groups of people, this wouldn't be possible. The same goes for our championship sponsors, PWR, Marsh, Wera Tools, Demon Tweaks and Kart Sim as well. Make sure that you re-watch the action provided by Alpha Live throughout this week. Your race highlights will be available on the Karting UK YouTube channel, so tune in. And you can also keep up to date with our social media challenges, because we'll have a number of those going out over the coming weeks. I'm Nicole Sutherland. It's been Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet in the commentary box. We'll see you next time.